validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. Uh, we are operating on our Sunday night show. We typically do questions or comments from the fans on Sunday nights. We're going to have us a large, not a large, we're going to have us a decent quantity of questions, but a lot of comments. That's what's going to happen today. Um, here on This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. Woo. We do not let the sun rise without going live, but we don't always start on time, and that's why we ask you guys to like and subscribe, and then hit those notification buttons, smash those reaction buttons, and then go and double check the membership and hit those notification buttons so that you can be aware of everything that we've got coming up. We have been lacing the next 3 months worth of shows up there, so you'll see a lot of them in our channel if you go to the YouTube channel. Um, in addition to that, we're covering some extra topics like we see on Monday. We're supposed to be covering that $250 Trump bill that we're going to be talking about. We're also going to be discussing quite a few things for the rest of the week. But what we have is after our questions and comments on Sundays, we have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays about business and politics, where on Monday we talk about how politics negatively impacts the ability to make, save, and invest money. And then on Tuesday, we discuss how to make money, save money, invest money, budget money, different ways to look at money, how to protect your money. Um, you know, just about everything that you need to make sure that whatever's coming in is coming in legally and not going out faster than it's coming in, right? Beyond that, we also have Wednesdays where we talk about different countries around the world to invest in and potentially live in a more affordable price in your current country, depending on where you are. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we give you guys information about self development, personal improvement, relationship topics, socialization, negotiations, building your brand, and then raises, promotions, severance packages, which we have turning your severance package or getting fired and turning that into a vacation coming up. So we're going to be talking about that in length. And then we talk about retirements and other such things. Then we give you guys more information and more encouragement to pay attention to and start building your 20 and 30-year plan. Because I mean, if you wait until you're 60, 70, 80 years old and decide to start figuring out what you're going to do with your after work years, you're going to find yourself working until you die. Um, if you today, while you're an able-bodied person, have the capabilities to do what you need to do to make the money that you need to make, so that when you're in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, that you don't have to work anymore. And when you don't have to work anymore, that's not because you're living off of somebody else's income. You don't have to work anymore because you honestly don't have to work anymore. Your money is coming in. Your partner's retired. You're retired. Y'all are making the money that y'all need to make in order to sustain your standard of living, and that's what you're trying to focus on, right? So we encourage you to put a lot of effort into trying to figure out better ways to make, save, and invest money for yourselves. And that's one of the ways that you can actually get away from that job that you don't like. You can actually find yourself in positions where you can uh I'm checking my stocks right now while we speak. You can actually find yourself in situations where if you don't like the job that you're in, you can replace it. If your boss doesn't like you, if they don't like your attitude, you can walk away from the job. You don't have to beg for them to keep you. If you're in a situation where you have a personal emergency in your family, that you have more opportunities and solutions to navigate around those things. That's the kind of stuff that's important about a 20-year plan, because not only does it give you extra money for the right now, it also gives you more money for the later. And if you're doing it right, you will find yourself in a position where you have more money coming in then later than what you have coming in now, covering the same stuff that you have right now that needs to be paid for. Because unless you operate off a lifestyle creep where the more money that you make, the more money that you spend, you will find yourself with the same bills in 2026 that you have in 2046. And outside of standard cost increase for basic utilities and whatnot, you'll find yourself pretty much paying almost the same amount of money for your basic standard of living. And then the income that you're making in 2046 is going to be far better than the income you're making in 2026, which puts you in a position where you're likely to see way more money in better places. No, I did not. No, I did not. Um, I'm gonna look at it today after the show. I'm gonna take a look at it today after the show. It should be in the email. I don't want to touch anything because I don't want anything to get messed up, but it's gonna I spent the whole afternoon and a lot of the time last night after the show, making sure that the next 2 weeks worth of scripts were created. That way, the other things I had to get done in my personal life were able to be operated on without me neglecting the podcast. So while I was prioritizing getting ahead, I failed to get into the emails and grab those emails. But I will be going into the emails because I do got to check on some of my affiliate contracts and try to see what I can do about some promotions. So I actually have some products that I do need to promote this week. So I'm going to be trying to do that on the sideline as well, which is another reason why I'm trying to get ahead so that I can run those promotions. So there's a lot of things that I got going on, but I am going to go and take a look at that. But I do have usually at least once to 4 times a week, I typically go and check those emails because I'm already checking the membership, I'm already checking, you know, everything else, and then following along with the comment section. So there's a lot of stuff going on. But I'm glad that you reminded me. I will be going to take a look at it today. I just jumped in and looked at the stock and like, oh, I got some money from Orchid Island. So That's kind of how it goes. It's like all of the stocks that are paying towards the end of the month typically pay shortly after. So the ones like AGNC and Orchid Island that pay that have their ex-dividend date around the 27th typically pay shortly thereafter. And then all of a sudden you got dividends just sitting there in your account. And I looking at today's date and I'm looking at the thing like, let me go see what's in the stock. And like, oh, there's some money there. And I was like, let me put it where it needs to be so that it can make money for me. Because being Sunday night, if I schedule it for trade Monday morning, it'll go out and buy me some stock, and then I'll be able to hold on to some of that Ellington residential stock at $2.14 or $2.41 a share, giving out like I think that was giving out like 8%, either 5% or 8%, which is like five, not 8%. It's like 21 or 22% because it's giving away like either 5 or 8 cents per share, and the share value right now is right around $2.40 something a share. So it is dirt cheap. I think that it is right now that stock is about as cheap as a Snickers bar right now. So when you at the grocery store buying candy, it's like, gee, that's like 2 or 3 shares of Ellington Residential. So I'm like, let me grab that while I still can. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. So we try to make sure that you guys have all of the information that y'all need to be successful, and that's why we try to promote that, because even in such a volatile market that we have right now, if you put all of the extra money that you are not wasting on self gratifying right now today into opportunities, like everybody's running from the stock market and going to gold and silver. Silver's going out of control. We're going to be covering that on Tuesday. It way up there, like $75 to $78 a share, an ounce, right? Highest it's been, right? Record breaking, right? Uh, but everything that happens for a reason, and not everything is going to stay the same. All the stocks that plummeted because of what's going on with the volatility, but the dividends are still the same. They're not slashing prices. So when this negotiation thing subsides itself, like all the stocks are going to blow back up. When stocks start blowing back up, you're locked in to the interest rates that you had when you bought in, right? So everybody else is going to be buying back in at a higher value. You're going to be getting the 20 to 25% return on investment. Everybody else is going to be getting like 10 and 15% return on investment on the same stocks because they're more expensive when everybody else dives back in. So, I tell you guys, like, hey, if y'all put y'all money in the right spot right now, you'll find yourself in a position in 10 or 20 years being able to generate massive quantities of capital without having to go to work for somebody, which would benefit you because you would have even more money coming in. So if you decided to keep working, you got 2 paychecks now. But if you decided to quit working, you had a paycheck that's coming in to cover your standard of living. Special shout out to Michael. He says $75.82 per troy ounce of silver. We're going to be throwing that in the membership because I know the membership has to be updated. I put a couple weeks worth of stuff in there, and I'm like, I got to start putting some more stuff in there. Oh, but today, here on Sunday, we're going to be going through this is that Murder She Wrote, As Your World Turns kind of situation, Bad Girls Club kind of situation. We're going to be going through some questions and comments that some people have. If you guys have any comments, feel free to put them appropriately into the comment section. Highly interactive podcast. So we will, if your comments are appropriate, we will put your comments up there. If your comments are completely inappropriate, then we might have to block you, ban you off the show. Michael said, silver is the new gold. In a way, yeah. With the way that it's exploding in value, yeah. Um, with the research that I've done recently, I actually got some new information about silver, which leads to a different observation of the progression of silver, because I originally believed that silver would likely plummet immediately after the war was over, but now I have new information that enhances that observation. That while it may plummet, it actually may go back up shortly after that. So we're going to be talking about that on Tuesday. Let's go ahead and get started with some of the comments that we got going on today, because there's a lot of things we got to do today.
Hey everyone, I am 29 and my partner is also 29, and we have been together for 5 years. For the whole relationship, I have made it very clear that I would like to be married and started asking about what his timeline looked like for marriage about a year and a half into the relationship. He would always brush off these questions, while always remaining confident that we were made for each other, but now isn't a good time. My partner lost his mom to cancer around us dating for 2.5 years, and his sister
Mm.
suddenly at 3.5 years in. I highly encouraged him to seek therapy to handle the grief of two major events happening in such a short period of time. Before the deaths of his family, he had a major surgery. After his surgery, I noticed a huge change in our relationship. It felt as though I was no longer his priority. The questions about our future together would visibly annoy him. He no longer would make plans with me and include others. He would make plans with others and inform me a day before said plans. I never expect my partner to spend every day with me, but these actions really started to hurt my feelings over time. When I ask about why I'm getting such a late notice, his answer is always the same. We're going to spend forever together. It's okay that you are not included. The little things matter. Over time, they become the biggest things. Our whole relationship, I have asked for flowers, that when we are walking together that he slows his pace to walk with me, helps clean and take care of our pets, and have asked that we are intimate with one another multiple times a week. Before last week, in our 5 years together, I had only received one bouquet and one orchid. Never on Valentine's Day or my birthday, even with asking directly for that to be a part of my gift. With the walking, we are both avid hikers, but he is over 6 inches taller than me and can walk so fast. I'm not slow by any means, but any time we are out grocery shopping or hiking, I am always left in the dust. So hikes that I've planned to do with him become me doing them alone, which causes a huge frustration for me. House chores he has completed ignored, but still says that I suck at cleaning. Dinners he always gets some easy prep meal from the grocery, oven-baked lasagna or pizza, while I try to keep us eating healthy. No matter what I cook, he always has something to say about it. Something is a little burnt, I don't like tomatoes, I can't digest kale properly, this doesn't look right. What is this? Looks like you just threw a bunch of random things together. Never thank you for dinner. With other people, I fear he is super judgmental and too conservative for my liking. One of our neighbors had totaled their vehicle, and after 2 days of their every tire popped, every window shattered, and front end complete missing, he demanded our HOA to have them have it moved. Not a concern for the individual who were involved in the accident. We also never have sex. Currently it's been since February, but at this point, I don't even want to. We went ring shopping due to me begging for it and basically doing all the legwork for getting the appointment in February. Since then, all I can do is think, is this really what I want for myself? Or am I trying to prove something to myself and others? I have been spiraling out of control about it. Last week we almost broke up after I mentioned all of these things and more to him. I came home from a work trip to 2 floral arrangements. They are massive. He is no longer staying up until 2 a.m. playing video games, planned therapy for us, and deep cleaned our house. He informed me that he was planning on asking me to marry him before our trip in August. Now I'm frustrated that these were all things he was capable of doing prior to me almost ending our relationship, even though they have all been mentioned over and over throughout the years. I can really see the effort that he is putting in, but I am feeling so suffocated and overwhelmed by him wanting to spend all his time with me now. It's just feeling a day late and a dollar short. Should I give him a shot? See if therapy actually helps? Or do you think I'm too far gone? Thanks for making it this far.
All right. Michael said buy stocks and batteries. Energizer, ENR, batteries. That's one of the stocks that we follow. Second, y'all are both 29 years old. So for the couple, um, the issue that I have here is that you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing as a wife, and then you mad at the fact that you're not married yet. I know so many women are going to be pissed off at me when I say that, but I mean, it's true. Here's the thing, okay? Some people are taught to be in a relationship for a specific period of time, and then they are entitled to the next phase. But you have to understand that we have a problem with the next phase, because the next phase is a financial burden on the husband, not the wife. The next phase is not going to be covered by grandma and grandpa on either side of the family. The next phase is going to be covered by the husband. He just buried his mom. Shortly after he buried his mom, he buried his sister. I don't even know what the fuck y'all talk about marriage for, because funerals cost money. Now you talk about therapy. Therapy costs money. You had a second funeral that costs money. A wedding and a funeral is almost the same cost if you're being modest about the wedding and lavish about the funeral, because funerals are usually $10,000 to $20,000 depending on who you are, especially if you're not doing cremation. And weddings can be anywhere between $5,000 and $50,000 if you're being modest, depending on how many people you invite and how much the venue costs. So the bottom half of weddings can be the mid-level of funerals, and he just had two of them, one with his mom and one with his sister. I don't know why you bitching at him about getting married, y'all. The difference between marrying somebody and living with them for the rest of their life is the tax breaks. That is it. You're not going to put that wedding ring on your husband and he's gonna morph into a better man. He's not gonna put a wedding ring on you and you're gonna morph into a better woman. Okay. The things that you're not doing in the house, the if he's complaining about the way that you're not cleaning the way he would expect his wife to clean, it's one of the reasons why you're not married. You're not cooking the food the way he would expect you to cook the food. That's one of the reasons why you're not married. He's a stickler for authenticity and accuracy, which is one of the reasons why he's trying to tow his neighbor's car. So he's not being a dick to you. This is who he has always been, because he's treating the neighbors the same way he's treating you. This is his personality. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying this is who you knew you had for the last 5 years. This is who you knew you was with. And you've been saying that you want to marry this attitude. The attitude where the neighbors likely barrel rolled down the street, Final Destination style, just got out of a car crash at the skin of their life, right? Lucky to be alive. And now, before the insurance company can come and collect the car to replace the car, your husband or fiance or boyfriend wants to tow them people shit, right? Because it's an eyesore. He ain't got to look at them people yard. That's the kind of man you marry. That's the kind of man you want to marry. Now you mad at him being a stickler about your shit. Hold on, I'm gonna keep going. But Steven said she got what she wanted and didn't want it. She didn't know what she wanted. You're right. He said, I thought they were married. No, they acting like they married. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The behavior that they got going on right now is the exact same behavior they would have had with the marriage. The only difference is that the divorce would cost way more money than just a simple separation. They've been together for 5 years. If they stay together for 10 years, in some states, common law marriage kicks in and you're automatically married, right? And I think they may have. I've been seeing some social media posts that indicate that some laws might have changed for marriage, and I haven't verified them yet. But I'm about to verify that to see if that actually happened. That allegedly there's supposed to be something that had gotten passed that indicates and reinforces that if you've been with the same person for like 10 plus years, that you're considered married. And if that's yeah, it's a male Karen. And if that's the thing, you've been with him for 5 years, you just got to live with him for five more, and you'd be legally married. All the tax breaks that you would have had without the $50,000 ceremony, you'd be legally married. Just stay with him. So my thought process with that is that when it comes down to the getting of the marriage, y'all can't afford that shit. Why are you getting married? Here's the thing: if 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 you just wanted to have the official name change, which, from what I understand, if you're poor, you can file a motion with the court to waive the cost of court and then file a petition with the court and ask for a name change. Boom, done. Right? Now, all you got to do is just validate why you're doing it. You've been with this person for a long time. Y'all been living with each other forever. You're going to take his name. Y'all just can't afford to get married. Whatever. You're going to keep his name, blah, 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 and see what the judge says. Since you're the only party in the civil case, there's no objections. As long as you're not doing it for the sake of fraud, usually the judge agrees. So it's an open and shut situation. You pay the cost of court or file a waiver to have the cost of court waived, and then file a petition asking the court to allow you for a name change without having to go through that legal process, right? Then you get your name change. Now that's the name change part. Now the official tax certification thing. What you're going to be doing is going down to the justice of the peace and fill out some paperwork. Probably get two or three people that'll sign off on that shit, and then and you pay your $50 or $75 to the justice of the peace, and there you go. Now, it all of that can get done for less than $500, and y'all can have the socially accepted marriage scenario where you've got the rings, you've got the legal tax status, you've got the name change, you update all your IDs, everything to that effect. You're still going to feel the same way about this man. The only difference is you did not have a 20, 30, 40, $50,000 wedding. Okay. The wedding itself is really what you're pissed off about. You haven't had the opportunity to show off the fact that you have committed to this man for your network. That's really what it is. But the man just spent a shit ton of money on his own personal surgery. He don't know what his future is going to be, and you're supposed to be in it, so, but you're being an asshole about it. Then he'd have put away his sister and his mom. That's money out of his pocket, and you still being an asshole about it. I'm just sitting over here like, damn, I don't know why he ain't left your ass yet. But here's the funny part though, because after all of that then gone down, now you go and blow up on him. And usually, what people do is they fuss and cuss and yell and argue, and now he knows that the problem is severe. Now he knows the problem is severe. So since you really want these damn flowers, he went and got you a bunch of them. Makes no fucking sense, but he did. Then he's telling you that by August he's gonna propose to you, right? So you're gonna have, but now you're supposed to go on a vacation, right? The vacation is cost the same price as fucking marriage sometimes. So I'm sitting over here looking like y'all don't got enough money to go around, but he's trying. He's just not doing it the way you want to do it. I'm sitting over here thinking, yeah, this relationship can be salvaged, but two things have to happen. He is going to have to communicate differently and be less of a stickler about the details and just kind of let certain shit go that doesn't directly impact him outside of being an eyesore. And then you are going to have to let certain things go because, like, you're complaining about hiking up the damn mountain. Get a fucking bicycle. Let him hike and you follow behind him on a bike, like Rocky and them. You know what I mean? You can get your exercise on and he can get his exercise on, and you can just follow him while he on the bike. Oh, you be on the bike and he be running in front of you, right? And y'all be good to go, right? Um, there's a lot of ways around certain stuff that happens in a relationship. But like you're the kind of person that wants to stop and smell the roses. He's the kind of person that wants to get this shit over with. You wanted to window shop in every aisle, and he want to get the groceries we came for and take his ass back to the house. You know what I mean? You want to hike down the trail and sightsee and take screenshots and photos, and he keep walking till he gets to his destination. He's like a survivor. Left foot in front, my right foot till we get to this reservation, and you pissed off about that. At the end of the day, that y'all just don't have the same mentality. So the only thing that I can recommend is that you get a head start on him and don't slow down for nothing. Because if the dogs can keep up, if the children can keep up, then ma'am, you can keep up. It don't matter how short you is. All right. That's all I got to say about her. Trader said, if people can't figure out who will wash the dishes on Friday, they should not get married. Thank you. Thank you. Then why get married? Just shack up together. Shit, shacking up ain't been working out for him for 5 years because she bitching up a storm. So here's the problem. If you have not qualified for the promotion and you're complaining about the job, you're about to quit. Why am I going to promote you when I could just fire your ass and find somebody who will perform the job the way I want it performed and then promote that person? Right. So this is going to be one of those issues where it makes no sense. I said this back in the day. Okay, women control the physical intimacy. Men control the long-term commitment situation because the man has to pay for the wedding. The man's responsibility to propose. She ain't trying to pay for the wedding. That's the biggest issue. Her complaint is that she wants him to ask her to marry him. She wants him to turn her into a fiance and him to pay for the wedding and him to do this and him to do that. But bitch, if you want to marry the man, why don't you go to Zales and go buy a his and hers wedding set and you propose to his ass? If you really wanted to get married, then bitch, why don't you take 2/3 of your income and save it up for 9 months? And then after you propose to him 6 weeks later, you marry his monkey ass, where you can marry him on his fucking day off. That way there is no interference in his lively story. You get what you want. If you really wanted these things, and the only thing stopping you is his ability to pay for it, then egalitarian lifestyle lady, why the fuck didn't you propose to him and marry his ass? Why did you put the burden on him? That makes no fucking sense to me. So she bitching, but she not performing neither. That's what I'm trying to say. She gonna divorce his ass after she married him. But see, if she marry him, she can take half of his shit. If she just leave right now, she can only take what she can carry. So I'm just sitting over here thinking, man, you might as well just not. Right? Let's move on with the next one.
Have you left someone you really loved? I'm 32 and have been dating my girlfriend who's 40F for a couple years, and I've had some serious thoughts that have been feeling conflicted to what I need to do. My girlfriend is very insecure. There's reasons, and I won't go into length, but there's been a lot of trauma in her life that I believe puts a fog in her reality that quickly judges a situation and is scared that she's unlovable and that she trusts no one. She has a big heart and wants the best for people, but she has a low tolerance for anything she perceives as attacks, even if they're not there. I try to listen, support, and be understanding, but I secretly don't always agree with her assessment on who wronged her. I have a best friend that I've had to take a break from because she felt that my friend was campaigning to ruin our relationship through mild jokes when it's far from the truth. I try to be supportive and suggest that my best friend isn't trying to do that, but was upset because I didn't take her side instead. She wants absolute loyalty and won't even talk to my best friend and not work it out like adults. She's 6 figures in student debt and has no plans to pay off other than win the lottery or miraculously work in a government job for a decade that would pay them off. There's times where I'm surprised a person in their 40s doesn't know or understand basic things like, why are people mean? Not that there's a singular answer, but even at 30, I could go off all day of all kinds of reasons why, and even then I wouldn't be able to complete that list because people's motivations are complex and complicated. When I started forming a relationship with my GF, I knew she had certain struggles that would be tough, but this has lately made me think when I'm alone that I can't visualize a future with her, which has been scaring me because it's a thought that's not going away, and I don't know if it's my ego trying to convince me to leave so you don't have to deal with her problems, or if it's intuition telling me this isn't going to be good for you, and you need to leave. What's hard is that I love her. Really, she has been the best I've had in a relationship, and it's also making me miserable because I have to work around someone who is very sensitive, and I feel like she's living a life in fear that makes normal situations feel like temporary difference of a speed bump versus a full-on car crash. I want to talk to her about all these things, but it's just going to be days and days of stress on top of whatever she's going through, and I'll feel like the bad person in all of this, even though they're my feelings too. What should I do? I want to make this work, but I'm feeling pulled in the direction of leaving.
Mm. All right, we're gonna touch base on that one in a moment. Trader said, how about having a marriage and honeymoon at McDonald's and invest the money in stock market instead? Well, I wouldn't do McDonald's because McDonald's is expensive as fuck. Maybe like Golden Corral or a buffet or some shit that like get $40, all you can eat, something cheap. You know what I mean? Uh, had your best friend that was ordained over the internet do it. That way you ain't got to pay no money, or you pay for their food. That's $60. Something cheap. But nah, that's crazy. Michael said run for this last guy, and I'm with Michael on this. This is one of the reasons why we don't date older women. He said, "This is why you test drive a car before you make the commitment." Well, test driving the car is sleeping with the girl, but I understand your logic. He's been dating the girl for a while. The girl is throwed off, according to him, and it's going to be past life trauma from other relationships. Because sometimes you have to learn to let go. Sometimes you have to learn to not grab on to begin with. Sometimes you got to see the trauma for what it is and walk away from that shit before you get started. See, she's probably reasonably attractive for her age. And because her sex drive is high in her 40s with menopause and whatnot, and it's matching his sex drive, he thought that he had a good sex partner and thought long term relationship, right? Because as his sex drive goes down, her sex drive goes up, and that means that he's going to get more sex from her than he can handle. It is what it is. But the problem is that um, her behavior is the issue. So even if she's doing everything else the way she's supposed to do it, her behavior is the issue. Now, in order for her to resolve the behavior, she needs reassurance. He can't provide her with self reassurance. It's the reassurance of your fucking self, right? So the problem that he has is that he's going to have to walk on eggshells for her to feel satisfied, and that's not even guaranteedly enough. If he has too good of a conversation with a female, his girlfriend's going to feel like he's cheating, or at least that the other girl's trying to move in. Now, one of the things that I can tell you, guilt sets in on every human being. You do not have to be psychologically or emotionally disturbed for guilt to set in. If you are not performing to the expectations that you're supposed to perform, you are going to feel like shit because you are not doing enough, and you know you're not doing enough, even if you're not being held accountable for what you're not doing. You slack off on the job, boss starts talking about cutting hours, you just know he's going to cut your hours because you know you ain't been doing as much as you could be doing. Now, when you find out that you're not one of the ones that's getting hours cut because you're willing to stay late and come in early, at the end of the day, you're relieved. But initially, when the boss started talking about people being negatively impacted by change in the company, you immediately thought you were one of those people because you were fucking up. Even if you were never reprimanded for it, even if the boss never comes and talks to you about it, you personally knew you were fucking up. And that guilt would lead you when certain people start getting put on your shift that you're going to get taken off. You know that because you're not performing the way you know you should be performing in the role that you're in, that you're going to get replaced. Now, put that dynamic in relationships. Women know that woman's intuition. Women know that because they're not treating their man the way they could be treating their man, they know that this man is likely to leave for the first five women that are willing to do for him what she is not doing. And there's more women willing to step up and do right by a man than there are women that don't want to do right by a man. It's just that we have a hard time finding the motherfuckers. But when we come across one, we are quick to add her to the roster. We're quick to collect them like Pokemon. We just like we collect trading cards, just like we collect model cards, we will collect a better wife that is better than the first wife and a third wife that was better than the second wife. You understand? So her insecurity is going to be not only trauma from her last relationships, but it is also going to be her guilt because she knows that she is not treating her boyfriend correctly. And she knows that even though she's not willing to change how she treats him, that he can leave her for the next female. So a hot chick that he works with, huge red flag for her because that chick has more time with him than she does. And that chick doesn't get on his fucking nerves the way she does. So she's putting herself in a catch 22. Like Michael said, dude needs to run. She's 40, he's 30. He at 30, 50% of your age plus seven. Half of his age is 15. Don't worry, we're going up seven. That's 22 years old. He can find him a chick that isn't damaged, that is on the same mental wavelength as him, and they would get along better than the damaged goods of the 40-year-old. It is what it is. Women aren't going to like the way I'm saying it, but that's just the way it is. Trader says, Xander makes a good point. The older the woman is, the more problems she has accumulated. And now you are supposed to take care of those problems. You are. That's right. Because and I have a huge red flag about that too. Because the biggest issue with the equality that is not equal, and the other issue that I have with accept her as she is, flaws and all, but I as a man must be exactly what she's expecting. My flaws will disqualify me. There's certain things about me that are not a flaw that'll disqualify me because she will disqualify me because I'm 5'6" and a quarter. She'll disqualify me because of my tan, but I can't disqualify her because of her weight. I can't disqualify her for the fake hair, fake nails, and all that other stuff. I can't disqualify her for the 3 inch platform heels with the 6 inch pumps on the back. You know what I mean? I have to accept her for her insecurities, but I am a no go for anything that I can't change, right? So even if I can change the income, if I'm not making the income right now, I'm not good enough. You know what I mean? Then she's got the trauma from past relationships, trauma that I didn't cause. Now I have to outdo the past, prove to her that the decisions that I make will not lead down a self fulfilling prophecy of failure where her decisions will put us in a position where we're fighting the way she used to fight in her last relationship so she can say, see, I told you so. But if you behave better, you would have less conflict in your life. And this is one of the reasons why men do not date women that are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, because the trauma between 18 and sometimes it's 18, because sometimes the trauma started 14, 15 years old. Sometimes these girls be getting out there dating at 12, 13, 14 years old, start hooking up with dudes at 15, 16 years old, lying about their age, and have a huge body count before they're 18, before they're old enough to go to the club. They have a massive body count. All the dudes that was getting with them because they were overly attractive and the way that they dressed and because they were new to the game, those dudes that ran through them because there was something to do, not something to keep, and that it was always a problem, right? Now all the trauma that happened, now the women are getting selfish. They're standing their guard. They're trying to protect themselves from previous experiences. If they had the same experience multiple times, now they believe that all men do it. It's just all the men that you chose do it because they have a type. They only date that type. You're not that type. But because all of the men that she dated that was that type behaved that way, now she's going to hold you accountable for what they did. That's too much shit. Michael said, the biggest problem in the bedroom is communication. Bro, the biggest problem in most relationships is communication or the lack of it. I hear that theory and it makes sense, but if a woman ain't at least 33, I'm cool. Well, okay, so you're 36. You're saying that you'll take her 33, 31, 32 because you're thinking, well, I'll date a woman in my age range, 2, 3 years younger than me. Yeah, that's fine. But you got to understand, okay, most women in society is going to shame a man for dating an 18-year-old if you're 30. Oh, you're a cradle robber. Oh, you're a creep. Oh, you're a pedo. Right? That's what you're gonna hear. Right? Because those women are no longer appealing to men. One, they're less attractive. Two, they're not able to create a legacy. Three, they have a lot of trauma, which leads to four, a piss poor attitude. Five, selfish desire. Six, they don't give a fuck about your needs and wants anymore. They know what they want and they demand it now because all of the other relationships where they asked for it, all of the other relationships where they waited for it, they never got it. Now they're in a relationship with you where they're going to demand it and you must bring it to them and they will not perform regardless. And if you don't like that, tough luck because they have to be masculinely assertive about getting their needs out of the relationship because they've been through so many traumatic relationships where they did not get what they were expecting to get out of the relationship after fully investing everything they thought the man should get, or at least everything the man asked them to do in those relationships. So I'm not saying that the women were born selfish and destroyed and everything. I'm saying that they did their part, or at least they think they did their part. And then after that, they still got messed over in a relationship at 30, 40 years old, tired of the bullshit. Because if you think about it, even if you dial the numbers down, even if we exclude the women that are 304s in a young age and just say, well, she had one long-term relationship every year after the age of 18. Let's say a year and a half relationship every year from 16. Okay. So you started dating somebody at 16, it was a serious relationship. Y'all broke up by 18. You started dating somebody at 18, it was a serious relationship. You broke up by 19. You're on your third relationship at 20. You're on your fifth relationship at 23. You're on your 10th relationship at 29. You're starting to build a pattern of behavior, and you still would have had 10 years of bad relationships. By 31, 32 years old, Stephen, that's where the problem comes in at, because you're man number 15. And that's only if she wasn't getting ran through by society because I want to live life and experience the world before I get back into another relationship. Because in that case, you might be guy number 118. But each man did the same thing. They came for what they looked for, they gave enough to get what they wanted, and then they left. Or she left because he was trying to get what he wanted from more than one person at the same time. Or he promised her something that he didn't fulfill, or whatever the case may be. But the whole dynamic is she wasn't happy with the outcome and she walked away more often than not. So when you get them I'm not going to say that all women that are in their 30s are not worth your time. But I am going to say that it's harder to deal with them. It is way harder to deal with them because there's so much more shit there. 50% of your age plus seven. That's the theory. And that theory actually does work. He says, you're short, stand on your wallet. My wallet ain't gonna give me enough height, bro. I'm gonna have to stand on top of a step ladder. To these females, I'm 5'6". If she 5'2", she got 3 foot pumps. She got a 3 foot platform on. She go from 5'2" to 5'5". If she got a 6 inch stiletto on top of that, she go from 5'5" to 6'1". I'm 5'6", and just because she got them little gothic shoes with the big heels on the back of them, looking like a Harley Quinn on stilts, now all of a sudden she's fucking taller than me by like 5 inches, right? Because of the shoes she's wearing, not because she's naturally taller than me, just because of the shoes she's wearing. And as a result, bro, now I gotta go get some goddamn John Wilkes Booth fucking boots. I gotta get some goddamn Henry Clark shoes or some shit like that. I gotta get some big ass cowboy boots with the 3 inch platform and the goldfish in it with the heels on the back of it like the 70s. You know what I mean? So that I can be taller than her. You know what I mean? It's stupid. I shouldn't have to do that. They say money talks louder than your height. No, money don't talk louder than your height because the women are only going to show up for the money. She don't give a shit about you. If you got a whole lot of money, your whole identity is that you got a whole lot of money. They only with you because you got money. They're not with you because you're a good man. They're not with you because you got a good attitude, a good personality, good characteristics. She's not with you because you are husband material. She's with you because you are a financial subsidy. If she's 18, I'm 71, no problem. Exactly. Exactly. Because 18-year-olds is giving birth to 68-year-old men's children. And we've already done the statistics on that. We covered that this time last year. We were covering that on the show because a woman came on the show talking about something. Nah, women don't do that. Yes, 18-year-olds are willing to date men 60 years older than them. Yes. So while women shun men for that, men will high five other men for that. But here's the thing: women will say that men are dirtbags for dating women that are younger than the man, especially more than 5 or 10 years younger than the man. Women will shun that man. But we just finished talking about how this dude is 30 and the woman is 41, 40, 41 years old. She's 11 years older than him. Women are not going to shun other women for dating a younger man. If she's in her 40s and dude is 18, oh, you got you a stud. Stella got her groove back. Yeah, exactly. FX Trader Society shames men for being smart. Yeah, I don't worry about what society says. Me neither. 8 kids later, society's going to be saying, well, as long as he paying for the fucking kids. But see, 8 kids later, and she's having a kid every year. If she start dropping babies at 18, well, you met her at 18. She start dropping babies at 19. 8 kids later, she's 30. She's 30 with 8 kids. She'd have retired out of the game. Janice should tell the taller women that his IQ is way taller than hers. I don't have to tell him that. I can show him that because the IQ last time I was tested was like 125. And from what I understand, that's far above average. It ain't genius level, right below genius level, but 125 IQ is pretty steep. And then over there in Asia, they're expecting you to have at least 117. And average is between 87 and 92. I don't play games when it comes down to being smart, but it's not just being smart, it's about having common sense. And the logic to rationalize common sense is one of the things that A lot of women don't agree with, because when they come from their emotions, I feel, and your feelings are widely accepted and widely respected, but at the same time, your how you feel isn't logical. How I feel isn't logical. But when you start talking about logic and reason, the logic behind the situation, and then here's the reason. That's why this doesn't work for you. And if we switch places, it wouldn't work for me either, right? So that's why I say it doesn't make sense, right? But if it works for you, but it doesn't work for me, and it's only going to be this way because it benefits you, that's when it's not equal. That's when it's not equality. But the feminist model will promote that. Oh shit, Michael said the average American's IQ is 68. Are you serious? Did you just look that up? That makes me twice as smart as the average American. I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about that. When I was looking at IQ statistics, I was looking at like worldwide statistics. So I was excited that I was above average when I hit that 125 standard. But if you're telling me that the average American right now is 68, that means they're half as smart as I am, which would explain why I get frustrated when I communicate with certain people. He said, you must be 6 foot and a millionaire to date a Chick-fil-A worker with 5 kids, according to them in 2026. Bro, it's a Chick-fil-A worker with 5 kids from 5 different baby daddies, where 3 of them pay child support, and you got to pay for the other 2 kids. You are damn right. That's it's crazy. He said, if you want to look smarter than most people in the room, keep your mouth shut. That is actually some really good advice, to be real with you. A lot of times you don't have to prove that you're right. A lot of times you just have to put the burden of proof on somebody else to allow them to prove that they are not wrong. And when they can't, that by default makes you right. So you put up the reasonable doubt or the probable cause, and then let them dismantle that. And if they can't, then it is what it is. He said, Xander is right that the women must trust her man to provide leadership and not question his every decision. That's one of the reasons why modern day relationships are not working. Women are not dating the man because of his decision making skills. They want a leader. They want a provider. They want a protector. They don't need that. Okay. And I'm just gonna throw it out there for the feminist model. You don't need that because y'all know karate, y'all got Glock switches, y'all know how to do everything that a man can do, balance the budget, invest, save. Y'all sell your bodies online and call that a business, making millions of dollars, paying your taxes, buying all kinds of stuff, living a life of luxury. Y'all don't everything that a man can do for you, you don't need him to do for you. You want him to do that, right? So it's an arbitrary expectation. It is part of the traditional social structure and the model of society for masculine roles, but it is an arbitrary expectation because women can protect the men, women can provide for the men, women can lead the men and still respect the men. But that's not what happens. If a woman has to do the things that society expects a man to do, those women lose value in that man. Now, the problem is that because women do not value a man that cannot provide. Women do not value a man that cannot protect. Women do not value a man that's indecisive. You have to recognize that if he can make his own fucking decisions, that you are supposed to analyze what those decisions are and decide that even if you would not have made that exact same decision, you would have accepted the outcome from that decision and just let him decide. Now, what you do is, since you are going to be the supporting role in these relationships as the woman, when he decides that we're going to go left, if you see a pothole to the left, you're not going to argue with him. You're not going to question him. Why don't we go this way? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? Instead, if we're going to the left and I know there's a pothole, I'm going to bring a plank or something to cover the pothole so that we don't fall into the pothole. If we're about to leave, my husband's dressing for the sun. I know it's going to rain, but he wants to go to the beach. It's his decision to go to the beach. I'm going to bring two types of umbrellas, one for the fucking sun and one for the fucking rain. Why? Because I really believe that it is going to rain today. For some reason, he thinks it's not, but I believe it's going to rain today. So we're going to the beach because that's what he said do. But I'm going to bring umbrellas so that we don't get wet. That is how you are a supportive party in a relationship. If he's about to make a transaction, he's about to go and buy a car, you're going to go, he's going to qualify for the loan, but you might have some money in savings. He goes over there to negotiate the deal with the dealership. You got extra money to put down on the deal. So when he negotiated, if it ends up costing more money up front than what he thought, you got the money to cover the spread. That's how you're supported. You're going to drive the fucking car that he decided on. You're going to get to spend more time in the car that he's going to be paying for. So if you put a few $1,000s on top of the car up front after he put all of his money on top of it and used his credit and everything to that effect, maxed out his life to get this car that you're going to spend most of the time in, because what most good men do is put their woman in the car that functions the best and takes the car that functions the worst. And we deal with touching two wires together to start the car and putting a brick underneath the brake pedal to keep the car from rolling and all this other stuff. We deal with the jury rigged vehicle and let you have the one that ain't got no problems with. So at the end of the day, if a woman was able to step up and say, okay, well, he's going to do this, I don't think he's got enough, I'm going to bring a few extra $1,000 just in case. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm not going to talk back to him. I'm not going to tell him he don't know what he's doing. But as soon as the dealer says, if you put up an extra $3,000, we can reduce your payments down to 250. That's when the wife leans over and says, if you want, I can give you that. That's it. That's it. Plain and simple. He did everything he was supposed to do as a man, but you supported him. Instead of him having to say, as a man, I don't have that. His wife leaned over and said, we got it. I got it. I brought it with us just in case. Right? That's being prepared. Now, modern 2026 women are not like that. Modern 2026 women expect men to carry the weight of every decision that needs to be made in a relationship. She's going to look attractive. She might sleep with him when she's not mad at him. She might give him attention when she's not mad at him. But if he doesn't do what she expects him to do, or if she has to do too much leading, she doesn't value him anymore, but he cannot tell her what to do. So if he makes a decision, it's only a decision that requires him to do it by himself. Because if he makes a decision that requires her to perform, she will protest his decision because she didn't choose to perform. You are not going to be in a healthy relationship like that. You're not going to be able to move forward as a cohesive unit, because the architect that makes the plan has to tell the plan to the construction crew so that they can build the fucking building. How are you, the new hire on the team, telling the damn foreman what you're not going to do? The building won't get built that way. You can't tell me what to do. You ain't my daddy. What the fuck are you doing here then? Why are you here? And I actually was in a relationship with somebody that came to me and I was like, exactly that. Why are you here? Every time I ask you something, you got to question me. Why are you even here? She's like, oh, because you brought me here, but bitch, I could bring you back. And if you don't want to ride in my car, there's an Uber outside. Oh, okay. Michael said 98 is the average. Oh, okay. That still hurts my heart though, because if the average IQ is 98 and I'm at 125, I'm still feeling a little bit frustrated. So Trader said, so on the first date, the most important question is who will be the leader in the relationship? No, actually, that in a way that's a good question, but you can ask that question without asking a question. Um, because you can ask questions like, if you were on a football team, which position would you play? If she says quarterback, bro, she's the leader. If she gives you a running back, if she gives you a blocker, if she gives you a wide receiver, you might have somebody that'll cooperate with you. But if she tell you fucking quarterback all day long, all day. If you was on a baseball team, which position would you play? She say pitcher all day long, not left field, not right field, not the catcher. If she's gonna be the lead position all day long, at the end of the day, she's a leader. She's not a follower. And if she's not a follower, she's not gonna be good for you, because she can lead when you are not there. And that's what women don't understand. A woman can leave the house when the king has left the castle. She tells the kids what to do. She tells the neighbors what to do. She tells the friends that come over while he's not there what to do. He has given her instructions, just like the maid that comes. That y'all know the little Spanish lady that be working in the house. Oh, Superman, he not here. He not here. No, no one here. No, he not here. Y'all know that lady, right? They gave specific instructions. So and so can't come in. Whoever comes to the door, send them away. No police without warrants, and they got to show you a physical warrant. They can't tell you that they got one outside. They got to give you a piece of paper, slide it under the door. Don't let them in. Don't open the door for them. No nothing. Right? You got certain instructions. You got certain rules. Right? Now she gonna take all that information and that's it. Then when he gone, till he get back. Look, hey, my husband ain't here. If you need something, he told me to tell you to talk to our attorney. That's it. Press conference. You want a press conference? Leave your name and number. I'll pass it along to him and I'll let him know. No, I'm not going to tell you when he's coming back. I will let him know when he gets back to call. He was scheduling with you. Right? Most good wives know their husband's schedule. You start talking about, oh, well, I'll come back on such and such a day. He's already got 5 meetings that day. He's not going to be available for you. But I tell you what, if you give me your information, I will make sure that we schedule an appointment with you. Right? Good wives are going to run the house while the husband is gone. Bad wives are going to run the husband while the husband is home. That's the difference. That's gonna difference. So on the first date, first of all, you need to find out what her long-term goals are. And second of all, you need to find out what kind of person she is. Has she always led the group that she was in a class project? Has she always been a team leader on her job? How does she follow? How does she do well with following instructions with her boss? In past relationships, who led the relationship, her or her spouse? Did she do well with following the instructions from her parents, her aunts and uncles, and grandma, and grandpa, and them, or was she always in charge? Was she the one, the oldest that raised the siblings, or the youngest that raised the siblings? What leadership skills does she have? And then, as a good leader, are you a good follower, or are you more of a good leader? Right? Do you prefer not to be given instructions, or do you prefer to just give instructions? You can ask questions like that to find out whether or not she's gonna be defiant and rebellious against your leadership. But if you want a woman that is not going to rebel against your leadership, your ass probably want to go to like Latin America, go to the Philippines again. I'm going to tell y'all Puerto Rico, Mexico, because while them women will still cuss you out when you fuck up, at the end of the day, they're going to respect your authority. When you at some point when you tell them cut that shit out, they're going to cut that shit out. Steven said she can be a leader in the kitchen and give me a grocery list all day long. But see, that's the thing though. The funniest part, I love the way you put this up here real quick, and I'm going to touch base on this real quick because I know some women are going to be sitting up here thinking sideways when I put this up here. There's certain times of the month where women got feminine products that need to be purchased. They do not keep an inventory of their supply, right? So when they run out of product, who going to the store to get the shit? Me, you, most men. Now we in the store getting super heavy, light, medium. Either the tampon or the pad with the wings, or the one without the wings. Whatever the fuck she said, go get because she's out. She doesn't replace her supply until she's out. When men see the supply running low, I'm about to restock this shit so that I don't run out when there ain't no money here to resupply. So at the end of the day, if she was on top of her shit, keeping inventory of what's going on in the house, she can make a list of things that we're running low on, and then when he's at the store, he can go and get that, right? But see, if she tell him to go to the store and go get us some NyQuil, some tampons and shit, like he gonna come back with that shit. If he tell her go in the kitchen and make him a sandwich, who the fuck you think you talking to? Now I, as a man, can go to the store and compromise my masculinity buying these feminine products for you, but you in the seclusion of our own home can't go in the other room and get something for me. What? He said, how many women know what a quarterback is? All of them, especially the ones that be sleeping with the football team. Plenty of women know what a quarterback is. They might not know what a quarterback do, but everybody know who the captain of the football team is. Usually the quarterback, the leader of the team. Is there a list of requirements for a partner? and go to a speed dating event once a week. That actually could be that. Okay, so trader, if you're gonna pull something like that off, okay, number one on the list, he said cheaper to marry a mom. You, I'm gonna get to that, Michael. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna get to that, Michael. But trader, number one on the list, she must be obedient. You put that on there and see how many women are gonna stay to kind of ask you like, what do you mean by that, right? Because at least they're somewhat open minded. But as soon as they see must be obedient, the 80% of women are gonna be like, hell nah, fuck this dude, and they're out. And you dodged the bullet. Obedience is not oppression. What men do for women is obedience. Whenever she asks for something at the drop of a hat, he's supposed to go do it. Not ask why, not talk back, not have a temper tantrum, not defend her position as to why she shouldn't do it. When she tells a man to do something, she expects it to get done. That is obedience, right? Now, since that is what the women will expect from their men, if they're going to claim that these women are going to claim that they reciprocate equivocally to their boyfriends and their husbands, then that means that I need the same fucking obedience. When I tell you to do something, you don't ask questions, you don't talk back, you do what the fuck I say do. Because you have a man that will be exactly what you're looking for. Now, first thing on my list is reciprocation, which means I want to see obedience at the top of my list. If I had a girlfriend sitting here or a wife sitting here next to me and I told her that my cup of coffee was running low and I'm gonna need some more coffee to finish this show, okay, baby, and get up and go get me some fucking coffee. I should not have to argue about it. She shouldn't have to look at me and, well, what the fuck you want me to do about that? We shouldn't have that. Soon as if she was sitting next to the cup and she's seen the cup is half empty, it's taking a long time for the cup to hit my lips for you to hear me slurping on it. Like, damn, he must be running out of coffee. She should know gonna need some more coffee and get a chance and go get some more coffee. Why? Because if she was cold, I'm supposed to give her my coat. If she was about to get wet, I was supposed to either cover her so that she don't get wet or use an umbrella. If her feet were hurt, I'm supposed to carry her, right? Some men, she's wearing heels, knowing that these heels are going to make her feet hurt. The men are equipping flats, shoving them in their socks, tucking it into their pants so that nobody can see that he got an extra pair of shoes for her because he know that these shoes are going to make her feet hurt. And then when she take them shoes off, instead of her being barefoot, he's bringing an extra pair of shoes for her. That type of consideration is supposed to be reciprocated by the girlfriend and the wife, and it ain't. But these women want to be married. So yeah, if you're going to get that list and you're going to require that list, the first thing at the top, obedience. Special shout out to OG Kicks. He said, my niece thought napkins with wings were butterflies uh, and had them pasted to the window when she was a kid. He said, bring your wife in. Nope, I'm not doing stuff like that. Remember to like and subscribe. So here's the thing. One of the things I told you guys on the show quite a few times is that you're never supposed to project and promote your wealth. So if I got a good woman that isn't on the camera, she ain't supposed to be on the camera, right? Because I'm not here to gloat. I'm here to tell you guys how to be successful. I'm not here to cribs and pimp my ride and show off all the assets that I have. I'm here to tell you how to change your decision making skills so that you can be more successful about yourself. We've talked about on the show plenty of times about how lifestyle creep is triggered by the highlight reels of social media where other people see me successful and then they are jealous of that success or envious of that success and they'll take their rent money and try to copy me. I don't want you to copy me. I want you to improve you. So at the end of the day, if you know that the things that I'm telling you will benefit you, you're going to put it to work or you're not. Like the one dude that tried to curse me out on the show that day. I had to block him. He wanted to say that because he didn't see a woman on the show, that I couldn't tell him while he probably sitting in his mama basement. He's a single man on the camera, looking at a man on the camera, making it seem like he got more knowledge about the topic than I do. But he doom scrolling on YouTube. I'm over here giving a topic, and actually that day I was talking about how good women can be corrupted by society, right? So I was sitting over here like telling guys how to stop being assholes so that we can stop fucking up the dating pool, right? And dude gets up there offended, trying to tell me that I shouldn't talk because I don't have a woman sitting next to me on a podcast. And you got to understand, I don't have to be married to tell you that if you're not happy in your relationship, you should change the way you communicate with your partner. I don't have to have 13 kids to tell you that if you want your kids to be more successful than what we were growing up, that you start teaching them financial responsibility at 5, 6, 7 years old. I don't have to have a school of scholars that are all in Wall Street making multi-millions of dollars in order for me to tell you that if you take that money from school and instead of wasting it on bullshit, invest it in your future. Because I done already covered the show 5 or 7 times where I told y'all that y'all can borrow money that has low interest rates, invest it in something that has high interest return rates, and the difference between what you owe in interest versus what you get in interest is your profit. We talked about that. We talked about how the mortgage rate is at 6 or 7% right now. If you borrowed against the house and put that money into a brokerage account that's giving you 15%, you getting twice as much back, right? We talked about small business loans, typically 8%. Some of them 10 or 14%, depending on how much you get, but you could borrow 50 grand. Even if you were paying 10% back on the SBA loan, you borrow 50 grand on the SBA loan, put it into a brokerage account that's giving you 15%. Even after the 3% taxation, you still making 2 or 3% profit on the SBA loan, where the principal 50 grand stays there after you paid off the SBA loan. So if you're getting student loans at 4%, 5%, 6%, and you can get $200,000 worth of loans off of that just because you're a college student, and you could pull that money and put it into a brokerage account that's giving you 15, 20%, do that. Because what we used to do when we was going to college 20 years ago, 30 years ago, was take that student loan money and go buy things. We will buy a car cash up front, buy a house, pay mama's bills, pay daddy's mortgage, buy groceries, buy new clothes, buy computers, buy this, buy that, vacation trips, school trips, all the money that we would be wasting while we was in college. Got out of college, all the money is gone. We still owe the school, got shit to show for it. And the only difference between those bad decisions and the decisions I'm telling you today, get the money anyway, but this time put it somewhere where the money's making money for you. So when you get out of school, you got money, right? So no, I'm not going to put my wife on the show just to prove to people that uh, it can be done. The fact that there isn't a female sitting on the show proves to people that it needs to be done. Michael says, I see myself poor, but others see me as wealthy. Well, yeah, because you got to think about the difference in what people define as wealth. Because the kids that was fucking up their prom, with one of the little boys apparently got murdered after prom, they show off money as the purchase power is wealth. The ability to waste money on insignificant shit is considered wealth. That's not true. The truth of the matter is that the wealthier you are, the more peace you have in your life, the less stress you have in your life. When your standard bills is paid for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, that's the level of wealth. If you stop moving today, how long can you exist without having to show up to get money and have your standard of living covered? That's the level of wealth. Millionaires and billionaires have to not work at all their entire life, and the money that they have will pay for their lifestyle for the rest of their life. That is wealthy. MC Hammer, $5 million, does not have to work. He gets paid to talk on TV. He gets paid to hang out with people. That's wealth. The rest of us has got to go to work in the morning. That's not wealth, right? So you at 71, Michael, you don't have to go to work. You're going to be a certain level of wealthy because not only do you not have to go to work, your standard of living is paid, and you get to take extra money out of your pocket and utilize your hobby to go buy certain trinkets and knickknacks and stuff to that effect from garage sales and auctions and other such stuff, and then sell the stuff that you get tired of using and make a profit off of it. So you get to wander around and shop just to occupy your time, use it for a little bit, and then sell it to the next person and get your money back, and sometimes get more money back than what you put down on it. You're not going places to find stuff to sell so that you can turn a profit to put food in your stomach. You have a certain level of wealth that most people don't have. He said you don't need validation from others. Exactly. There is no need for validation. But a lot of people are getting wealthy for validation. The kids that was on Section 8, like the boy that got killed. After he got killed, so all of that money he was throwing around for prom, expensive clothes and expensive ass rental cars and shit for prom, now they doing a GoFundMe for the fucking funeral. If she would have invested that money somewhere else, that little boy would be able to still be alive today because they wouldn't have gunned him down for his money. Then they would have had all that 10, 20, $30,000 that they spent on impressing people for his prom there for his fucking funeral. Shit. They could have got him a life insurance policy with all the money they were throwing around so that when he passed, not only would have gotten millions of dollars off of him when he passed, they would have had a burial coverage as well. There is absolutely no reason why people was getting 20,000, 25,000 plus dollars plus all of the child care taxes that the tax deductions that they was giving everybody this year, where some single mothers would have probably crossed $50,000 worth of refund money because they're getting like 2,500 to $5,000 per kid, and if you got 3 or 4 kids, you might be getting like 20 grand off of that. Then a $25,000 tax credit off or tax deduction off of the overtime hours. And you know most single moms are working overtime. She probably would have. Some of these females had 50 grand coming in from Uncle Sam this year, and instead of putting that money somewhere responsible, the kids had a good ass prom night. Didn't make it to fucking graduation. Now you can't bury the boy in the ground because you wasted all that fucking money. That's what I try to steer y'all away from. Trader says, don't greedy colleges prevent students from investing the money instead? No, they don't. So here's the thing. You are going to ask the money from the school for your education. The school has a budget that is designed for every student to cover the where they sleep and the food that they eat, room and board. If you on campus prices are way higher than staying at home. But the business model is you leave home, you live on campus, and we feed you, we give you your education, we give you your books. That is what is called a full ride. That has a standardized bill. Now, up to that maximum amount, grants, scholarships, and student loans can be offered to cover that maximum amount. Now, for every semester. Now, whatever you don't spend gets refunded back to you because the school charges you your dorm room in your tuition money for the semester. So if they're charging you $5,000 for the next 3 months, they're going to charge you $5,000 for the next 3 months. Or nowadays with inflation, they're probably going to charge you like $6,000 or $7,000 for the next 3 months because they're probably going to charge you about $2,000 a month for your room from August when school starts till December, right? And they're going to take that out of your tuition, right? Because you live on campus. Then they're going to give you a little bit of spending money for food, right? They're not going to give you money to go shopping and shit, but there's certain things that you have to pay for, like your online classes. You need computers and lab coats and stuff like that for your science classes. Certain science equipment that's not cheap. Textbooks like $400 a book, right? So you're likely gonna have a budget of upward of $15,000 or $20,000 a semester. Your grants and scholarships are probably going to cover about $5,000 or $10,000 for that. The rest of the money that is going to be student loans is probably going to cover the rest of it unless you live off campus, which they're going to refund you that money because you didn't spend it at school. It's still supposed to be used for room and board, but what you do with it once they release the money into your personal bank account is up to you. If you went to an SBA loan and requested money for loans, and you say, well, you have a business like an office building or something like that, a printer shop or something like that, and you wanted 50 grand so that you could buy newer equipment, new printers, new computers, just that and the third, right? Because they won't give it to you if you're trying to do it for any high risk or high volatile investments if you declare that on the loan application, right? So say you own a pro copy, right? You want to buy new equipment. You need 50 grand for expansion. They give you the 50 grand for expansion, right? You take the 50 grand, put it in a brokerage account, right? Take the dividends from the 50 grand, pay them, and then take the difference and buy whatever equipment you need to buy, right? You can do that as long as they get their money back, right? Nah, people don't talk about those things. But yes, it can be done. You can do personal loans to get the same thing. You can do personal loans. You can get a loan from the bank. If you had a bank for a while, your bank account been in good standings for a long time, you say, hey, you know, let me get 10 grand. I want to consolidate some shit. Sure. They give you 10 grand. You take the 10 grand, you put the 10 grand in the bank. They might want you to pay $150 a month, but you're turning back $250 a month on that same quantity of money, right? Sure thing. You can do that. People don't think about that though. People use loans to chase debt. They don't use loans to invest, but you can. I covered it on the show quite a few times. People use loans to build up more debt. Some people use loans to consolidate their credit cards and put all of their credit card debt onto their loan so that they can max out their credit cards and have more debt. Now you owe more people. He said, well, to me, it's going to be food, clothing, shelter, and running water, plus more food and paid bills. Anything above that is well off. Oh no, that is actually the true standard of because you don't have any stress. You don't have to worry about where your money's coming from. So you want food, clean clothes, you want a safe roof over your head, running water, maybe some reasonable transportation to get you where you want to go, and then like everything is already paid for and money coming in to pay for it again next time before the stuff run out. Yeah, that's the stability is what a lot of people is looking for, financial stability, not just to fight because we call it financial freedom. Michael loves his hobby. It's not just financial freedom. It is the freedom to financially do things other than sit around the house and look at the four walls in your bedroom. Because if you had all your bills paid, but you had to go to work to make money in order to do something outside of the house, you still wouldn't feel that free. That's no different than being an inmate in a prison cell. But if all your bills is paid at the house and you got extra money to get in the car and go down the road and go to an event, that's a little bit more freedom. Freedom from having to check in every day, freedom from having to show up to get paid every day, freedom from having to go to a specific place to get your money every day, right? That's what it is. Michael says, when I was at Fort Sam, Houston, Texas, I would rent a car on Friday and Saturday night and drove military students to downtown Houston. Made great money. Oh yeah, well, if you Uber, you can get a lot of money from the people. Sometimes you can set up the Uber, then cancel the Uber, and have them pay you in cash. Great point about the debt. There is good debt and there is bad consumer debt. You are right, but most of us only know about bad consumer debt because what we do is we teach our kids bad consumer debt, which is why I keep getting on these folks about prom. Because with all that money that you got from the government and you showed your kids bad consumer debt, you rented things that you didn't need to rent. Because instead of renting a Bentley or a Bugatti or a Rolls Royce or something like that for prom, you could have had all the kids put in on the same $100 or $200 an hour limo where they would have drove you there and drove you back, and each kid would have paid $50. Y'all would have came in a stretch limo like we used to do back in the day, and y'all could have did prom, and the other 50 grand because you could have bought these kids a suit. These kids is used to basketball shorts hanging off their behind and a t-shirt. So if you put them on a regular Walmart suit, they could have got a Burlington Coat Factory suit. They could have got a K&G suit, and that shit would have cost you $250, $500 at the most. You could have got them if you went to certain stores like Mr. Man's University Mall, you can go to certain stores and get you a flashy shoe with satin and red wine colors and all this other shit, right? And still would pay like right? And the other 10, 20, 30 grand, you could have bought a car for them. You didn't have to get the limo. You didn't have to get the limo. You could have put $15,000 down, or you could have put $5,000 or $10,000 down and bought the kid a car And instead of them having a limo take them to school, y'all don't understand that in high school, you got a brand new car is more prestigious than we rolled up in a Bentley that mommy and daddy rented for us. I own this car. It's in my name. The insurance is in my name. That would have been more prestigious. And you could have got you a Ford Fusion. You could have got you a Jetta. You could have got you a Toyota Corolla, a Camry, a Lexus. You know what I mean? Let's get you a big body. You know, put you in and don't go run out there and go get no expensive shit like a Cadillac Escalade or some shit like that. But you could have got you a Suburban or a Ford Explorer or some shit like that. Put you in some Forerunner or some shit like that. Got you a newer one, the 2024, so something like that, 2022, 2023, with like 20, 30,000 miles on it. And you probably could have bought it cash up front and you own it now and sent the kid to prom with that shit. He would have had just enough money to put gas in the car and get himself something to eat and maybe buy his date something to eat and drop her off back at the house. And he would have been more prestigious after prom and during prom because prom was show off day. And every day after prom, I'm still driving that same vehicle to school every day for the rest of my senior year, right? That was bad consumer debt, what they did. $4,000 private jet so that you could take photos on that bitch. Come on now. Like that's a waste of money. That's a waste of money. You could have took that $4,000 and took your whole family on a vacation after prom, came back, excited because your bills would have been paid for the next 6 months, and then could have been going back to work and investing all of your money in something else instead of spending all that money on a damn just for the car to sit there, just for the plane to sit on the runway. She didn't even get in the plane to go nowhere. She was just there for a photo shoot. Fordco is selling trucks for $100,000. What that shit, bro? Well, okay, so Tesla started selling the Cybertruck for $125,000, and then the Ford Lightning started becoming a thing, and now you got Dodge Rams that are out there at over 75 to $100,000. So Ford is like, shit, if everybody else is doing it, why can't we? And they selling them trucks for over $100,000. But you don't need to get the top of the line vehicle. You can get the base model. Most kids don't know how to drive a standard shift. So you can just get a base model automatic. You know what I mean? And just ride that. But if you teach your kids how to really drive, not just hold the car on the road and don't put it in a ditch kind of thing, but teach them how to shift the gears, teach them how to listen to the engine, check the transmission and the oil, teach them how to check the tires and shit like that. Teach them really how to value their car and respect the vehicle that they're in, right? Then you can put them in a Nissan Versa. For $10,000, you could have bought a Nissan Versa cash up front with no miles on it. You could have bought you a 2026 Nissan Versa with no miles on it for like 11 or $12,000. Manual shift, manual roll down the windows, and that motherfucker will get you where you gotta go, and that bitch will last you 20 years. The Nissan Versa, right? Gas car. It's a fuel efficient vehicle, but it's a gas car, right? They don't think about stuff like that. Not too many people. Oh, he got a nice ass car. He got a Versa. Nah, nah, that car ain't shit. That's what they're gonna say. But when you think about financial responsibility, if mama got 20, 30, $40,000 and she bought you a brand new Nissan Versa with no miles on it, you don't got a car payment. Your car insurance is going to be cheap. You can use that car to go to work. Even if you work part time, you make enough money to pay your phone bill and pay for your car insurance. I'm teaching you responsibility. If you start teaching your kids responsibility at 5, 6, 7 years old, instead of them wanting Jordans because everybody in their class got Jordans, they're looking at the price tag of Jordans being $250 for fucking Nikes that has a shadow on it. And then look at them Nikes at $25. It's just as good. That's 10% of the price, where the other $220 I could put on something else. Trying to tell you, quality over price. They're afraid to let the Chinese cars into the United States. They cost way less, bro. They don't cost less no more with them damn tariffs. Because the Hyundai Kona was way better than actually the Teslas, to be honest with you. Before Tesla did extended miles on their vehicle, the Hyundai Kona was outdoing Tesla, right? there's only like two to five states that when I was talking about this back in the day, where the Kona was actually accessible. And then the dealerships were such dicks about it that if you didn't live in the state that the vehicle was in, they wouldn't even sell you the vehicle. They would hang up the phone. If you're in a different state, they would hang up the phone. So you would have to fly to that state, go to the dealership, and talk to them about getting that vehicle. Right? That's just too much work. But it's a fully electric vehicle. It was doing extended miles. So at that time, it was doing 300 miles when Tesla was doing like 150 to 200 miles, 250 miles. Before Tesla started doing extended miles, Tesla still hasn't put the 500 mile extended mile thing on their Cybertruck yet, and it's been out for like 2 years now, right? But they swore up and down that they were supposed to have 500-mile range on their Tesla Cybertrucks. And the only vehicle that has the most mileage range that I know of right now is the Hyundai Kona. It's 300 miles, right? And that's like standard model. That's not like the upgraded model. That's a standard model, right? And if I remember correctly, it's a third of the price of the Cybertruck, and it goes further distance. It is the SUV. It's an SUV. Yeah, the Chinese vehicles are way cheaper. They're way cheaper. But we don't buy based off of quality. We buy based on the price tag. We buy based on a name brand. So a lot of people, they don't teach that financial stability. They don't teach financial responsibility on top of financial stability to folks, to their kids, and they don't behave that way as adults. And then when they end up in these bad relationships and they end up with these bad families, and then they wonder why everything is shit, it's because you haven't been making good decisions your whole life. Your kids don't know what good decisions look like. When they become grown, they're not making good decisions. You don't know why their life sucks. Their life sucks because you made bad decisions in your life and they thought that's how you're supposed to be an adult. If your kid's a failure, that's because you failed them. All right. At the end of the day, because if you taught them what they needed to know to succeed in life, then your kids would not be failures. So for every kid that's out there with their pants hanging off their behind, with a switch, with a Draco, and they out there showing off for the neighbor kid, and they out there shooting at their ops on a traffic light, that's because their parents failed them. Because their parents is either paying so much attention going to work to pay for the other kids in the house, or not paying attention to none of the kids at all. To the fact that the kids that's out there running the streets acting a fool is acting a fool because they have no other guidance besides the negative guidance in the street. But let you had a responsible man in the house teaching these kids to sit their ass down, you would have less of that. I can't say that having men in the household you would have none of it, because look at the man who let his son take the gun to the Trump rally and take shots at the president. But I can say that you'll have less irresponsible parents if you had more responsible men in your lives and you had more responsible men leading the household, and then those responsible men were leading the children, instead of men folding and having women take over the household and tell the men what to do in front of the kids, where the kids no longer respect the man outside of he's going to be the one to beat my ass if I don't do what mom says. If the men dictated the situation, where dad is the supreme king of the castle and mom is second in command, and whatever mom says goes until dad starts talking, and then mom shut the fuck up and whatever dad says go. So if I go ask mom and mom says no, and I go ask dad, dad is supposed to say whatever your mama said. That's what I'm reinforcing. But if they come and ask dad, don't go ask mom, because dad is the highest authority in the household. Don't go ask mom. Just because you went and asked mom, I'm gonna beat your ass. Because she is supposed to reinforce what I said. I'm supposed to reinforce what she said. I'm supposed to be upper management. I'm supposed to be the highest authority. So if she said no, no is no. If I said no, don't even waste your time asking her, because you know when you run to her, she's first thing she should have said, well, did you talk to your father about it? That should be the first thing she said. Did you talk to the father about it? You should never be in a situation where the child came and asked dad, and then dad said no. Then you go run over there to mom, and mom says, well, I'm gonna go talk to him, baby. No, the fuck you not. You ain't talking to shit. The highest authority in the room said no. There is no veto to that. Right? He said, you're right. The way people behave in school and public is shocking. These folks, they out here doing stuff that they ain't got no business doing, and we are used to it. And since we're used to it, we are not going to make any changes behind it. And that's probably one of our biggest issues is because we're not making any changes about it. So what I do is I raise awareness and I let y'all know, hey, some of this shit ain't going the way we wanted to go, and it ain't going the way we wanted to go. It's because not only do we make bad decisions, we allow bad decisions to happen around us. That's the reason why things ain't going the way we wanted to go. All right, let's touch base with the next one. Woo, I had a big rant on that one.
My husband said he no longer finds me attractive. Last night, I begged my husband, who is 32, for some reassurance. He doesn't call me beautiful, pretty, or any variation, but the main thing I've been asking for is for him to tell me he loves me and why he loves me. He said it's hard to do the things I want when I don't brush my hair, and he's not really attracted to me. I understand that I've let myself go a lot, but it's just hard to hear that someone isn't attracted to you anymore.
Okay, hold on a second. Trader says the single women who condone bad behavior by their children are very irresponsible. The single women who got no children that condone bad behavior from other women are irresponsible. When you see a woman that might be reasonably appropriately dressed, then she get around two or three other women. She ain't even got to know those women. And then she bend over and start shaking her behind in front of that other woman. All the other women should be looking at her like you should be ashamed of yourself for that. But that's not what happens. What happens is, yeah, go girl. That's what you get, right? The negative reinforcement. I don't know if they believe that, she was bold enough to show out in front of everybody, or they wish that they had that kind of courage to embarrass themselves in front of society. I don't know what motivates them to do that, but when one woman stops behaving like a woman of class, all of the other women around her should be looking at her like, ma'am, you should have more class than that. But that's not what we have. So that trickles down into the relationships because the women do not hold themselves with accountability. They don't hold each other with accountability. They expect the men to excuse them of responsibility. And the older they get, the worse it is. Then they're going to have their children behave the same way. Not because that's what they want, but because children emulate what they see. So if it ain't never mama's fault when mama fuck up, then it ain't my fault when I fuck up. By that logic by default makes sense, but it's not true. Mama just ain't never got bust in the mouth because she did something she wasn't supposed to do, right? When the kids start being irresponsible, then the mama run up accountability. If the children mess up, the parents of the children are supposed to be held responsible for the children because the parents are going to discipline the children later, right? That's the way society is supposed to operate. You break a car window, your mom and daddy gonna bust your ass. Your mama's gonna repair the window, right? Now, you break the window, it ain't your fault. The rock slipped out of your hand while you were throwing rocks at cars. It's the city's fault, right? Now, the owner of the car got to sue you and your child to get their car repaired, right? Now, the police got to come and arrest your child, put your child on probation, and have him do community service and pay restitution to the owner of that car, right? Because nobody's at fault because the child made a bad decision. And the child made a bad decision because the mama has been observed making bad decisions on a regular basis. Ain't no daddy in the house because a lot of the time, 82% of broken homes is single mothers because they don't let the men be involved in the child's life. So the bad decisions is from the mama. It ain't from the daddy because daddy ain't there. Is there a way to fix this problem in today's society? Yes. You need to send 82% more children to their damn daddy house and let their daddy teach them how to behave. You need to start teaching children how to behave when they're young, 1, 2, 3 years old. Teach them what to do, to be useful, to be helpful, to be responsible, instead of teaching them what not to do. Because when you tell them stop and sit down, they're just going to find ways not to get caught. No, don't do that. They're going to find ways not to get caught. But the reason why they acting an ass right now is because they're bored. They ain't got nothing else to do. So instead of you just sitting there lingering, why don't you um come to wherever I'm at and you aid me in being responsible? For example, instead of you having to tell your kids at 16, 17 years old how to clean their room and shit. Oh, don't tell me what to do. I'm playing the game, blah, 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 blah. But if 1, 2, 3 years old, you was like, hey, all right, let's go clean up now. Let's put your toys away. Let's do this. Let's do that. Come on, let's go. Da 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 da. Da. Organize, organize, organize. If you're teaching it to the kids from as far back as they can remember, I'm not paying you to clean up your house. You're gonna clean up your fucking house because that's what you know you're supposed to do. Now, you want to start mowing lawns? I might teach you how to mow lawns and use your yard and then show you how prices work and this, that, and the third, and then take you to the neighbor's yard and have you cut their grass for a profit, right? I might teach you how to wash cars by washing my car and pay you a little bit of money to wash my car, teach you the market value of washing cars, and then take you down the road to the gas station, have you wash everybody's car, right? But I'm not going to pay you to be responsible in your own fucking house. And then, worst part, you got some parents that just give the kids money because they breathe. No, I'm not gonna pay you to be responsible. You're gonna be responsible. And then I'm gonna show you how to be responsible with money at the same time. And the younger they are when you do this, when you take them shopping with your money and you show them how to buy clothes, you take them to invest with your money, and you show them how to move the market around, you show how the money increases, you show how much more things can be bought with the money, but you show them why you're not gonna buy anything with that money. You show them responsibility. You can have the kid. You can show the child drop shipping. Take him to the store, have him buy all the snacks that the family would eat, and then have him sell the snacks unit price to the people in the house and turn a profit off of that. Then you show him how to take that profit and reinvest by restocking the supply of snacks, and then taking the difference and putting it away into savings accounts and brokerage accounts. You can start up savings accounts and brokerage accounts with your kids as like Donald Trump at birth. And instead of giving these kids money for them to blow on they present, you can teach them before they find value in money how to invest that money so that they build a routine so that by the time they get old enough to be talking to their friends about this, that, and the third, you'd have taught them three things. One, you are not trying to impress society. Two, no matter how much they laugh, you are not supposed to talk about how much money you got in your bank account because they're going to try to take it from you. Three, you are not trying to dress like you got nothing because the more that you have, the more they're going to want from you. So your best bet is to keep it to yourself. The people that are worth being around you are going to respect you for who you are, not how much you have. Right. And then when you think about how you're going to school with the money that you work for and you're buying your lunch, they're on free lunch because their parents is on government funds. They're laughing at you because they got Jordans on and you bought your own clothes. They're laughing at you because of whatever you got going on. That's your style that you went to. So you bought your own school supplies. You know what I mean? By the time you 16, you driving your own car. They still catching a bus and walking shit. The gold chain around their neck and watching everything like that. The kids is gonna start saying, look, I ain't gotta show out for them. I ain't gotta show out for them. You catch the bus home every day. I drive. Why am I trying to impress you? You got Jordans on and I got a damn Lincoln outside. My Lincoln is in teacher parking. So why am I impressing you? You know what I mean? These are the things. Jake says, would you debate Myron Gaines? That's a funny question because why would I debate him? Why would I debate him? So one of the funniest things about Fresh and Fit, I got no beef with them. All of the men, well, not all of the men, a lot of the men have the same views that Myron has, just like the Whatever podcast. Now, on these podcasts, they put a group of women up there who are not going to speak logically. Sometimes Fresh and Fit might have one or two women that's logical. Sometimes the Whatever podcast might have one or two women that's logical. But the majority of the time, out of 10 women, at least 8 of them make no fucking sense. Now, the men in the room are going to take turns trying to make it make sense for the women in the room who are set in their ways, they are refusing to accept new knowledge and new information. They are refusing to change. They are refusing to learn, and they're going to justify and validate their position because they believe that they are bad bitches and they can get paid off of being irresponsible. But the older they get, the harder it is for them to live the life that they was living. Eventually, they're going to be lonely. Eventually, they're going to be wanting a man, and they're sitting in the room with multi-millionaires because Myron Gaines is like well over $8.5 million in revenue right now. That man been a multi-millionaire. What he started at 22, making 50 grand as a security guard, and he's like 36 right now. He like 5 years younger than me, and he $8.5 million, right? And he's sitting across the room from bitches that say that they want him. He's fucking 6'1", 6'2", $8.5 million. They want him. They want exactly him. He is the 1 percentile that they're looking for. And they don't want to do what he would prefer for them to do to be the woman that he would take. I'm not debating him. Are you asking me would I be willing to get on his show one day and talk to some of these other females that be fucking up the rotation? I could see myself doing that eventually. But also, from what I understand, that with that show, everybody pays their own way to get there. So I would have to put that in my budget to fly out there to wherever he's at, show up for the show. I'd have to take time out of my days, clear my schedule to make sure that I don't got other things that I got to rush back to so that I could be there on his show, so that I can sit there and talk to them about whatever it is that we're going to be talking about that day. But the dynamic is still going to be the same. Even if I showed up virtually, even if I was just an audio call, I mean, you know, I don't have a reason to debate Myron Gaines because you got to understand is that I don't have a reason to debate Andrew Tate. What they're saying is not wrong. Now, while their delivery is extremely harsh, and women are not going to like the way what these men say and how they say it, the fact is that um, what the men are saying is true. And I try my best not to be as harsh and disrespectful to by the female expectation to the delivery of what I have to say. But no, what they say do make a lot of sense. Now, I don't have to devalue the women and degrade the women the way Myron does in order to get my point across because I come from a more universal. So he might be a 10 on the scale of extreme from neutrality to extremist, and I might be like a 7 or 8 on that scale of extremists. So I still have a uniform position. I can make it make sense, but still 60% of the podcast is men because women don't agree with the things that I say. Because as soon as I start pointing out where the women are failing, they get off the show. I might have 20 or 30 women on the show out of a few 100,000 women or a few 100,000 men that'll be on the show. I might have 20 or 30 women on the show. And when they're on the show listening, as soon as I start talking about where the women start fucking up, the women go, oh, fuck this shit, I'm out. And they start walking away. If I popped up on a female's For You page and during the moment that I'm going on one of those rants about why women are not successful in their relationships, she pop up and it's gonna hurt her heart. She's gonna walk away. I've been lucky over the past few weeks that I haven't gotten any of my shows thumbs down by some of the women that hate men and hate what men have to say. But the truth of the matter is that you know the reason why people's lives, men and women alike, the reason why their lives are not going the way they want it to go is because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And speaking of, we just had a woman who just came up on a show and said that she was being a bad wife. Oh no, she said that she's mad that her husband says that he's not attracted to her anymore. Right now, that woman who's claiming that her husband believes that he's not attracted to her anymore, she wants him to tell her that he loves her and gives her validation and tell her why he loves her. Look, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do as a wife, what you're here because I pay for you. I've gotten used to it. Your presence is when you don't have a fucked up attitude is preferred, but it is not so much out of the ideology of love and more so out of the ideology of duty. You have been here for so long, it has become my duty to take care of you. It has become my duty to uh, 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 provide and give you the love and affection that you need, but I don't have to be in love with you to adhere to my duty to take care of the woman that I used to love, right? So one of the things that she complained about when we first listened to what she had to say was, he doesn't compliment her and tell her that she looks good. But she also says that she's bummy as fuck around the house. She understands that she let herself go. One of the things that a lot of men complain about, women complain about it from a different perspective, but men complain about this a lot. Women overly sexualize themselves as single women, then they want to continue overly sexualizing themselves in a relationship when they leave the house without their man. They do not want to dress modestly with their man, which makes them always advertising to new men. Now, at the house, women claim that they should be able to be comfortable at the house. So they're bummy as fuck at the house. Their hair is all over their head, bonnets on, hair roller hanging out of their head and everything, face all messed up, makeup missing, uh, clothes all raggedy on them and everything. The sweatpants or whatever, it's just completely unattractive, right? Because these are the clothes that I feel comfortable in, is what she's gonna say, right? When she wants to go outside and impress everybody except for her husband, she will put on tight outfits. She will put on really short skirts. She'll show some cleavage. She showed the monkey paw in the front. She showed the crack it up behind in the back. She put on the heels, shaved the legs, finally brush her teeth, put some breath mints in, use some Listerine, get that funky breath down, shave the mustache. You know what I mean? All of the stuff that needs to be done so that when she walk outside, that people outside of her house say, "Damn, she look gorgeous," right? But see, in the house, you ain't going nowhere for a few days, right? Your mustache starting to come through. Your hairy legs look like wildebeest. You ain't been to the gym. You don't work out. You don't run. You done put on a little bit of weight because not only are you not exercising, you're also eating more, right? So you went from having a six pack to having a beer belly, right? You know what I mean? So you've stopped doing the things that the man was attracted to. He ain't gonna leave you, but you are not doing what you was doing that made you get him. See, women don't have as much to do to keep their man as a man would have to do to keep his woman, right? Women only have to not be a pain in the ass and cooperate with the instructions that are given and just look the way that you look when we met. And we understand that age is going to take that away from you. We understand that. But if there was a sexy outfit that I liked when I met you that you can still fit, even if you get it in a bigger size, you wear those sexy outfits that attracted me to you in the house with me. You don't wear those sexy outfits that attracted me to you out of the house without me so that you can be attractive to other men. And then you look trashy in the house with me. That's not how you treat your husband. That's not how you treat your boyfriend. You want to do push-up bras and water bras and all this other stuff when you leave the house. But when you at the house, you don't even wear a bra. Got one titty hanging at your knees and the other one barely there. And I don't know what the fuck's going on. Orangutan titties. You sitting over here, you know what I mean? Saying, "Oh, well, I'm supposed to tell you that you're beautiful when you ugly as fuck," because you're comfortable at the house. But see, if you was outside looking like that, and then I fell for you looking like that outside, then that's the way I'd expect you to look at the house. But what women do is false advertisement. They doll themselves up, make themselves look overly attractive so that they can attract that man outside of the house. Then when they get the man to the house, they're a completely different person. 10 pounds of makeup, $500 worth of makeup come off their face. Their hair come out. It went from being Pocahontas down the back of their neck to barely touching their ears, the top of their ears. Some of these women that got hair sewed into their hair, I got longer hair than they do right now. You know what I mean? And they're not advertising who they really are, right? Michael said, "Put on that morning war paint." Trader says a better debate would be Xander with CGA. Who is CGA? Who is CGA? I probably would because they had one of them feminist shows that was up there trying to do a cover one day about um why something about marriage and why it wasn't good for men. And I had just covered that on my show, and they wanted me to guest star on their show, and then they changed their mind because they just could not fit. She wasn't willing to accept my availability. So I was looking at them like, you got to understand, like, yeah, marriage benefits women, it doesn't benefit men, right? Monogamy benefits women, it doesn't benefit men. And after we finished talking about that on this show, so they had asked me to go on another show. And then when I seen them air that exact show, they had quite a few men that talked on the show, but none of them brought um, the logic that I would have brought to that particular setup. But they did it as a slide kind of thing. So they interviewed a bunch of people. They didn't do like an open forum discussions like I do, and they took the highlights of what the men said and put it into like a 1 or 2 hour rollout where they asked him like 5 questions and just took the guy's answers and put them into a highlight reel of answers and made that the show where the podcast run by women had like 5 men answer the questions from the women. It wasn't really a debate, but had it been a debate, I'd have wrecked the whole world. They would have pulled me up on that bitch live. I'd have wrecked the whole world. We would we could have both went live at the same fucking time. I would have side by side. I would have had my show live and had their show live on another device, and we would have been live together. And I would have roasted the fuck out of that show because at the end of the day, it doesn't benefit me. It doesn't. But a long term commitment is only identified by marriage in normal society. That's not true, but that's how it's identified. When you're married, that signifies long term commitment. But the marriage doesn't benefit the man unless the woman doesn't have an income and she's considered a financial dependent and he can get 150% deductions off of the money that he makes. If she's got an income and he's got an income and they file joint, they're losing 50% of their tax deductions, their tax breaks. Because, okay, picture this, picture this, picture this, picture this. When you file single, for the brokerage accounts, for example, you file single, you got about $34,000 of tax breaks for the stocks that don't move, right? When you file head of household, you got 64,000, which is $30,000 more, right? So if you're head of household and she's single, y'all are $94,000. Now, if y'all are married, 97,400. Where did the benefit come from for getting married? If she's filing single and I'm filing head of household, right? And I'm getting the 64,000 and she getting the 34,000, and together, my 64 and her 34 is 98,000. But if we filed joint, 97,400, we lost money by filing together. Special shout out to Jamal O'Keel. Right now, take this for example: Social Security disability. He said, "I don't know who CGA is though. Tell me who CGA is, trader." He said, "Biden for 2028. Biden should be dead by 2028." But check this out though. Check this out though. The what was I saying? Social Security disability. Okay, so disability give each person $1,000, sometimes $2,000 if you got the work credits. Now, if y'all both individuals, you get max benefits. Y'all come together, you get 150%. You get a 50% cut by coming together. There's no reason for that. Y'all would benefit more by living together, common dwelling marriage kind of situation, and filing individual because you're going to get more deductions. One of y'all file from the post office box, the other one file from the house. Y'all get 100% of y'all benefits, and y'all pool that money together. You got 200% of the money that you would have had if you would have did it by yourself. So marriage doesn't benefit the family. It doesn't benefit the husband. It doesn't benefit the kids. It benefits the woman, right? Coach Greg Adams. Oh, okay, I gotta find Coach Greg Adams. I don't know what he be talking about. I gotta see what does Coach Greg Adams be talking about? Trader, let me know what Coach Greg Adams be talking about. But yeah, so take for example the child tax credits. The child tax credit benefits whoever's got the kids. Typically, the woman has the kids, but not because they're good at it. It's just because they take the kids from the dad. Now, just because recently Donald Trump is giving those tax credits to whoever's paying for child support, if the man can show proof that he is supporting the child, he gets tax credits. Right now, whatever she get got nothing to do with whatever he get because they're not taking the tax deductions from her because she should have done something for the kids. But if he can show that he's taking care of the kids, they're going to credit him, I do believe, between $2,500 and $5,000 a kid, right? Up to. And I don't know if that's a dollar for dollar deduction or if that's a percentage deduction, but there's a limit that you get for child care, right? For each kid, right? For the person that's paying child support, right? Now, the benefit of that is that if I'm putting $5,000 on the kid and Uncle Sam gonna give me back $5,000 for the kid, guess what I can do next year? Put $5,000 on the kid. Probably put $10,000 on the kid next time, right? Which actually, for those individuals that are already tied into a child support scenario, if you have a court order for child support, you have a document that shows that you're responsible for a certain quantity of money, which means you can show that to the government and get your tax deductions for the kids and then put that towards the child support order. But even still, even with all of that, um, men get deductions for dependents. The wife is a dependent and all of the kids are the dependents. But that only benefits if she's not working. If she's a working woman, she's not a dependent. She's a co-income. So if she's a co-income, you've got a co-income and the kids are dependents. So getting married don't benefit y'all. And then monogamy doesn't benefit men because men benefit from the multiple partners in order to have a larger legacy in the gene pool. So with monogamy, a man is exclusive to the one woman that is only willing to put out selectively to her personal preferences. And sometimes it is emotional abuse, is her personal preference. They don't just, it's not a free use scenario where the whole time you're in a relationship that you get to sleep with her whenever you want to. It is whenever she says that you can, right? That's an issue. Now, if she's not in a mood for 6 months, that means you're not getting none for 6 months, but you're not allowed to sleep with anybody else for that 6 months. Now, the man's ability to build a legacy is what he strives for in his relationship, and a woman's financial stability is what she strives for in a relationship. If she's getting the financial stability from the husband, there's absolutely no reason why he is limited in his ability to reproduce. So monogamy doesn't benefit because we've already talked about this before. There was a slave man that lived to be, I do believe, 130 years old, had 209 children over the course of his life. That is over 20 different women to have 209 children in 130 years. So for us to just say, well, we're going to have like 5 or 10 kids in over the course of our entire lives, even for those of us that are in our 30s and 40s, we start now and say we're going to have 10 kids over the next 10 years. That's probably going to be 5 or 6 women. Now, no Western woman is going to say, oh, yeah, you can have six other baby mamas because the average man can't afford to pay for one woman, right? Which is why monogamy is there so that she can keep all of his resources in one household. But if he was $100,000 or $1 million man, yeah, he would have a wife, a girlfriend with a girlfriend on the side kind of thing because he could afford to pay for 6 women. And the women wouldn't complain like Nick Cannon. Shacking up together. That's right, Michael. Speaking of marriage, Louis Farrakhan once said that marriage in the United States is pagan and not moral because God is not involved. The state is involved as a third party, and that's why most marriages fail in the United States. Now, look at how he came in an hour later and says something similar to what I said and hashtag Louis Farrakhan. Now, I told y'all because the woman was bitching about not getting married to her husband because her husband was saying that it wasn't the right time. And I was talking to y'all about how the man got to do all this stuff for the marriage. It ain't about getting married in the eyes of the Lord, because really, if y'all really wanted to get married, y'all can get married for free on in church on Sunday if you're doing it in the eyes of the Lord. And then y'all can just go get y'all some bubblegum rings for 25 cents. Y'all be married. If you're talking about doing it for the sake of religion and the soul and everything to that effect. But the legal identification of marriage, the state's involvement in marriage is $75 to $150 as the justice of the peace. But she's not doing it for that, because y'all could have got married. She could have took her paycheck and they could have went down to the courthouse and got married. She wants the wedding ceremony, and he did not have the money for the wedding ceremony, and she wasn't trying to get the money for the wedding ceremony. She wants him to do it, and if he doesn't do it, she's not satisfied. So it's not about getting married under the eyes of the Lord and intertwining our souls for all eternity. It was about having a wedding ceremony to impress all of her friends and family. And until she gets that, she's going to be dissatisfied. And because it's been 5 years into the relationship, if he doesn't do it soon, she's going to leave. So if you work on a job for 5 years and don't get a promotion, you quit. That's what she's saying. But that's not what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to find out from your employer why you're not getting that raise so that you can start performing better. And then we reevaluate this in 3 to 6 months. And if I'm doing better consistently, then I get that fucking raise. If he's saying what you're not doing, which is what she claimed, he was telling her exactly what she was doing wrong in the house, and she didn't take that as, these are the reasons why you're not getting married to me, because you're not cleaning the house the way the house needs to be clean. You're burning the food. You're not following instructions. All of the shit that I would want my wife to do, you're not doing that. That's why we're not married yet. You don't give a shit about the husband's poor health. He just came out of the hospital. His mom died. His sister died. He done buried two family members in the last 3 years. Y'all have been together for 5 years, and you mad at him because after he done buried two family members, you're mad at him for not having enough money for your wedding. Fuck that shit. I would have got rid of her ass. Michael said run. But y'all see, Jamal came an hour and some change later, said the exact same thing. These marriages are based off of, it's based off of human greed and desire. Marriage is a financial construct these days. It's not based off of religion. It's not whether or not you're Christian or Catholic, or Mormon, or whatever the case may be. It's based off of a financial agreement between two estates. And if in the event that both parties are not going to benefit from this agreement, you shouldn't get into it. And women don't like that. He said, CGA, unlock the mindset, discipline, and strategy every man needs to win in life, money, and relationships. He can come on my show. He can come on my show. Uh, I don't know if I'm going to debate people though, because see, debating, I understand what you're saying, that I should probably have a discussion with this guy, and I have no problem with that. But debating typically comes from two people not agreeing with something. And the debate is that you are going to argue or present your position, and then I'm going to argue or present my position, and then we're going to try to make it make sense. Usually, for people who don't have good communication skills, um, typically the debate starts off respectfully. And then throughout the debate, people start cutting each other off. People start rebuttaling quickly, waiting for the other person to finish so that they can dive in and chew up the other person without actually paying attention to the key points. And then it gets to a point in those live debates where they're really just devaluing each other instead of arguing or debating or deliberating the facts. And then when the show goes off the air, we like agree to disagree, but the problem never gets resolved. I don't mind debating, but if he is in fact talking about discipline and strategies that every man needs to win in life, including money and relationships, if he has the similar positive responses that I have, or if he has new, different solutions that I haven't thought of, I don't see myself disagreeing with that. But if he's going to be the one that says men should fold and give up everything and let the women take over, yeah, we'll have an argument going on, because I'm like, nah, fuck that. No person. Notice I started with person. No person should spend 75% of their life making their legacy. And then they have to split that legacy 50-50 to somebody who just showed up this year. I've been doing this for at least the last 25, 30 years. No woman can come and dive into my establishment and say, because I've been here for 2 or 5 years, that I'm entitled to half of everything you've built your whole life. No. And that's why I tell you guys about the girlfriend contract, that you make sure that she's signing contracts before she move in, that you're paying for room and board. You're not paying for equity stake in the house. You're renting the vehicles. You're not paying for equity stake in the cars. You're paying for the services on the phone. You're not paying for equity stake on the phone, right? Reimbursement contributions on food. You're not paying for equity in that neither. You know what I mean? You gotta be detailed about this stuff. Like whatever she puts up, if she puts anything up, does not at any point in time go towards financially investing in the lifestyle that I built. It is what it is. And outside of us building a separate trust, separate from the trust that I personally have for myself, outside of us building a separate trust together, that we go 50-50 on. Outside of that, that contract clearly states no. Everything else is off limits. Upon separation, I keep what I put into my own life, and you keep what you brought into my life. That's it. He said most Western women do that though. The Western women be reckless. They'll leave a man in a heartbeat, Stephen. They'll leave a man in a heartbeat. They don't do what it takes to be a wife, and if they don't get married, they'll leave. And some women will passive aggressively. The first thing that they'll do is they'll start talking to you sideways and start threatening emotional relationship. And oh well, if you don't do this and if you don't do that, then I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to do that. If I don't get the wedding, then you're not going to get food. If I'm not going to do if I don't get the marriage, then you're not going to get the intimacy. But it's psychological and emotional control over him. If she doesn't get what she wants, she will emotionally and physically shut off and keep him in a dead relationship until he does what she says. That's a hostile takeover. That's exactly what Donald Trump is doing to Iran right now. If you don't do what I say do, I am shutting you off. And that's not good in a relationship. It's not even good in politics right now. It's not good in a relationship. She is not supposed to stop being the woman that he found simply because she's not getting what she wants. She is always supposed to perform, even when she is not satisfied with the outcome, because he is always supposed to perform, even when he's not getting what he wants out of his woman. He is supposed to perform all the way to the mandatory proposal, all the way to the mandatory wedding, but she's not even being wife material as a girlfriend. So since he has to always perform, even if she's not performing the way she's supposed to perform as a wife, she's expected to perform, even if he's not performing the way he's supposed to perform as a husband. Notice how neutrality women are like, nah, fuck that shit. He ain't doing what he's supposed to do. He ain't getting no nookie. I'm gonna take these milk and cookies downstairs and let all the boys in the yard get some of this milkshake. If he ain't gonna do what he's supposed to do. That's what some of women gonna try to do. But if you hop on a plane and go to the east, and I ain't talking about East United States, I'm talking about Southeast Asia, you will find that those women will do exactly what you would expect a woman to do and then some, to the magnitude where you feel obligated to do more as a man to keep up with how much you're getting from them. And they don't even cost as much. Trevor says, I think you two would agree on most issues. He is over the idea of traditional marriage. I'm not over the idea of traditional marriage, so me and him might debate on that. I am over the idea that it benefits men, and I'm over the idea of trying to have a traditional marriage with a woman that is not a traditional woman. I am over the I mean, I we can have a contract marriage and people's well, yeah, you can't legally have a contract. Yeah, technically you can. You can have a contract about anything as long as your contract is about the division of assets. You can have a contract marriage, right? You're allowed to use X, Y, and Z assets that I have. I'm allowed to use X, Y, and Z assets that you have. We're going to combine certain assets in certain places, and that area is going to be the 50-50 division, but everything else is your stuff and my stuff is my stuff. We can have a contract marriage. But at the end of the day, the traditional old school marriage back in the day that the traditional woman qualified for, that's not how women behave today. Women, a lot of the women that are still single are not girlfriend material, which is why they're still single. They might find a man that they can settle for, and they're really not settling because that man is better than them, because no woman wants a man that's beneath her. Then they do not perform their wifely duties. So she wasn't girlfriend material when she got with the man. And the girlfriend is supposed to be date to marry. So you're in the training phase of becoming the wife. You're learning what the man wants and needs and performing that so that when you marry this man, you can do what he needs done as his wife. Women don't want to learn from men, and that means that whatever you got, whatever damaged goods that you got when she shows up, that's the damaged goods that you're marrying, because she's not going to improve throughout the dating phase. You guys are going to stop having sex after a while. You guys are going to stop having intimacy after a while. 5 or 10 years of being around one another, y'all just used to each other still being there. You don't really tell them to leave, but you wish they would go. And that's your relationship. Then you're supposed to get married to rekindle things. I'm not paying 5, 10, $15,000 to marry somebody that doesn't follow instructions. So on the first date, rule number one, you must follow instructions. We're not going to get to the second date if you don't follow instructions. It said he seems to have a contract on everything when it comes to women, including dating. Yes, yes. And you want to know why? Because everything in Western culture is transactional now. Everything in Western culture is transactional. Wow. Now, if you look on social media right now, you see the majority of the low income women that are sitting there looking overly attractive with their fake hair, fake nails, fake eyelashes, waist trainer, push up bra, water bra, pads, butt lifters, BBLs, and then the platform shoes. And they put all this extra money into looking a certain way so that they can then come and say, oh, well, if he wants these goodies, he's got to pay. If he don't put enough money on the table, then he don't get these goodies. So now all of a sudden women are teaching other women through this negative promotion, sex for money, and then women are going to reinforce this negative behavior. Yes, girl, tell him, girl, if he ain't shit, I don't want no scrub. He ain't getting none of this. If he don't do this, that, and the third, if he don't pay for this, that, and the third. So now they're setting the bar that in order for me to talk to you and get your phone number, I got to pay your rent. You're setting a bar that in order for me to find out who you are, I've got to feed you and your kids. They're setting a bar that in order for me to determine that you are the kind of person that I would want to be around, because you're not worth being here. You're just the kind of person that I want you to be around me, right? I have to invest in your life long enough for you to decide that you're going to allow me to keep investing in your life. Oh, fuck all that shit. There's a contract for this shit. There's a contract for this shit. Because breach of contract is where reimbursements come from. Because like you said, there's a contract. Yeah, there's a contract for everything. If you're agreeing to these terms and conditions going in, you're going to agree to the prenup. There's a contract for the engagement. The engagement is, the ring is not a gift. It is a conditional agreement. I am giving you, this is almost like a promissory note that I am guaranteedly going to marry you if you behave. If you don't, then the ring comes back. Leaving people on the altar at the wedding. Fuck that shit. This wedding is not optional. You are agreeing in a contract. It's almost like performing at WWE's WrestleMania. If your ass don't show, you fail to show, and there are penalties for your absence. You will have to reimburse me for the wedding because you wasn't here, or because it didn't happen. If I reserved a venue and you fucked up, since I gotta pay for the venue and you fucked up, that's it. You're out of the marriage. Reimburse me for the venue. Some people are gonna say, "Oh, yeah, it's fucked up." Blah blah blah. Look, in reality, everybody has to have something to gain, and everybody has to have something to lose in order for everybody to cooperate with each other. If you've got something to gain and I've got something to lose, you are not going to care about what you don't gain. I am not going to care about what I don't lose. I'm going to care about what I'm going to lose. You're going to care about what you're going to lose. But if you only have something to gain, nothing to lose, that's modern 2026 relationships. Women walk into the relationship with nothing. The clothes on their back and a bunch of debt, right? Because if a woman has her financial stability stable, that's when those modern women come with that. We don't need a man. So only when she needs a man does she have value in a man. It's supposed to go from needing a man to just wanting one because you don't need him financially. You want him here. But that's not their mentality. Hypergamy theory. The more financially successful she is, the less she has value in men. Right? Now, problem that we have now is if you're only here when you need me, you're not here when you want me. I have to invest in you, which is a loss that I got to take. And you get a gain while you're with me because whatever I'm paying for on your behalf, you don't have to pay for yourself. Now, what do I gain from having you here besides sex? Because women don't budget nothing, they don't balance anything, they don't fix anything, they don't want to cook or clean or organize something, they don't want to make sure that your uniforms are straightened out, they don't want to organize your calendar so that you can have availability or anything to that effect. You got to handle everything on your own, self-sufficiency, right? If she's self-sufficient for herself, you're self-sufficient for yourself, y'all fucking roommates, but you're funding her standard of living. She will do whatever her boss says because he pays her salary, but you do whatever she says because you pay her rent. How the fuck does that make sense? So yeah, there's a contract for everything. There's a contract for everything. Bro, at the end of the day, in order for both of us to feel like we reasonably got what we were supposed to get out of the situation, we have to really compare exactly what we're bringing to the table. What am I putting up versus what you're putting up? What losses am I going to take out of this? What losses you're going to take out of this? The division of assets. Because when you start talking about if we stay together for 10 years, you're going to take half of the shit that I work for. What did you invest in all the shit that you was using? Because if you driving my car, I'm paying for repairs, I'm paying for gas, I'm paying for insurance, I pay to update the registration, I'm paying. But when we break up, you take the car. You didn't even buy the car. You just used it. See what I'm saying? So yeah, there's supposed to be a contract for everything because that those contracts are legal binding documents that protects the person who owned the assets before the relationship started from losing those assets because the relationship ended. And men used to not think about that. But when you one of the reasons why CGA is against traditional marriages is going to be because of that exact same floor model. Is that I got to most men aren't taught financial responsibility. We learn it through trial and error. So from 18 to 30, maybe 35, if we started young, getting put out of our houses at 15, 16, 17 years old and figuring it out and living on our own, making that money on our own, right? Between 18 and 25, 35, 40, right? Somewhere between 35 and 45, we start getting our shit together, right? But we grind from 18 to 32, right? Now, 35, 36, 37 years old, we start changing things up because we realize certain shit that we was doing for the last 10 years ain't working. So we start changing things up. We start making better financial decisions. We start seeing how we can start building a legacy. Then we're probably going to put 5 or 10 years into this legacy, right? And then we're going to find somebody. Now we're in our fucking 40s, 45, 47. It might be longer than that. It might be 10, 15 years of us building a legacy. And then we find somebody 55, 60, 65, right? But now we're six figure son bitch, own our own shit, everything nice now, right? Stress is gone now, right? Savings is there, emergency funds is there, travel money is there. Now the woman walks up and she gets half of all of it. From birth to 50 or from birth to 60, everything that I worked for, you're gonna take half of that. And now I gotta start over and spend another 20 years trying to get it all back. No, no, contract that shit out because that prevents them from fucking you over. That prevents them from fucking you over. Let's touch base with the next one because I know we got a couple more.
My girlfriend fell asleep on call. She's literally my baby. She fell asleep while I was kissing her on call. I am so happy to spoil her so much. I am so happy that I get to love her and make her this happy. Seeing her happy in herself and from my acts makes me so happy and giggly. I love my girlfriend.
Well, your relationship is new. You give it a couple years, see if you still feel that way. They cute when they sleep, but when they awake, boy, it's like waking up a fucking dragon, bro. You seen that movie Cujo? That rabbit dog? That little motherfucker was cute when he was laying down asleep, but when that motherfucker wake up, boy. Trader says, I think that he believes that women only wait at the finish line and take the winners. But they do. Modern society women want a man that's the completed final package. That's why I said me and him wouldn't have much to talk about because I would agree with him. I might be able to emphasize from different angles that he hasn't come from, but it's true. Women do only wait for the finish line. A woman very rarely in 2026 will find a man with the potential to be somebody and aid him in being successful. Women will wait until the man is successful and then go and get with the man. So if I'm a $40,000 or $25,000, $30,000 man, I've got the business model to become a millionaire. He's not going to get with me because I got the business model to become a millionaire. But once I start crossing over 50, 75, $100,000, $250,000, and she starts seeing that I'm actually heading in the direction of a millionaire while being 2 to 3 times more successful than her, she'll start talking to me. Yeah, right. And if I was loud about my finances, where as I improved, I got a bigger house. As I improved, I got a newer, more expensive car. I went from clothes that you couldn't identify to branded clothes all over the place that you could see from across the room, the patch that says Louis Vuitton or the patch that says Calvin Klein or whatever the case may be. Then uh, the low financial income women would look at me and say, oh, he must have money because that outfit is expensive. They don't know how much expensive, but they know that that name brand is an expensive brand. They can't afford to get it on a regular basis, right? But see, um, the average multimillionaire, like we were talking about Myron Gaines. Y'all see Myron Gaines? That man be wearing jeans and a fucking hoodie, bro. Regular goddamn Vans. That man is not sitting there in a $10,000 three-piece suit. That man is not sitting there in expensive name brand clothes. It's regular shit. Why? Because millionaires know the value of clothes. I'm only going to wear what I need to wear when I need to wear it. I don't need to buy a $10,000 outfit because I'm an $8 million man. I just need to put some fucking clothes on, right? As long as it's clean. But yes, the average woman is primarily going to wait for the finished product. And a lot of women, oh, I don't want to raise no man. He should have been raised. I'm not his mama, blah, 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 blah. But some of the best women to be wives were the women that handled the estate on behalf of the man. So if you're not willing to handle the estate and handle it where the estate grows, not handle it where you can go shopping and spend $2,500 on your hair and go get you a G Wagon and take your girls who ain't got no car riding around in your car. They ain't even giving you no gas money. They're not gonna pay for the repairs. You're going on girls' trips that I gotta pay for and all of this other shit. Really, you're just looking for a sugar daddy. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for a financial stability, no responsibility, no accountability. They're gonna call that a relationship. That's not. I'm not okay with that. And that's going to be another reason why, as men, when we have those non-negotiable expectations for behavior, and we put our foot down on that, and we start saying, okay, first and foremost, like I tell you, top of the list, you need to say obedience at the top of the list because if you put obedience at the top of the list, 80% of women are going to walk away from that. and you're not being a deterrent to say that you're gonna bring toxicity to the relationship. But if you already know that you're gonna cooperate with her demands, she needs to cooperate with your demands. So if you say, hey, well, if I need a woman that's gonna follow my instructions, if she finds that in any way, shape, or form a red flag, she's a red flag. So you're dodging bullets there, right? You're dodging chaos down the line. She is not going to try to conquer you if she recognizes before she gets with you that you're looking for a woman that will follow you. You're not looking for a woman that will dominate you. You're not looking for a woman that will lead you. So if you're looking for a woman that will obey your commands, that will follow your instructions, that will do what you say do when you say do it to a reasonable degree, the same way you would do for her, not less, right? The same. Then at the end of the day, if she's not willing to do that, she's not worth you getting to number two on your list. It doesn't matter what if you have a list of 10, it doesn't matter if you have a list of 100. If she can't get past number one, she ain't worth your time. Because at the end of the day, that's going to be the woman that's going to argue with you about what you're going to do with your money. She's going to hold, in her mind, more authority over your car, your house. She's going to change the locks on your house and lock you out and got the pool boy sleeping on the couch. She's going to be doing shit to you because she has the self-conscious entitlement to believe that she can do that to you because y'all started under an understanding that she could be in charge of you and your estate. And that's not okay. She is only to the magnitude until you return in charge of your estate based on limited authority, freedom within limitations to take charge while you're not there. If she's going to be the boss of you while you're present, you just got conquered by another country. And there's no fucking reason why you should be in that kind of relationship. That is an unconditional surrender. So, yeah, women that want a finished product are not worth your time. Think about it like this. You buy your own car. If all your friends was walking, you buy your own car. Now all your friends is riding with you. Don't nobody help you fix the car. Don't nobody put gas in the car. Why are they going to wait to go places and do stuff with you until after you get a car? If y'all wasn't gonna chip in and help me get this motherfucker, y'all should be walking too. Shit. I made myself this successful. Y'all are not going to use me and ride my coattail simply because I finally made it to the next level. And men should have that same mentality with these women. The more financially successful you're going to get, the more resentful you're going to get towards women because the women didn't want you when you was broke. When you got money, they're going to come running up there because you got money and they're going to want to spend it. They'll sleep with you for it, but they're not willing to do what it takes to earn it. And the women that only come as a finished product are not worth your time. If they're not willing to build with you, they're not worth your time. He said, don't pet that cute dog. Women are like the guys who want to buy the winning ticket at the horse races after the race is over. They like the ones that show up for work when bonuses are being issued, but not the ones that put in the work to get the bonus in the beginning. They like the ones that show up when they hear the word free, but not willing to read the terms and conditions as to how you earn that free. They're not looking at opportunity costs, and a lot of men who are lonely, who are or compromised in their own personal lives, will accept lower value companionship just so that they're not alone. And then the problem that we have with that is that you're not being treated the way you deserve to be treated because you settled for less. And men already have to settle for less because we're not able to get a woman that we're equal to. A man that makes $100,000 a year is not going to be able to find a woman that makes 110, 120,000 a year. A man that makes $100,000 a year might find a woman that makes 55 or $60,000 a year. A man that makes $70,000 a year might find a woman that makes 40 or $50,000 a year. A man that makes 50,000 a year might find a woman that makes 20 or $30,000 a year. But a woman that makes $65,000 a year won't talk to a man that makes 50,000 a year, and a woman that makes 75,000 a year won't talk to a man that makes $30,000 a year. So you have to surpass her by leaps and bounds in order for her to call you her equal. That is some gender inequality. If it ain't like, think about it. Think about how fucked up that is. You have to surpass her leaps and bounds the same way black people had to surpass non-black people by leaps and bounds to be considered fucking equal. That wouldn't that be identified as oppression? I have to do 10 times more for you to call me your equal, but you don't have to perform and I'm supposed to call you my equal. What level of handicap did we start with that I had to go up 10 levels for you to call me your equal? And them 10 levels is 10 levels past you. It's not like I went from 20 grand to 50 grand and you 50 grand and now we're equal. I had to go from 50 grand to 70 grand and you 40 grand for us to be equal. Hypergamy theory. That shit don't make no sense. And I be quoting this shit on a regular basis. I quote this shit. Nurses is between 35 and 40,000 a year. These bitches go to college. They get $67,000 worth of student debt. Now they going to work at the local emergency room, and because they get to put on that nurse's outfit, they think they the shit. Now you work at a fast food restaurant. She gonna look at you like you're not shit. But the people that's working night shift at the fast food restaurant making $20,000 a year more than a nurse that works a night shift at the hospital, where the fast food restaurant in some hospitals is on the ground floor of the same hospital that she working in. So she don't go to the food court for the hospital. She go to your restaurant. That's how y'all met. So y'all work at the same fucking place. You make $20,000 a year more than her. You park your car in a better parking spot than she parked her car, right? But you ain't shit because your uniform got golden arches on it or a little redhead on it. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. It makes no sense because it's not just income, it's also status. It's also status. Fast food restaurant is a low status employment. But if you making 70,000, like a Waffle House is going to be a low status employment. But Waffle House night shift supervisors are making $72,000 a year. High school dropout. Waffle House does not have a education requirement. All you got to know is how to cook and deal with drunk people, and you can make 72,000 a year working overnight. I'm talking about 22, 25, $30 an hour. I was making it. That's how I know, right? So I can verify this. Not too many years ago, I was talking about $72,000, like right after COVID. I'm talking about like $72,000 a year, right? That you can make at a Waffle House, right? And these females don't care. The fact that you work at the Waffle House, you're low grade, you're low value to them, right? But if you drove up to that Waffle House with a Bentley, oh yeah, they'll talk to you then because you have the Bentley, right? They don't understand. If you're a garbage truck worker, you work for the city. They not really trying to talk to you because you don't have a prestigious job. You ride a bus, you work for the city. Bus drivers and garbage truck drivers make like 100 something $1,000 a year. They ain't worried about that. You got a dirty job. They'll fuck with you if you're a bartender because they'll get free drinks at the bar. Bartender's not a prestigious job. Bartender makes like 50,000 a year. Still making more than a nurse though, right? Still making more than the teacher, right? Teachers making 30 to 55,000 a year. Bartender making 65,000 a year on tips. All right. This is the reason why it is so hard in Western culture for you to find the right person because you're judged. They're gonna ask you what your first name is. Then they're gonna and that's only some of the time because a lot of times they don't give a fuck what your name is. The first question that come out of their mouth because you're gonna ask them what their name is. You're gonna volunteer your name, and then after that they're gonna ask you what do you do. You're going to say that you want to take them somewhere. They're going to ask you, where are you going to take them? You're going to ask them what you like. They're going to mention the most expensive stuff to go out on, five-star restaurant kind of shit. But they're not going to show you their value. And then they're going to put a massive ass price tag requirement on your performance in order for you to get to know who they are, in order for you to find out what her value is. This is before you even get to sleep with the girl. If you get to sleep with the girl, if you get to sleep with the girl, you spending a lot of money on the first 2, 3 days to get that way. It doesn't make sense. Imagine if everything, image is everything to some people. They are. And that's one of the reasons why the wealthy people tell you that in order for you to maintain your sovereignty, your image should be neutral. Your image should not be overly gaudy, overly loud, overly eccentric. You should not go from like a rags to riches mentality where you're going to go from wearing normal clothes to wearing all kinds of expensive stuff, because the more expensive you look, the more money people think you have, even if you don't have that. That's why people are fashionably rich but economically poor, like the kids with the prom thing, because you're wasting money on looking rich and you don't have enough money to pay your bills. But if you put your money in the right places, you will find that you will be rich, not need money, not have stress, and you will not be a target by society because you will still look normal. If I hit the lottery tomorrow, keep my job. I'm not changing shit. I'm not going to start buying a bunch of shit. I'm not going to upgrade all of my cars and get 2026s. I'm not going to go from having little to having a lot because I don't want nobody to know that I just got something, right? Fact is that if your bank account numbers get bigger, if you go from 3 digits to 7 digits in your bank account, but your house still look the same, your car still look the same, you still go to work on time every day. Only people who know that you got it are the people who cash the check. You and the bank teller. And if it was wire transferred into your account, the bank teller don't even know what's in there till they pull up your account. So if your image is neutral, she has to learn your character. She has to learn your personality. And that's one of the reasons why we were just talking about yesterday. Don't start the first date with money. Start the first date with stuff to do. If you ended up spending some money, it's a couple dollars here and there, but you start the first engagement with stuff to do. Because if it's not about the money, if it's not about how much money can I spend on the first date to impress you, if it's about what can we do together to enjoy our time, we are finding value in each other. You're not finding value in my money. And if she wants to do something expensive and she's going to pay for it, that's fine to a degree. Because again, remember what I told you guys before is that even if she is the one that is living for self gratification now, and I'm trying to do long term satisfaction, she's doing short term gratification. If she's in the moment willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on short term gratification, we're not going to be successful in the long run because every time she spends extra money on fun, I've got to spend extra money on stability, which takes away from the extra money that was supposed to go towards our future. That's not the way life is supposed to go. In order for nobody, no woman should be spending extra money on supporting her man when he's taking extra money to go to the club with his homeboys. No man should be spending extra money on his woman because she's taking extra money to go show out for her homegirls. Y'all are supposed to be working together so that y'all can stop, so that y'all can spend more time with each other after a while. You're supposed to reach a position in your life where you don't have to do this no more, right? You can quit your job, not because you can't work for them because you don't need to, right? And when you can't, you should have an out. There's never most of the people watching the show right now. If you think what is your exit plan for your employment, I already know Steven. He's going to college. His exit plan is the second job that he got. He's gonna make that his primary job. His current primary job is just gonna disappear. And then when he gets out of college, he's gonna trade from his primary job to whatever he does when he gets out of college. But he's transitioning from in-person presence for pay to in-person presence for pay. Michael's making money off of estate sales. So Michael's solution: go to another estate sale. He has to spend money to make money. Y'all watch me take dividends from my brokerage account and put it into a different stock on the live at the beginning of the show. I got paid while I was sitting in this chair, and I just invested my money into something else while I was sitting in this chair. I made money while I was sitting in this chair over the last 3 hours. The difference didn't matter where I was in the world. I still got paid. All I had to do was log into my computer, log into my cell phone. So when do you stop? And what is your exit plan from getting paid for your presence? What is your exit plan? And that like FX Trader, you asked me like what was a good question to ask these women on the first date, and that's a good question. You work every day on a 9 to 5 or a 9 to 7, whatever it is, whether it's a graveyard shift or early morning shift or whatever. What is your exit plan for retirement? What goals do you have, short term and long term goals that you have to phase yourself out of in person manual labor work? That's a good question to ask a woman. Besides marrying a man and riding his coattails, what plans do you have to phase yourself out of the workforce? Not too many people have an answer to that question. Men or women, not too many people have an answer to that question. A lot of the people that's watching the show right now do not have an answer to that question. Michael's already retired. He already knows the solution, but everybody else don't have an answer to that question. You will either quit today and live off of somebody who's willing to support you until you find another job, or you're going to stay on the job that you have until you can find another job to transition to. There is no plan to phase yourself out of the workforce right now. You might have a 20-year plan, but you don't have like over the next 5 years, I won't be doing this no more because this and this will be paying me to not do anything. Nobody's got that plan set up. But 6 months ago, I gave you 8 to 10 things every Tuesday that you could do on the computer while you're at the comfort of your own home with access to functioning internet to get paid off of your computer so that you wouldn't have to go into work every day. And one of the first things that you can do to transition out of the in person brick and mortar work field is to start getting paid for your own work off of your own electronic devices where you are your own boss. That's the first step in retirement, is to remove yourself from working for somebody else. And the second step is to remove yourself from working for yourself by hiring other people to do the work for you. And then the alternative is invest a bunch of money in brokerage accounts and then just get paid off of that. So when people don't have solutions to change, they end up stuck doing the same. And then you find out 10 years later, I've been doing this for so long, I'm a pro at it. Now you're proud of it because I self identify as being one of the senior employees in my company. I'm a senior employee. That's my status. That's my identity. Right. But again, you can get fired tomorrow. What is your plan to phase out? Y'all got to think about that. All right, let's move on to the next one because we got a couple more.
I just witnessed the saddest thing I've ever seen. Really messed me up. I don't know how to feel about it. While I was waiting for my laundry to dry, I went over to a McDonald's to get a snack. As I was sitting there eating, I noticed an elderly woman came in and started asking people for help. She clearly had dementia and she didn't know where she was. She kept saying she got turned around while she was gardening at her apartment. She was carrying a bucket with sticks and weeds and had a gardening outfit on. I watched her ask about 5 different people though if they could help her, but none of them could give less of a shit. Even the workers there at the restaurant. After seeing this horrid example of humanity, I went over to her and called 911 and waited with her until EMS arrived. I just keep thinking that if it wasn't for me, she would still be wandering the streets asking for help and getting further away from where she needs to be in a safe place. I also thought about my mom and if she would ever have this problem. It made me so sad. What the fuck is wrong with humanity? Everyone just cares about their own shit and doesn't have time for anyone else. I'm really sad right now. I hope that elderly woman gets the help she needs. It was really hard to watch.
Everybody's not that way. Not everybody is in a position where they don't give a shit. Men stopped doing it because men kept getting in trouble for doing it. When a man put themselves in a position to help a stranger, that is a woman, a lot of the women shame and shun the man and scrutinize the man because they believe that that man put himself in a position to help her due to an ulterior motive to sleep with her. A lot of women have shamed chivalry till chivalry died. If me being nice to you is an ulterior motive, I will no longer be nice to you. If me sacrificing myself for you is an ulterior motive, I will no longer sacrifice myself for you. Um, a lot of the times when a man goes out there and helps a woman, especially when he has to put his hands on her to help her, if he touches her in the wrong spot, he saved her life, but she sued him because he had to put his hands in a specific location that he had no choice. Had it been a man, it would have been like, thank you for saving my life. But because of a woman, oh my God, I am violated. If he would not have helped you, you would have been dead. You wouldn't have been worried about being violated. It wasn't his ulterior motive to cop a feel while saving your life at the same time. It was his ulterior motive to save your life. So because men get sued, men get put in jail, men get beat up because of how the woman projected the man's actions, not because of what the man did, men stop trying. Now a man will watch a woman push a car up the street because if he got out to help her, somebody would swear to God that he was doing it to look at her butt while she was pushing the car. Men stop trying. Then you got to think about societally. Women don't value men, period. In Western culture, women do not value men. So the stranger that you don't know that you expect to come and help you when you're in trouble, that is a man, are supposed to be the same strangers that you're supposed to give unconditional, mutual respect. Hello, good morning, thank you. You're supposed to be. You look nice. You know, you're supposed to compliment these men. I appreciate you for being here because if the shit went down, you would put your life on the line for me. These women don't do that. I gotta put on some damn camouflage for you to tell me thank you for your service. But on God, the average man, whether they believe it or not, have a natural instinct to put themselves in danger when women and children are in danger. And as a result, all women in every country around the world should put it in their mind to show some type of unnecessary gratitude and appreciation for the man just because he is there. And the reason why is because that man is going to put an unnecessary quantity of effort into keeping your ass safe before he even knows who the fuck you are. And since that is how we were raised by our mothers, that is how we are raised by our society, that is what we are expected to do culturally. Women are supposed to protect the protectors so that the protector can protect them. You train the soldiers so that the soldiers fight well. You heal them when they get hurt. When your boxers get out there and box for you, your cut man get out there and take care of them, keep them in the fight. You nurse them back to health. Then you train them so that they can get into another fight. You don't just leave them out there to suffer, right? In order for your protectors to succeed in protecting you, you got to follow the instructions of the protector. Now, again, we're back to the obedience thing because even Donald Trump, y'all seen the shootout that happened during that dinner. You seen President Vance got snatched up from the table first. Vice President had two grown men pick him up by the shoulders and picked him up out the chair and drug him out of the room. These are some of the most powerful people in the country. No questions were asked. Come on, let's go. That's it. You can't stay here anymore. That's it. Do you think either one of those men said, oh, you can't tell me what to do? I'm the president or I'm the vice president. No. Soon as those men walked in and said, you can't stay here anymore, Mr. President. All right, let's go. That's it. That's a $4+ billion man. And the people who are assigned to protect him tells him when to walk into a room and when not to walk into a room, when to stay and when to leave, when to get down, when to stand up, when to start talking and when to stop talking. But a $30,000 a year woman, a $5,000 a year woman won't let a man tell her shit. She's her own person. But if he's supposed to be protecting you, sweetheart, he's supposed to be able to tell you when to do and when not to do. Because in order for him to protect you, he has to put you in the right place for him to be your shield. Right? And then he can't protect you if he's fighting with you. So now he's got friendly fire because instead of y'all working together as a team, he's got to defeat you so that he can defeat your attacker. What kind of bullshit is that? You're putting him in a compromising position. Then if he say, fuck it, protect yourself, now he ain't shit. No, that's not it. You wasn't being the wife material that he needed. He should have replaced you, but he didn't. That's the reason why the situation went the way it went. Not a lot of people want to hear that though, but that's the truth. All right, let's touch base on another one. I know we got a couple more. I keep saying that. The list looks long.
Wife passed away yesterday, and I don't know where to go from here. My wife died suddenly from an aneurysm yesterday. It was quick, so much so we didn't have a chance to say goodbye. She was there 1 minute scoring plexiglass for a project, and then suddenly on the floor. I called ambulance, and they declared her dead at hospital. They gave me a few days to get her affairs in order. Since it's the weekend, I know she wants to be cremated against her family's wishes, and to be buried in Ireland, where her grandparents were from, or Scotland, where I'm from, and in our family grounds. We're both in our mid-40s, so neither of us had really planned anything for it. She doesn't have a will, nor does her family have anything held for her. It was just far too quick. I appreciate any advice you can offer, especially if you've been through a similar situation.
Okay. I've had a family member die on me suddenly, once before, and I can tell you, it's hard. It's not easy. But what I can tell you is that you got to keep going every day. If you knew that there was things that she wanted you to do them. That's what you do. Special shout out to IP8. If you know that there's something that she wanted you to do, you do it. You don't give a damn what her family said. You do it. All right, that's your wife. You was married to her. You have priority over what happens to her after the fact. Sign out her body, cremate it the way she wanted it done. If they don't want to talk to you after that, fuck them. That saves you the stress. At least, and I know that some people gonna say, "Oh, this is heartless to say," but no, I'm gonna say it. Look, she was minding her own business, enjoying herself with the work that she was doing, and she had an aneurysm. She wasn't fussing and arguing with you because I was sitting over here thinking that she was teed off and she was cussing you out. And she had an aneurysm and died. I would have had a lot of negative things to say, but no, she was minding her business. She was doing what she was doing, and it just happened. Right? Y'all wasn't fussing and arguing. Y'all wasn't on bad terms. It just happened. Right? You ain't got no regret. You're not harboring no guilt. It just happened. Right? She's not supposed to have nothing. Most women don't have shit. Most women only have what they get from divorce. So there isn't nothing for you to inherit. But if she wanted to go to Ireland or Scotland, you can do both. You can cremate her, put her into an urn, take half of the urn to Ireland, take the other half of the urn to Scotland, dump her in certain stuff. You could put half of her body into your burial plot. That way, y'all gonna be buried together, and then put the other half of it over there, her family grave and stuff like that. And fuck the funeral. If her family want to do a funeral, let them do a funeral. You burn the body and take the body with you. If they want to have a closed casket and do some stupid shit, let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. Because you got to understand, what a lot of people do is they want to take control after the person then died, and they want to do all this extra shit. Then they want to put you on the back burner when you the authority. If they want to hold a ceremony for her, that ain't got shit to do with you taking the body with you. They can do a closed casket. They can do the memorization. They can do the wake. They can do all this other stuff. If they want to bury the closed casket in the ground and go through the motions and this, that, they can do all that stuff. But you check the body out the hospital, take it somewhere, melt it down, put it into a jar, put it into a backpack, put that backpack on the next flight to wherever the fuck she said, drop her off at, and that's where you drop her off at. That's what you do. These things is hard. They're gonna be fussing and cussing. As soon as they find out that you checked the body out, they're gonna be fussing and cussing at you. How dare you? Well, that was my wife. It was your daughter, but it was my wife. And when she became my wife, I gained authority. So you dictate what happens to your unmarried children, and I dictate what happens to my wife. That's what's gonna happen here. Right? So you don't let them change what you're gonna do. Now, what most men do when their wife dies is that they never marry again. A lot of men will stay single forever. right? Especially in your 40s, you're probably gonna stay single forever. You're gonna be mourning this wife thing for another 10 or 15 years. My advice to you on that: travel, travel. Especially since you're gonna be taking her with you. Travel, travel. Go to all the places with the. Put her in the urn and go to all the places with her in the urn that you couldn't go with her while you was alive, and then spread her ashes wherever you're gonna spread her ashes. That would be the best way to go. Because at the end of the day, if you're not here, who's going to argue with you about what you're doing with the body? You already burned that bitch. They said that they're going to give you to the end of the week to get the shit. All right, we got the end of the week. I got $5,000 or $6,000 sitting in the bank. Let me go ahead and burn this bitch, put it into the jar, and then take her. I'm not going to tell nobody what I'm doing. I'm not going to call nobody. Since I'm her nearest, next to kin emergency contact, they're not going to call you and tell you that I checked the body out. What's going to happen is that when y'all decide to plan the funeral, y'all find out ain't nobody for the funeral. When y'all go to call me, my phone is turned off. I'm grieving. I done hopped on the next flight out and I'm gone with whatever fit in this jar. And everywhere I was going to go with my wife, I sprinkle a little bit on the ground. I'd have fucked around and had my wife in 32 countries. I'd have been gone. I'd have been on. I'd have been on a world tour. I'd have been sprinkle my wife in 32 countries. I'd have been all over the place. She wanted to go to Ireland. She wanted to go to Switzerland. I wanted to take her to Spain. I wanted to take her here. I wanted to take her there. Oh, we in the water. Let's go over here by the river, the Niagara Falls. I want to take her up to this mountain. We gonna sprinkle some of her over here in this mountain over here. You know what I mean? We wanted to catch a plane. I'm gonna sprinkle her in the skies. Somebody gonna get some dust in their face one day. She's gonna be sprinkled in the sky. You know what I mean? The fucking around be at WrestleMania with Paul Bearer, and they're gonna be thinking, "Oh, this man is doing it too much." No, she wanted to go to WrestleMania, and so did I. So this, my wife is in the jar. We got two seats, one for me and one for my wife. We doing it all. We doing it all. I'm gonna spend the next 5 or 10 years living the life with this urn that I could not live when my wife was alive, and when I run out of ashes, then I'll come back home. That's that's what we gonna do. They gonna be sitting here like this man tripping. This man tripping. And since this is the one that you were supposed to spend the rest of your life with, you not gonna give a fuck no way. I don't care what females think about me now. I'm traveling the world with my wife. Life in a jar. She's over here to this hot chick coming over here trying to talk to me. I'm sorry, I'm married. Oh, where's your wife? Right here. Right here in the jar. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. We having fun. Let me get another Mai Tai. This the best part of the marriage because my wife don't talk back. That's right. He said, "Live your life, my G." That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Yeah, you gotta find. You got. But I just asked y'all what was the exit plan. I see Sterling over there. How you doing, Sterling? They do that when they trolling the podcast, but um, I gotta verify that you're over the age of 18 and you're being appropriate, bro. I don't just throw people up there on the podcast. So, because I know they got a lot of people that like to troll, especially some of y'all young bucks. So I see you there, though, Sterling. Now, let's go ahead and touch base with the other one.
I am a terrible wife, I know. I need to get this off my chest. My husband and I have been married for 9 years. We had been friends before for a long time and really had a great relationship. We loved serving each other and putting each other first. We went through some tough situations, death of family members, 7 years of infertility, etc., but always loved each other through it all. I miraculously got pregnant and we were enthralled. Then I got pregnant quickly after, and we were more enthralled. During my second pregnancy, I found a lump, and it turned out to be an aggressive breast cancer. I had to do chemo while pregnant, chemo starting 2 weeks postpartum, a double mastectomy, and now another year of chemo. It has wrecked my ability to manage my emotions. I manage the children well, but anything else is a lot for me. I've been so angry and depressed. I was on high-dose steroids for a while because I had an anaphylactic reaction to one chemo, and that really messed with me. I get so volatile after each chemo treatment, And I know it's changing my hormones because I'm now in menopause. I'm young, nowhere near that. I'm lashing out at my husband, and he lashes out at me. I'm in therapy to control my temper and help manage things, but I keep failing. We're hitting new levels of abuse, and it seems irreparable. I've tried therapy. I can't quit the meds that make me loopy. I don't know what else to do. We will try couples therapy, but I have no hope. What else can I possibly do to be a more sane and supportive wife?
All right. Real quick, I'm gonna put up Sterling. I hopefully behave. uh,
I'm gonna be on my
what do you
best
got
behavior.
for me, Sterling?
Well, I got all my clothes on and I plan on keeping it that way. So
Oh
don't.
no, it's okay. No, no, no.
Yeah,
I done had a few people over the
yeah.
past couple weeks that came over here and had some butt cheeks on and all kind of
I
wild
know.
stuff. So I just let them know, hey, I'm gonna take y'all up here, but
I
just
understand.
don't do nothing reckless for me. What you got for me tonight?
Well, I just searched. I want to tell you how I found your channel. I just opened it, searched it in YouTube, and I changed my filter to live. And I think that's. I don't know much about. Um, I heard you talking about. Did your wife pass, or was that a hypothetical? I just joined.
No, actually, I had a family member pass, but it wasn't a wife,
Okay,
but
I'm sorry.
it was a sudden death.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's okay. Well, it happened in 2015, so it wasn't recent. But I know what it was like because the one of the comments on the show was a man who had just lost his wife, and the family was wilding out about it because the wife wanted to be cremated, and the rest of the family wanted to do a standard burial, and like the husband didn't know what to do about it. And I had the similar experience because I had a family member. It was actually my mom actually, and she wanted to be cremated, and they wanted to do the burial thing. She ended up getting cremated, but it was a big family feud about the situation. And the only thing I can tell them is that you do what your wife told you to do because I mean that they weren't there and you're the closest person to her, so you want to stand on what your wife told you to do. Stand on pride. Don't fold for the rest of the people in the family. That's where we got from that.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, you did the right thing. Um, do you have a preference, or how would you like to go out? Would you like to be cremated, or
Me, there's a lot. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some people find it funny, but I wanted to go out in the most Paul Walker sort of way as an organ donor with no organs left to donate. I want to go out in a blaze of glory,
oh
big
wow,
explosion kind of situation, nothing left kind of situation, instantaneous scenario. Um, but when we start thinking about natural causes kind of scenario, um, I don't actually have a preference, but cremation is the most effective way to do things these days because burial plots that you got to lease for extended periods of time and pay for maintenance and stuff to that effect is cost that's unnecessary to the living family. And then the service is for the people, and that's a waste of money. But if the people want to pay for it, that's fine. But I'm not going to ask for that. I personally believe that if I did good in my life, that people should be celebrating my life, not mourning my death, and take the things that I have taught people because my legacy should be the success of the people around me and teach that to everybody else around them and pass that forward. Where for generations to come, people will never forget Xander from this and that because I talked about everything about making, saving, investing money, and building your life for a better life. And if they take that and improve their lives, then they can say that our life is better now because of this guy over here. And if hundreds of people want to come together and show appreciation because their life improved because of me, then that's fine. But me personally, I'm dead. I don't care. I have a
right?
trust set up so that where everything is supposed to go, it will go. But outside of that, I don't really care how I go out. But I think that it would be cheaper to be cremated. I don't even think that it's a good idea to donate my body to science. I think that it would just like burn it. If I don't uh, uh, end up in some kind of random explosion as the cause of death, I definitely would prefer to be torched after death. No
And
remains.
so you wouldn't want to donate your organs once you're dead. Why is that?
I'm already an organ donor, but I would prefer to have the kind of death where there's nothing left to salvage.
Okay, gotcha.
So my logic is unorthodox, and the reason being is because I want to live the kind of life that I don't know if you've ever seen Blacklist on Netflix. Raymond Reddington last season. He lived one of the best lives that he could possibly live, and he died being trampled by a bull. The reason why I talk about this is that the living your life to the fullest allows for you to do things that almost nobody else thought possible because your freedom is only limited by your own personal restrictions and what the people around you stop you from doing. Right. So our as Americans, our constitutional freedom to do the things that we want to do, as long as we don't negatively cause harm to people around us, is only limited by what people tell us that we can't do when we listen to them. Because I can do that because I'm not doing you nothing. You just don't like the fact that I'm doing that. Now, everything that I can possibly do in life that could potentially lead to something that could cause me to die, right? We start thinking about that. Fast cars, planes, trains, swimming with sharks, whatever the case may be. If I'm living my life to the fullest, then burning the candle at both ends, there should be nothing left of me. I should have done it all. I should have done it all to the magnitude where there's nothing left for me. And if I'm living a life to the fullest and I'm living old ages like Joe Biden ages and stuff to that effect, there's nothing of value of me because everything is shriveled up and ready to be tossed away anyway. So, what if I was to pass at 41, 42, 43 years old and I'm still in one piece? Oh yeah, I'm an organ donor. But I mean, if I'm living life to the fullest and my cause of death is based on the decisions that I made, where it's not a natural death, then I'm pretty sure that there are no organs left to salvage.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And I heard you say something earlier. I think you said something like 5 or 6 grand. Was that for being cremated or being buried?
Um, the actually funerals are charging, depending on where you're at. Funerals are charging something close to $10,000 for funeral services. Some places are charging less than that. Most of it is because you're spending 5 or 6 grand for a coffin. And then you're paying for the service at the funeral home or the facility where you're doing a wake or whatever at the church, whatever the case may be. Um, Somewhere between $2,500 and $3,000 cremation depends on where you're going to get the cremation at. Um, but um, Several hours ago when we were talking about this, I was talking about how funerals can cost as much as cheap weddings. And the reason why we were talking about that was because there was another person that was on the show earlier who talked about how his wife and his mother had passed. His girlfriend wanted him to marry her, and she wanted him to propose to her, and she wanted him to do all of this stuff with the wedding thing. But it's like, look, over the 5 years of your relationship, the dude buried his mom, buried his sister, and had a major operation, and all three of those things cost as much as a fucking wedding, and it makes no sense that she is more focused on the wedding itself that would cost as much as the two funerals and a major operation instead of the actual psychological and emotional joining of one another, which could have been done with the justice of the peace with less than 150 to $75, or in a church on a Sunday for free. You know, a marriage contract for free with $350 with an attorney to sign off on, a $10 at an Amscot with a notary. Like there was ways that you guys could join together psychologically and emotionally. But the whole like wedding reception thing that she really was demanding, the process of was unnecessary and financially irresponsible of her, especially since her boyfriend has had three major life changes in the 5 years of their relationship within the last 2 years of this year. So over the past 5 years, the 3 years ago something bad happened, 2 years ago something bad happened, last year something bad happened, and now she's still complaining about how they're not married. And he keeps saying it's not the right time. It ain't the right time.
What a mess. Because I feel like people are getting married later and later in life. That's happening here in the States because of a lot of reasons. I feel like people aren't buying houses and aren't getting married until I saw a study that said that the average person is 40 years old before they buy their first home now, and that home
Yeah,
costs between $400 and $500,000.
yeah. California, Florida, New York, Texas. Yes.
Well, no, this was the average in the United States.
Oh no, I agree with you. Yes, but when you're
Oh,
saying $400,000, I'm naming certain states that are guaranteedly that price. But there are other places that are a little bit cheaper than that.
right,
But the,
right,
the, the 3 and 4 bedroom homes are between 350 and $500,000 in most states.
indeed. And so and then when you couple that with the interest rates on homes, where I think it's like 6.8% or something crazy like that. I'm not even sure.
Well, yes, it is. It's 6.9% right now.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And I feel like people, and also like student loan debt. I feel like a lot of people who have student are busy, and that contributes to it as well.
Well, you're though that's really one of the reasons why people don't get homes because your student loan debt is factored into your debt to income. Credit card debt is factored into your debt to income. And then they look at your mortgage, they look at the taxation you're going to have, property insurance that you're going to have to pay for, that's mandatory for the loan. And then they determine how much your monthly payments are going to be based on your income versus how much your monthly payments on all of your debt, assuming that you were paying your debt. Even if you're not, even if your student loans are deferred, they would do a fictitious amount of how much you would be paying for. And then they would determine that you can't afford the loan, so they won't give you a loan. And that's one of the reasons why people are in their 30s, well, not 30s, they're in 40s and 50s because they did something to pay down a lot of their debt, got their student loans paid off, or their student loans have been deferred for so long that it is guaranteedly understood that they're not being paid. They're not going to be paid, which doesn't allow that to be factored into the determination of the mortgage. And then like you were talking about with the interest rates, monthly payments on a 500,000 or $750,000 house is going to be upward of $3,000 a month, and that's why I was naming places like California, Florida, New York, Texas, because the rent is going to be about the same price, uh, but people don't save because you're going to need like 3 to 10% of the value of the house. So if the house
Right.
is $500,000, it'll be 50 grand. Nobody has 50 grand.
Exactly.
And I know we talked about this on the show quite a few times since I've been seeing it on social media that like the financially challenged people in low income neighborhoods spend all this money on everybody's prom this year, and that money was a down payment on the house. Where if you're paying $1,500 to $2,000 a month for the rent, you could have been paying $1,500 to $2,000 for a 3 or 4 bedroom house and put that 25 or 30 grand on a house. And now you got a 30-year fixed mortgage. Instead of worrying about the landlord putting you out, you got a guaranteed home if you're going to pay your bills every month. If people are financially irresponsible, and that compromises their future. And then marriage is happening later in life because we can't afford it. It used to be like a dowry system, either the mother or not the mother, either the father of the son or the father of the daughter would pay for the wedding. So the husband and wife would not pay for the wedding, which is one of the reasons why back in the day we would get blessings from our ancestors. If mom and dad says it's okay, they're going to pay for the wedding. Now, since I'm my own person after I'm 16, you can't tell me what to do after I'm 17. Mom and dad's not paying for the marriage because I'm not asking them for their blessing. I'm not even going to tell them sometimes that I'm getting married. They might find out through the grapevine and show up at the wedding. But who's paying for the wedding? The husband. The Not the husband's father, not the husband's grandfather, the husband. So now the husband, and we've talked about this on the show quite a few times. From the first date, I'm spending all this money to impress you so that you can stay. Then you're going to live with me, and now I got to take care of you. Then I got to spend extra money so that I can get you an engagement ring. Standard is supposed to be a third of my income. So if I'm, $50 or $60,000, that's like $20,000 ring. Nobody should be paying that much for a freaking ring. Then you want the engagement ceremony where I got to do this lavish proposal thing, and that's going to cost some money. Then you're going to want me to pay for the wedding, and some women are not cheap about their wedding. They've got this dream wedding that it costs more than a Tesla, it costs more than a Cybertruck. And I'm sitting over here looking at them like, why do you want all of this for a 12-hour day to impress your friends? That thrill is only going to last you 3 days, and then after that, you're going to be every other married wife, pissed off at your husband. But you just spent 50 to $100,000 for the husband spent 50 to $100,000, and you see these bridezilla things that's going on where the wives are um in situations where they're pissed off and they're telling the husbands what they will and will not tolerate for the wedding, but the wife isn't even paying for the wedding. The husband is paying for the wedding. So she's telling him how she wants things with his money, and he has to give her everything that she wants because this is going to impress her friends. This is her ego and her reputation on the line. So the whole dynamic of marriage, and I talked about this for a while during tonight's show, does not benefit the man at all because everything that he saved is going towards this one event. And then the next 10, 20, 30 years, in modern society, 2 to 5 years before the divorce, after it goes south, then we get divorced. Whatever's left, she's going to take half of that. But it took my whole life to get here as a man, and we're not going to get the the men don't get the ability to have the legacy that we want because we're limited to the one woman. If she doesn't want to, it doesn't happen. And you know, if she's abortion style, we don't have a legacy, contraceptives, all this other stuff. She's just not into it, right? So, and then we can't get another woman on the side because in Western culture we have to be stuck with the one woman, right? So the man's legacy is limited to the desires of the woman. The man's income is limited to the desires of the woman. The the man has no say in anything once the woman gets involved. And I'm like, this is reckless. And we choose this. And I'm like, man, as men, we need to change that dynamic and we need to put ourselves in a position where everybody is getting something out of the deal. It has to, in order for you to say that it is we equal, we have to either be equally satisfied about the outcome or equally dissatisfied about the outcome. But there's no reason why one of us is happy and the other one is not. And it's always happy wife, happy life, not happy husband. But happy husband's paying for everything, but it's happy wife. That's servitude. That's indentured servitude, and that makes absolutely no sense. What's your take on it?
Yeah, and it certainly sets a bad precedent, you know, for your marriage. Like if you start off the wedding with the bridezilla and you cater to her every little need, like what's the rest of y'all's life going to be like? Or like you
Hell,
said, the rest of y'all's 2 to 5 years, you know? Um, yeah, but you know, I agree with like not having a side piece. You know, I don't know if that's just a Eastern or Western thing, but like, yeah, I agree. Like if you made a promise to somebody in front of your mama who was sitting on the front row, you know, just for example, like you know, you made a promise in front of your whole family, you know, and to go back on that, no, I couldn't do it.
but see, you're coming from the mentality of
You know,
deception.
being
I'm
honest,
coming
yeah.
from I'm coming from the mentality of she failed to perform as a wife.
How,
I'm not
how,
coming from deception. I'm saying that you as a man are not getting your needs met. Whatever it is that you would have expected your wife to do, she's not doing it. You're emotionally deprived, you're physically deprived, you're stressed out, you're financially deprived because she's taking more money out of your estate than what you would have expected to do things that doesn't benefit the household, that doesn't benefit you, and now you're frustrated. In these situations, men do not replace their wife. They get another wife or a girlfriend that does what the primary wife is not willing to do. Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, you stepped out on your wife. That's not good. You should stick with the one woman and try to work it out. But the reason why the man left in the first place was because the original wife was not performing as a wife. Now, yes, it is partially the man's fault because he picked the wrong woman. You can't touch your wife with a moonstone and turn her into a Raichu. It doesn't work that way. She's not going to morph into a better person when you marry her. If she wasn't a girlfriend material when you started dating her and you married her just because she got pregnant, she wasn't girlfriend material and she wasn't wife material. So she's not wife material after you married her. So what you have now is a problem that is collateral damage. But the whole dynamic of what I'm talking about here is if she guaranteed you to make sure that all of your needs was met as a husband and she decides that she doesn't want to meet those needs now, then she has to provide some kind of subsidy because men bond with physical connection. Women bond with emotional connection. A woman can get emotional connection from the guy at the Books a Million. A man can't get physical connection from the woman at Walmart. So if the woman is not willing to give the man the physical connection, then he's got to deal with self gratification or become a monk. Now he's deprived and he has to stay deprived until the woman decides to show up. This isn't a free use situation. It is at her discretion situation. But see, the woman gets into the relationship for financial security. The financial security is guaranteed. The emotional security for the man is not guaranteed. The physical connection for the man is not guaranteed. It is conditional to his obedience of the woman. So he pays for her standard of living. And if he does what she says, she gives him the emotional connection that he's looking for. That's not acceptable. Now, what leads to happening is a second or third girlfriend because the woman that is willing to give you what you need does what the woman that you married doesn't give you. And that's why you have a wife at the house and a secretary at the office. And the secretary is keeping your wife happy for you. You got two women. You got the one on salary at the house and the one on salary at the job. People don't agree with that, but that's where that comes from. And typically, the second marriage is what? The man divorced his wife and married the secretary because a woman at the job was being a better wife than a woman at the house. We have in Western culture where women are willing to submit to their boss, but not their husband. They do what they're told by their job, 10, 15, $20 an hour, but not their husband, 75 to $100,000 a year paying for her whole standard of living. The reason why is because women have been taught to not value and respect their men, but you value and respect your master, which is your boss. That makes no sense because you can give your boss two middle fingers, quit your job and stay at home, and your husband will take care of all your needs. But you should not be treating your husband like he's garbage when your husband will cover you if you quit your job. But the average woman in today's society does not want a man if he quits his job. She won't take care of him. If she makes enough money to take care of two people, she no longer needs a man. But if a man makes enough money to take care of two people, he gets a wife. If he could take care of four people, he gets a wife and two kids. The mentality is not equality. The mentality is oppression. It is just reversed oppression. It went from men oppressing women back in the 30s to women oppressing men in 2026. And now when men speak up about that, men are shamed by that. I don't agree with the way the dynamic is. I just call out how it doesn't make sense. But when women talk to me about it and they try to make it make sense, they try to make it make sense like they're entitled to it from the past. They're entitled to it from because the fact that they have the capability to give birth, but they don't want to give birth. They try to justify it by the bad dudes that they choose. But the good dudes that will give them the world on a silver platter are the dudes they're supposed to do this for. And those are the dudes that they keep in the friend zone as best friends for life. But they date the dudes that are not worth their time, that is not what they need, that does not value them, and then they say that all men are garbage. That's not the dynamic. Now we also have the other thing that I talked about a few hours ago is that a lot of women will be in a relationship with a dude, dominate the man, lose attraction for the man because they want a leader. He stops leading and starts following her lead. She stops being interested in him and then she goes and finds another man. The reason why women are not able to be happy is because they step out of their role, they step into the man's role, then they get mad because they're doing all the work. That's because he loved you so much, he backed down so that you could be in charge because that's where you made it seem like you wanted to be, but you didn't want to be in charge. What you wanted to do was test his nuts and see if he would put you back in your place where you're supposed to be, and he shouldn't have had to do that. You shouldn't have been a supporter. You should have been a reinforcement and then allowed him to lead. When you go to work, you might run the show till the manager show up. When the manager shows up, you stop giving instructions, you back down. When your husband come home, you stop giving instructions, you back down. You don't have to lead, but that's what they do. And that's why we have so much chaos in society right now. And that's why relationships last 1 year, 5 months, 6 days. First 3 months is pure bliss. All we doing is screwing one another. Next 3 months, we're trying to figure this out because all of the pet peeves that we allowed to happen, now we got to try to put a stop to them. Then the next 6 months, we're fighting each other. Notice that's a year and 3 months. The last 3 months of this relationship, we even gave up, and we're one of us is trying to find an exit strategy, and then a relationship is over. 1 year, 5 months, 6 days, because we
Well,
didn't go into this where men are putting their foot down and standing on their non-negotiable expectations. This is what I want out of a relationship because I'm guaranteeing you whatever it is that you want out of the relationship. Once she gets everything that she wants, she needs to meet my needs too. And if that's not happening, then we're choosing the wrong women. So it is also the fault and failure of the men. What was your statement, Sterling?
bingo. It's the fault. It's the fault of the man. Like and just the way you describe it, I was going to try to make a joke about you being an optimist, because it does sound like doom and gloom, a little bit. But like, I wonder if like getting married at a later age will fix some of that. You know what I mean? Like if you're not
That
rushing it,
it
rushing.
does it does
Yeah.
for the men it does, but it only is if the man gets a younger woman. It's not if the man gets an older woman.
Go on. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so men are irresponsible at younger ages. Women are more responsible at younger ages because women are typically put in a position of caretakers at 14, 15, 17 years old. First job that they ever get is babysitters, right? And then when they get old enough, then they start getting other jobs doing other things, right? So while we're still playing video games, women are learning how to take care of kids, pay bills, diaper changes, bottles, all this other stuff. That's cultural. There's nothing, dog walking and babysitting. So nurturing other life forms is what women start off with at young ages, right? Even when we're dealing with single homes where the men are going to work and making money to help mom pay for the kids, at the end of the day, we're still in a position where we go make the money, come home and give the money to mom so mom can take care of the kids. We don't do, you know, let me take my brother to the store and go buy him some clothes for school. Let me give mama some money so she can take my brother to the store and buy the kids clothes for school. So men are irresponsible at young ages. We don't organize ourselves. We're not taught organization from our parents. We're not taught organization in high school. We're not taught organization in college. A lot of the financial information I give people on this podcast on a daily basis is stuff that I learned after I got out of college, 8 years of college, and I learned it after I got out of college, right? Um, and it's a lot of financial information that makes you way more financially successful than what you would have been had you gone to college, where a lot of the millionaires in America never went to college. But men start getting their mind together in their late 30s, their mid to late 30s, between 30 and 36, right? Maybe sometimes earlier than that if they go through catastrophic failure. And depending on how bad they screwed their life up by the time they were 30, depends on how long it takes for them to build it up, right? Because people stop helping men after like 22, 23. People stop helping men. Young boys, oh yeah, he's got potential. I'm going to help him. I'm going to give him a hand. 25, 30 years old, nah, fuck that. He should have known better by now, right? So you got to pull yourself out of the rut you put yourself into, and then you got to start building for your success, right? By the time you're in your 40s and 50s, as a man, you're more responsible. You're more emotionally mature. You're able to negotiate with your woman instead of arguing back, and then you are capable of navigating in a more responsible fashion. So a man marrying at a later age is better because he can handle the leadership role better. Now,
Right.
women are more cooperative at a younger age.
Really.
So the yes, women are more cooperative at a younger age because nobody, man or woman at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 knows where the fuck they want to be at in their future. They just know that they want to get there with the least amount of stress and the least amount of complications. So if you at 45 or 50 years old got a plan and her at 22 is like, well, fuck, I can ride that wave with you. Tell me what to do to help and I got you, right? That is going to come from the younger age because she wants that stability. You have that stability, and all she wants you to do is tell her what you need, what she needs to do to help you maintain her stability. You're going to get that cooperation from her at a younger age. But 30 years old, 40 years old, women scorn. They'd have made a lot of bad decisions. They dated a lot of bad dudes because they were chasing after the bad dude. They wanted the thrill. They wanted the excitement. They wanted the roller coaster ride. They got it. Now they're traumatized. Now they're standing on their non-negotiable expectations for behavior. They're willing to demand from a man what they need to feel like they're satisfied in their relationship. But what they're not going to do is fold for the expectations for a man because after what they've been through with the last 5, 10, 20, 200 minutes they've been with, is that when they gave the man what he wanted, he left. So if she holds what he wants hostage, he won't leave. So these women scorned are going to take out their emotional discontent out on the next man, and the next man might be the right man, but that man is not going to put up with that chaos because he's already been through that with plenty of other women before, and it never worked out in his favor. He needs a partner. This is the reason why the mathematical equation is 50% of your age plus 7. So you're 30, she's 22. It makes sense. If you're 40, she's 27.
Right.
But if you're 40, she's not 35. You
Right.
know, if you're 50, she's not 35. You see what I'm saying? She's not 42. Why? Because they have already been through too much and they're not willing to change. That's the worst part about it. They're not willing to change. Accept her as she is, flaws and all, unconditionally. But you must be exactly what she's looking for, or you don't qualify. If it would have been mutual, we're 35, 40 years old. We'll pick up a 35, 40-year-old dude. And I don't care if you went through bankruptcy. I don't care if you got a couple felonies. I don't care if you got 12 kids and 7 of them are grown right now. You and I are getting together right now. We're going to make something out of ourselves and we're going to go forward being successful. Then I could say, yes, we should accept each other as we are, flaws and all. But a man must be the finished product of perfection for a woman to accept him, and then she does not have to meet his standards for him to accept her. All she has to do is sleep with him when she feels like it. It's not a fair trade. So later in the life, it is better for a man to marry later in life, and it is better for a woman to marry earlier in life. Specifically, marrying earlier in life with a woman, especially if she's going to have children. If she's having children at 18, She can have 10 kids from 18 to 28, and all of her kids will be grown by the time she's 40. Typically in America, we're not doing that. Typically in America, we're doing 2 to 5 kids. So if you start having kids at 19, if you met the man at 18, you start having kids at 19, you're done having kids by the time you're 25. So by the time you're 35, all of your kids is out there doing their own thing. By the time you're 40, all of your kids have left the house. So if you were
Right.
retiring with your husband at 45, 50 years old, your kids are in college and y'all are traveling the world at 45, 50 years old. But if you meet her at 32, he's only going to give you 2 kids between 32 and 38. And that's if she don't already got 4 kids for 4 baby daddies, which also means that your likelihood to extend your legacy is going to be cut short by the other men that beat you to the same person, which is negatively impact because 66% of men in 2026 want to be fathers, want to create a legacy. So if I'm dating a single mother with 3 kids, she don't want any more kids. I want kids. The legacy is shot. All right. You're dating a woman that's single with no kids, but don't want kids. She's 35, talking about maybe later. Ma'am, you've only got 4 years left to safely have children because you can have children after 40, but each one is a high risk pregnancy that you could die during the pregnancy. And that's what bad valued women will use as an excuse that they put their bodies and their life on the line for a man to give birth. But these are women who have never given birth. These are women who don't want to give birth, but they use that as an excuse to say that they have leverage over a man's decision making because she has the capability to perform and he's supposed to invest in that capability and never experience it. That's a bad investment. If you put your money into a stock and never get anything out of it, you would say that's a bad investment. It's a waste of money. And any relationship where a man is investing in the woman, because that's what you're either renting her like OnlyFans or Backpage or something. You're renting her like a guaranteed escort, or you're investing in a future with a woman where she's supposed to perform eventually, but she never performs. So it's not a good deal for guys. And now and I don't devalue women on this podcast like you would see on Fresh and Fit or the whatever podcast. I typically tell men the way to change their decision making skills so that you're not going into this relationship with the mentality of she's attractive, I want to sleep with her, let me see if I can get her to stay with me. First, just build up your assets, make you a man of value. That increases your options. Then you go and find a woman that is valuable to you because the sex is guaranteed. And if she's a value to you, you will be able to build with her. If you can't build with her, then she's just a sex object. She's just there for your money. That's a transactional relationship. And again, contracts all over the place. But if you find a woman that is valuable to you, where she does the things that you need her to do so that you can focus on other things so that y'all can be successful together, then you're in a position where y'all can build generational wealth.
Okay,
And that's a better dynamic for man. What do you got to say?
sorry. So a couple of things. Number one, like if the man's older, right, and before he gets married, how come he's not like scorned? You know, like if he's dated a lot of women, like you said, and it didn't work out for whatever reason, why is it the man who now is financially well off and established? Why is he the one that needs to like fold on his principles? And and the woman has the man has to be perfect, but the woman doesn't.
Okay. I
Like
got
why is that?
okay, so let's touch base on one thing. So you say why is the man not scoring? I never said the man was a scorer. I said that the man was more emotionally mature. Now, the man is going to be scoring too from some bad relationships, but the difference is you've had more than one girlfriend in your life, right?
Yes.
And each one you treat it like this was your first relationship, right?
Well, I don't know about that because I learned things got better along the
Well,
way.
but you did not take out on the next woman what happened to you from the last woman.
Yeah, I tried not to, but there were certain things
you
that I
you
changed.
also you also you also went into that relationship assuming that this one might be different,
Yeah, well, of course.
right? And you will start your relationship with the things that she likes, the things that she needs, the things that she wants, learning about the new person, right?
Right.
This is the point. This is why when you're 40 or 50 years old, You're not going to be influenced by your man scorned. Whereas a woman who is refusing to change her ways, refusing to get to know what kind of woman she needs to be for her man now, refusing to put the values of the man before her past traumas, makes her at an older age not valuable to a man in the older ages, because you would be willing, after, and men get rejected more often than women, you will be willing to, after 45 years of rejection, to give this woman the shot at being treated like a queen. You're not going to refuse to change for her. You're going to expect to change for her. You're going to hope that you've changed enough from the last handful of relationships you were in to be the best man that you can be for her. But if you find out from her that there's something else that you can do that she would like for you to do, you would try to do that. And that's what all men do, right? Good men and bad men, all men do it for the woman that they want, right? But the average woman, after they have been mistreated by a large number of men, which is a small portion of men, right? It's a small portion of the bad men, because good men finish last. The good man is now what she's settling for, the stability, because a volatile, exciting, thrilling man with a bad decision, and she had too many of those, and she made a collective decision that all men ain't shit because of the select few men that is her type. You are out there doing a numbers game. Whoever says yes, I'm going to give her the opportunity to be my wife, right? I don't give a fuck who she is, right? There are some stipulations there. She might have to be a certain size, a certain height, certain age, or whatever. But beyond that, there isn't much there. Men's qualifications are very small, right? But women are like background checks, financial background check, estate checks, all of this other stuff. And then you still have to be obedient and submissive to her, but she's not willing to reciprocate. But see, in the beginning of the dating field for a woman, their virtue is at the beginning. Their cooperation is at the beginning. The first 5 boyfriends that she has, she's willing to give them everything. She's willing to do everything. She stops being willing to do each time she has a bad relationship. She does less each time she has a bad encounter, until she stops trying. And she goes from giving in the beginning to taking by the time she met you at 40. You went from giving too much in the beginning to giving what is earned in the end, but you're still giving. That's the difference. So she's going
Okay.
to get something out of you, but you're not going to get something out of her. Y'all are the same age.
Well, in your hypothetical, yeah, I guess I'm not getting anything out of her, but I would, I mean, I don't know. I'm
Well,
just
I'm talking about as far as reciprocation, because I mean, yes, you're going to get some kind of emotional validation from her. You might get the sex. She's going to get the money, blah blah blah. But it's not going to be reasonably balanced. You're going to be performing more for her satisfaction, so that you can get the emotional connection that you're looking for, the physical and emotional intimacy that you're looking for.
well, I think it might cost you more monetarily, but like, what about okay? So what about this? What about like, let's say in Atlanta, I've heard that like that women make more than men, specifically
But women don't
minority.
want to date men that make less money.
Oh, okay.
I'm all
Oh,
for a woman making more money than a man, but if a woman made more money than a man, and let's say that we have this dynamic where, like, because this happens in the Philippines, it doesn't really happen very much in America, where the woman takes care of the house. She goes to work, she makes the money, she comes back to the house, she still does good for her husband because he's supposed to protect her. He's supposed to lay his life down for her, pick up all the heavy stuff, carry the groceries home from the store. The man still has a role, but she can go out there and make money and come back and still respect her husband. In America, when a woman makes more money than a man, she doesn't always respect her husband. Some do, but a lot of them don't, especially the low income women that are making more money than the low income men. They devalue the man because he's not making as much money as her. She loses respect for him. She goes and finds a man that makes more money than her. She leaves the man that she has and goes and gets someone else. She doesn't build him up to make more money than her, and she does not take what he's got, match his money, live off of. Because I've already said this before, two people can put their income together, live off of one income, invest the other, and become millionaires inside of 10 to 20 years. So she's a $60,000 a year woman. He's a $30,000 a year man. They're making $90,000. They can live off of $50,000, put the rest of it, the other $40,000 away, and have almost $750,000 in 10 years. she's making more money than him, they can still both quit in 10 to 15 years and live a lifestyle that would be potentially paying them almost $100,000 or $120,000 a year, which is more money than what they both made combined. And they would be able to retire within 10 to 15 years of meeting each other. But women do not want a man that makes less money than them. It's a hypergamy theorem. Women want a man that is more successful than her, stronger, taller, has more money, has a bigger network, has more stuff, better cars, better house, owns everything, so that she can move into his life and then get half of that, like a parasite. It's not a symbiotic relationship. It's supposed to be though. When you think about this, how many women have you dated where she improved your life before she left? The average man says none. They came in. It was fun in the beginning. It was fun. She didn't build me up. She didn't get me a promotion on my job. She didn't help me find a better job. She didn't help me build my house. She didn't help me finance and buy new cars that I still own today. She didn't do anything for me that I didn't do for myself. She might have cooked for me and did my laundry, but that's pretty much it. And then when she left, she took shit with her that she wasn't supposed to take, and I just let it go because I mean it was a clean break. But every woman that you have ever dated, you can honestly say that you did something for her that she's probably still benefiting from right now. You might have helped her get her credit together. You might have paid off some of her past debt. You might have paid for her car because she couldn't afford to pay for the car note, bought the car off for her. She took it with her. You know, you've done stuff for her, put her through college, uh, paid for her student debt, whatever the case may be. You did stuff for her to better her life, and her life is still better after you left. In the 40s, 50s, and 60s, that's what women used to do for men. Behind every strong man was a strong woman that built that man up. In 2026, behind every man with money is a woman with her hand out because the dynamic has changed. Women don't want to provide for men. When they make enough money to provide for two people, I don't need a man anymore. When a man makes enough money to provide for two people, he gets a wife. When a woman makes enough money to provide for three people, I need a man with seven figures. But when a man makes enough money to provide for three people, he gets a wife and kids. Women will sacrifice the family for happiness, and men will sacrifice their happiness for family. And as long as women behave that way, it is not beneficial for a man to go and get an older woman that is not willing to give him what he's looking for in life so that she can get what she wants from him in life, because that's not going to be mutually beneficial for both parties. It's not a symbiotic relationship. A symbiotic relationship is a woman that is willing to reciprocate, and you're going to get that from the younger woman, 22, 24, 28. But it stops at 28. After 28 they stop giving.
Is that true?
Yes, sir. Statistically, they stop giving at 28 and they start taking. Come 30, 35, they're taking. 40, 41, they're taking. You can tell by the assertive attitudes, they're taking.
You
And
know,
and it's rightfully so though, because they've been traumatized by society. They have been given for so long because they're beautiful. They're not beautiful anymore. Their daughter is beautiful. They're 32. Their daughter's 19. Everybody's looking at their daughter, not looking at them anymore. Nobody's offering them anything anymore. She's got to take now the way men have to take. When she gets into a relationship with the man, she is behaving like a man, which is the most unattractive thing for a man. Most women call themselves a 10 and they identify themselves as societally valuable because they have met all of the expectations of a man. She's got a good education. She's got a good job. She's self sustainable. She owns her own car. She owns her own house. That's qualifications of a good man. Nowhere in there does she balance the budget. Nowhere in there does she organize the man's schedule. Nowhere in there does she make sure that her man who misses meals at work gets fed when he gets home. Nowhere in there does she make sure that because he's only got 4 hours of sleep, that his clothes is ready for him to take his ass back out there and do another 18-hour shift for her. Nowhere in there is that. She's valuable because she knows what she wants. She's got a college education. She's got a six-figure career. She owns her own car. She owns her own house. She is the perfect example of a good man. And she believes, most women believe, that that makes them a 10 to a man. It doesn't, because the number five is she's cute. But how many men want to date a man that is a heterosexual man? Not many.
right. So, you know, you gave the example of Philippines, right? And you said, you know,
Yeah.
the woman will go work, you know, a full time job and come home and take care of the house. You know,
Mhm.
I would say that is a failure of the man, because the man should be able to provide for her to stay at home and take care of the kids in the home.
I agree.
and
I
and
agree.
one and so like I just feel like, like it's caused in a part by us men, by not doing our job. So the narrative that we're going to be doing all the things right. We have to capitulate to them, and we have to, they get away with all this and that, and we got to be on our P's and Q's. I don't know that that's true, because if you were really on your P's and Q's, she wouldn't have to be working that full-time job. You see, and so
Now,
like I
here's the
feel,
thing.
one
Go
more
ahead.
thing. I feel like if American women were able to stay at home, they would be more giving and more agreeable, amenable to whatever the man wants.
Okay, I love the way you think. I love the way you think. Let's start off with what you said about the Philippines. I agree with you 100%. The men in the Philippines are not doing what I believe that a man is supposed to do as far as protecting and providing for his women. However, you probably weren't here a few last night or the night before, where FX Trader was saying on the podcast that I was actually 5 dimensional when I was talking about my retirement plan. To go to another country, find a woman that has the traditional values that I'm looking for, then go to two other countries and build businesses in those countries with that woman, and then come back to America with that woman, where I got three sources of income from three countries, where one of those countries is the country she came from, right? Because we were talking about, oh yeah, go to the Philippines to go get one, because they have that mentality that we look for in a traditional woman, but the culture there isn't satisfactory for a long-term standard of living. And I made it clear, I'm like, well, I'm not going there to build a life over there. I'm going over there to get the wife that would build a life in another country. 5 dimensional. So if American women behave like Filipino women, then American men would not be traveling the world looking for a Filipino woman. Um, the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, the before I think it was like 1961, with women's liberation, when they were running through the street burning bras, women fought for the right for more responsibility, and that's what society doesn't understand. Women fought for the right for more responsibility. Women took care of the house, and while their man was going to war, women went to work to make money, because society prohibited women from working. Those women who was supposed to live off of their husband's income was not generating an income, and those men were out at war. I don't know what the pension was back then, but apparently they weren't making enough money from their husband being at war that they had to go get a job. Now in
Well,
2026, your money is being sent back home and your family's being taken care of while you're off to war. So it's going to be a different dynamic. But the reason why I'm talking about like this is, when women fought for more responsibility in the early women's liberation scenario, right? They were supposed to go to work, make money to subsidize what the man's not there to make, or what the man's not making, and then still be at the house doing what they're supposed to do at the house. That's what they fought for, the ability to go out there and get it too. But over the years, it has morphed into a dynamic where women believe because they have jobs, they no longer have the responsibility of taking care of the house. I don't have a problem with a woman going to work. I don't have a problem with a man being a stay at home husband. But what I have a problem with is that society dictates that if a man asks for equality, I'm a chef, I can cook, I want a wife that cooks. As soon as I say I want a wife that cooks, oh, he's being oppressive, he's being misogynistic. Most good men will clean up behind their woman, rub her back, rub her feet, run her bath water, all of these things for her, which is the exact same shit that if a man asked for that from a woman, he's being oppressive, right? But it's really just reciprocation. It is treating me the way I'm guaranteedly going to treat you. And women use the excuse, well, I go to work. I shouldn't have to do all this stuff. That's double shift. But if it was truly equality, whoever spends the most time at the house has the most stuff to do at the house, whether it's the man or the woman. Whoever's got the most time at the house, that's the most availability to the kids, no matter whether it's the man or the woman. But if both of y'all is at the work on a regular basis, like the folks over in Asia, what do? They hire a nanny and a housekeeper, and both parents is gone going to work, and the children are being taken care of by the help. But it doesn't change the fact that she still has the ability to go out and be a Fortune 500 woman if he is willing to reciprocate. But in Western culture, Women take care of themselves. Men take care of the wife and the child. The woman will take care of the child wherever the man falls short, but the woman will not take care of the man. So I take care of you, you take care of you, and fuck me. Men are self sacrificing. If I don't have enough, I will take less to make sure that you and my child got some. If you don't have enough, you come to me with your hand out. When you've got enough, I don't need a man. At no point is the man being preserved. And that's the reason why the dynamic in Western culture is so dynamically toxic. Not because I think that there's something wrong with the women in Western culture. I just believe that the lineage of feminism that's being taught from generation to generation to hate men, to not value men, to not want to say, hey, if he's willing to pay my bills, I'm going to let him. And then I'm going to take the rest of this money and invest it somewhere so that we can both be successful. They don't want to do any of that. They want the finished product to take care of them if they decide to quit, but they don't want to build with somebody who can build. Because really and truly, a person that's on your level, man or woman alike, is somebody who can do for you exactly what you can do for yourself. That's somebody who's on your level, which means that if you're willing to take my responsibilities off of my plate and handle my responsibilities, you're on my level because you can do what I can do for me. And then, since I don't have those responsibilities, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to redirect my resources towards other things that will make us successful. But what we have in modern society, and a lot of men hear this, is I don't need you. I can do this all by myself. But bitch, you wasn't supposed to need me to do this. You want me to do this. You're going to allow me to do this. It wasn't, you're not supposed to get me because you need me, because now I'm not here because you value me as a man. I'm here because I'm a subsidy. But if you only want me here when I'm needed, and I am not welcome here when I'm not needed, you have no value in me as a man. I'm a tool. And that is one of the reasons why we have an issue in society right now. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. But I feel like I'm a little confused because you're saying that the problem is that women in the States, for example, don't need their men because they have their
No,
job.
they think they don't. They think
But
they don't. And then they declare that they don't. But that's not true. We're supposed to
what?
want each other.
Well, right. But that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. So you were saying, from what I thought you said, you were saying that that's the problem is they don't need us anymore, and that
They claim they don't need us anymore.
well, if they make more money and stuff, I guess they have a good argument, right?
No, they don't. Because if you make $45,000 a year, let's say you're a teacher, you make $45,000 a year. Let's say that you're dating a girl and let's say that she's a lawyer. She's a good lawyer. She's making $75,000 a year. Why would she not want you as her husband? If you're going to love her, you're going to respect her, you're going to cherish her, you're going to protect her dignity in society. You're not going to let a man mistreat her in public. You're not going to let her get hit by cars when y'all walking on sidewalk. You got the umbrella. You're carrying her over water puddles. You're going to the doctor for her. You're bringing her medication in the middle of the night when she's sick. You're doing all the things that a good man is supposed to do. Just because she makes 35,000 a year more than you, why is it a valid argument that because she makes twice as much as you that you're no longer valid in her life?
Well,
Ultimately,
because
she's saying that you're financially not important.
right, exactly. And so, like, again, I'm a little confused. Do we want the woman to not need us, or because in one breath it sounds like you're saying that we need to get back to the way it was when they needed us and they would stay at home, and the man went out and earned the money, and that was a better dynamic
Oh,
because he
okay,
was. And
I see
then
what you're
on the
saying. No,
on the
I'm
other hand,
saying that the women had more value in the men back in the day, and they wanted the man that they had.
because they
It just
needed
so
us,
happens that
they needed us back in the day, and they don't need us now. But you're saying that that's
well, that's the
bad.
reason why the mentality changed is because they don't need us. They treated us better back in the day because they wanted us. They didn't always marry the man because he was rich. They married the man because they loved him. They had a hard
Or
life when he wasn't rich, and they had a good life or a reasonable life when he had a little bit of money. But when he was broke, they struggled together because she loved him and she wanted him. Nowadays, if he doesn't make a certain quantity of money or doesn't have a certain prestigious job, he can't even take her out on a first date for her to find out what kind of personality he has because women have transactionally become monetarily tied to his estate. which is what I was referring to is that the attitude has changed. Now, yes, back in the day when women didn't have jobs and everything was dependent upon a man, women did need men. They were living off of their fathers and their mothers and everything until the man said, "I'll marry you." So she went from being one person's financial burden to another person's financial burden. But when she went with that man, she didn't go with that man because she needed him. She had her parents and her family members taking care of her. He decided to take care of her instead. She went with him because she wanted to, not because he was rich. Nowadays, you could not get off this podcast, go down the street, and talk to a girl right now without her trying to get you to give her money. And that's disrespectful to you as a man because you have a lot of value as a man. And the fact is that you should not, your value has nothing to do with how much money you make. I was spent for like 2 hours ago, I was over here talking on the show about different careers where men with non prestigious jobs make $20,000 a year more than women with prestigious jobs. But the women don't value those men just because of the job title, specifically Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, Waffle House, and she can be a nurse or a teacher and be making $20,000 to $30,000 a year less than a night shift employee at a fast food restaurant, and she has no value in that man because of the prestige of the job. But the fact is that he still would have been a good man. He would have walked to work and gave her his car so she could drive to work. You know, he would pay for her tuition, pay for her student loans, and he was a high school dropout. But the fact is that men will sacrifice themselves for women so that the women has a better life and the women will not sacrifice themselves for the men. That is the core issue. Back in the day, women sacrificed themselves for the man that they had because I could have had a better life, but I chose to marry you instead. I could have had a more successful life. I was betrothed to somebody and I ran away with you, right? The eloping situation. She didn't run away from home because you was rich. She ran away from home and married you because she was in love. Mommy
She
and
was
daddy
pregnant.
said I was supposed to go marry that other guy over there. Sometimes they were pregnant, but sometimes it was specifically an emotional attachment to the guy that she left with. Had nothing to do with how much money he had. We gotta figure this shit out. But I want to be with you. And if women were successful in 2026 and they got with men because they wanted to be with him, she could be making three times more money than him. She could be a $90,000 a year woman with a $30,000 a year man, and they still got $120,000 together. But that's not what they're thinking about right now. She's thinking that if I make three times more money than you ain't shit. And that means that you need to triple your income in order to be on my level. And you're going to have to do more than triple your income because since I make 190,000, you're going to have to make 120,000 so that I'm willing to talk to you because of the hypergamy theory. You have to be better than me in order for us to be equals. And that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
That was my argument. My discontent is not that I want a woman to need me. I want a woman to have the value in what I do with and for her and be capable of aiding me in my efforts to better the both of us. And the society that we have in Western culture right now, that's not that way in Eastern culture, is that she wants the finished product where she can benefit from the success of the man without putting effort into making the man successful. But like we said, we go to the Philippines, the exact reverse is there, where the woman is successful, not the man. And the woman is still willing to do for the man. And that makes a perfect combination. You got two different cultures that can blend together where I can be successful, she can be successful. I can go to another country and get this person who speaks five languages, 3 degrees, and then this person can aid me in being the success that we want to be. Because if I'm making money and she's making money, or if I'm making money and she's organizing the operation, then we're going to be successful together. But in Western culture, if I'm $250 a date trying to take you out to impress you, steak and lobster and all this other stuff, Ruby Tuesdays and all this other stuff, just so that you can leave me for a dude that could put you on a private jet and fly somewhere else. The fact is that Western culture has spoiled the women. So the women have self entitlement expectations where the 20 and 30 and 40-year-old women, the 50-year-old women that have been given too much that they didn't earn from society has now made that a base level expectation. These days, when you talk to a girl at a gas station, she's gonna ask you to put gas on her car to talk to her. But you're not gonna get that in the Philippines. You're not gonna get that in Vietnam. You're not gonna get that in Indonesia or South Korea. You're not gonna get that in Bangladesh or Belarus. And Belarus and Kazakhstan, you got like 90% of the women work and still come back. They're small business owners and they come back and take care of their husbands in Kazakhstan and Belarus. But in America, if she's a small business owner and you're not, you don't hold a candle to her, which means she has no respect for you. And it is the self entitlement mentality of the modern woman that is preventing the modern woman from finding a good man, because not all good men are rich. 77% of America is broke. Whether you're $250,000 a year living from paycheck to paycheck, or you're 40, $50,000 a year living paycheck to paycheck, 77% of America is broke. So that means that out of 77% of America, half of that is men, because 51% of the population is women, and half of that is men. And that means that 77% of the men that you meet are not going to be $100,000 a year men, but there's going to be good men out of the bunch. Because you probably got 10 or 20% of the population that are not good for society. The same way you probably only have like 50 to 100 bad cops out of 5,000 cops. 10% could be bad, but you're going to hate all cops. Same thing. Handful of people aren't good, you're not going to like any of the men. Handful of the women aren't good, you're not going to like any of the women. But the reason why those men are able to reach out to more women is because the women are going after the volatile men before they go after the stable man. The reason why it's hard for a good man to find a good woman is because the good women are not out there in the streets running the streets with the volatile men. The good women are Fortune 500 business or at their stable job and then taking their ass home. Is some of them good women, single moms, taking care of the kids, paying attention to the household, taking care of the family. What we're looking for is not running the streets. What's running the streets is not what we need. But when we run the streets with them, we try to find the best possible one out of the non-valuable ones and think I can turn a hoe into a housewife, and we always fail. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right, I hear you. Let me ask you this: do you feel like the husband and the wife can come to a decision made together? Like, do you feel like that's a healthy relationship when you make decisions together and there's give and take, push and pull and negotiation, and it's 50-50 in a sense, so that like you don't always get your way and have it your way. You have to like, is that, or do you believe it would be healthier if the man just dictates all the business of the household?
Well, okay, so nothing is ever going to be 50-50. It's going to be reasonable balance. It's going to be 60-40, 70-30, something to that effect. Reason being is because if you start talking about we're going to split the bills 50-50, but the man buys gifts for the woman and the woman doesn't buy gifts for the man, the money that he saves on bills, he spends on his wife to make her feel good. So he's still spending 70% on everything. Statistics show that 51% of a man's income goes towards a woman and 23% of that money goes to her standard of living. So the other 18% is just money wasted on making her smile. Okay. Let's just start there. So it's never 50-50. It's reasonable balance. And
Well,
out of reasonable balance, I strongly believe that in a scenario, because you're supposed to have communication in a relationship, the man and again in 50-50 with two people, it's not going to be 50-50 because you got two people making a decision. If one says yes and one says no, the person with the highest authority wins that decision. If we're not going to do it, if one of us says no, whoever says no has the most authority. If we're going to do it, if one of us says yes, whoever says yes has the most authority. There's never a scenario where it's going to be equal. Now, when we start talking about, well, I don't want to do it that way, but I am willing to do it, let's negotiate how to get it done,
yeah,
then we start talking about compromise. And when we start talking about compromise, somebody's going to bring up an option and then somebody's going to offer a solution, and somebody might not like that solution but offer a counter solution so that we can still do what you want to do, just do it differently where I feel comfortable with doing that. That's called compromising in a relationship, and I do think that is healthy. But when you ask me like who should make the decisions, well, ultimately whoever's paying the cost should be the boss in that scenario. So if the man is the breadwinner and he's paying for what's about to happen, he should be making all of the decisions. Yes, he should get her opinion. Yes, if he can take her opinion and put it into action, he should. But since he's paying for this, he should be able to decide what his money is going towards. If the shoe was on the other foot and she was paying for this, she should be able to decide where her money's going. He should not be telling her what to do with her money. And most women would say, I'm not going to let a man tell me what to do with my money. I work for my money. That's my money. So she should not be telling him what to do with his money. She should be able to ask him. She should be able to offer. She should be able to recommend. But if he's paying for it, then she should be able to say, okay, well, if that's not what you want to do with your money, we're not going to do it. because you work for that. That's mutual respect. But a lot of the times when we do these kinds of discussions, we only come from one side of the fence. We don't come from both sides of the fence. I'm a man of uniformity. So the way I'm going to be treated in this situation, if the roles were reversed, that's the same way you're supposed to get treated. So if it doesn't work for me when it's happening to me, it shouldn't work for you when it's happening to you. So if the situation only works out where it benefits you, that's not a neutral situation. That is not an equality situation. That is not an egalitarian 50-50 situation. That's a one-sided situation because only one side is benefiting. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And you seem to place a lot of, I'm trying to word this correctly, you seem to place a lot of weight on the monetary. And you feel like, for things to be 50-50, like when I say 50-50, I don't mean that, she needs to also make $90,000 and she needs to also pay half the bills. I feel
Well,
like,
she could be unemployed and she could be bringing in her part by being responsible while he's at work because a lot of times bills got to get paid during the day. The money's in the bank. He can't do it because he's at work during the day. She would have to cover those bills. Cars got to go to the shop. Kids got to go to the doctor. If he's running his own business, he might be dealing with a client, but clients are calling in. She could be organizing his schedule. There's a lot of things that can be done. She doesn't have to bring money to the table in order for her to be an equal with him financially. But at the end of the day, a lot of the women believe that because they're willing to pay up to 50% of the cost to get this done, that they should have the majority authority over the situation. And I don't agree with that because he's still going to pay more money because he's going to buy for you everything that you want and need after he finished covering the bills. So just because you covered half the bills doesn't mean that you have the majority authority because he's paying for your entertainment. You're not paying for his entertainment. He doesn't have entertainment. He doesn't have any free time. Does that make sense?
yeah, man, it sucks for these people that you're describing. Like,
It does. And it's not everybody. This isn't the whole world. This is a select few. And this is why when we have these debates, because it's so generalized and it's so broad spectrum, that you can throw up, well, what about the ain't shit dude that's living off of the woman? Well, that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the women that want the man that will provide for her 100% of the time. And that type of woman is capable of providing for herself. And she will put up half. But think about it. If she makes 50,000, he makes 50,000. She's going to put up 25,000. He's going to put up 25,000. And out of his 25,000, he's going to give her 51% of his money, which means that the other 25,000 goes to her. All of his money is spent, half of her money is spent, but she put up half of the bills. That is what I'm talking about. That's the 50-50 model that we're looking at right now because you can't tell me that you've ever been in a relationship where you weren't buying gifts for your woman. You can't tell me that you've ever been in a relationship where you're not paying for dates, that you're not putting gas in the car, you're not offering to pay her phone bill, paying her storage, buying her clothes, buying her shoes, doing stuff for her friends. She needs money to give somebody in her family because they hard up on some stuff, and you front her the money to front them. You can't say that when you had extra money lying around because she helped you out with the bills that you didn't give that extra money to her. That's called the damn rebate, which means you ain't paid for shit. So how is it 50-50? It's not. It's reasonably balanced, but it is not equal. And since it is not equal, the person that's paying the most for this operation should have the majority decision making. Now, the person who pays the most for the operation should be diplomatic about it and should be able to think reasonably how this benefits the entire group. Because the same thing when kids are involved. If you got kids that are involved, that got jobs, 16, 17, 18 years old, they live in a house, they're putting money into the house. What impacts them is part of the decision. So if you got a family of five and everybody's working, and their money is going towards the success of this household, and you're going to make the executive decision on what's going to happen, it's going to be what's going to happen that benefits them too, not just myself. And that's something that men do a lot better than women. Men make a decision for the collective. Women make decisions for the individual. She might make decisions for the child, but when she makes decisions for the child, let me ask you a question. How many times have you ever seen your brother, uncle, father, grandfather, whatever, go to the goddamn mall and put goddamn all Jordans, all Rockaware, $500 baby outfits on the child? Ain't never happened, right? Usually the
ne-
women go and buy that shit and put it on the damn child, right?
I guess you're right. Yeah.
All right. Now, Most men would have said, we go to Walmart and get a fucking 50 pack for $10 and just put this kid into something because they're not going to fit this much longer. We think with logic and reason. Women think, oh, he's got to be flashy. Now, what that does, it teaches the children to value brands, which now the kids are going to start demanding brands. You can't afford brands. Now the kids are fighting with you about the clothes they got to wear to school. But the men would have taught the kids responsibility and value in assets, which would have been totally different upbringing. Long and the short is in this situation, the women would only be putting the kids in expensive outfits to look good for societal praise, not because the child needs that expensive ass $200 outfit that they're only going to wear 4 times before they outgrow it. Men are going to make financial decisions for the collective. I will ride this broke car, give my car the car with the better condition, and then I will fix the broke car when I got time, when I got money. I will do without. I will have clothes with holes in them and rips and stains and everything like that and just live. And I will buy my wife brand new this and brand new that. I know your last ex had shit in the closet with price tag still on it. And all the stuff that you got that still fits you from when you were 16, 17, 18 years old is still in your closet. When the last time you bought something new for yourself? Almost never. Only time you buy something is when you change jobs and you need a new outfit for your job. You go to a funeral, you got to buy a new outfit for the funeral. You go to a wedding, you got to buy a new outfit for the wedding. If you buy one outfit or your girlfriend forces you to buy an outfit to go on a vacation, that's the only time you get yourself something. Most of the time, you don't get yourself nothing. You get everything to her and then everything to the kids. And what they give to you, they go to Victoria's Secrets, get them some lingerie, wear it for you, and they give you sex. Men, this is why it always boils down to the money. Men are going to put up the resources for the entire collective. Women will put up effort some of the times for themselves and sometimes their partner, and they will deviate from their partner to putting an effort into the kids and then abandon the husband. But the husband will never abandon the wife and the kids when the family's still together. The husband will sacrifice himself to make sure that the wife and the kids get, and the wife will sacrifice the husband and the kids because she's tired of this shit. A man can be tired of this shit. What he gonna do? Spend an extra 15, 20 minutes in the car before he comes inside. A man cave, sit in the garage and drink a couple beers before he comes inside. You gotta play the Xbox in the living room before he go to bed. But he's not gonna say, fuck this shit, I'm out. The only time he starts doing that is when he's not being respected by the woman in his house that he's given his whole life to. But women are not giving their whole life to the man. The man has to rent that life from her. A woman is not going to say, oh, I will stay here with you while you broke as fuck. No, you have to cover a minimum standard of living because if you can't, you got to go. It's not equality. And right now in 2026, one of the reasons why stuff is so chaotic is because we're okay with it as men. We're okay with it like this because most of us were raised in single families anyway. We're not used to having men in the house. We're not used to being in the house with the women when the women have kids because the women take the kids and disappear. Some of us don't get our kids out of custody court. And we're okay with the dynamic that whatever chick that we get, we're going to do whatever we can to keep her, which means that we have to submit to her authority. Because if we don't, first thing she's going to do is cut us off. No sex, no attention. I can't hug her, can't kiss her, can't nothing. Silent treatment. And that's going to keep happening until she starts leaving early, coming back late. Then she starts girls' trips. Then she starts vacations. Then she starts living a whole different life from me. Then one day, out of nowhere, she comes and says, it's not working. It's not you, it's me. I'm moving on. But guess who picks her up? The new boyfriend. It's always a dude. You never see when a woman leaves, she don't leave in a car with her girlfriends. Her girlfriend don't come and pick her up. If she don't drive away in her own car, she gets picked up by another man. That's the other man that she's probably been talking to for the last 3 to 6 months. Because women emotionally remove themselves out of the relationship 3, 6, 9 months to a year before they physically remove themselves out of the relationship. Women are selfish, men are inconsiderate. We don't pay attention to shit because we got too much shit to pay attention to. So what'll happen is that we will not realize what's going wrong until she says something. But when she says something, it's too late. We're trying to fix it now. She's already gone. She checked out 6 months ago. She just told me today that she checked out, but she checked out 6 months ago. I'm trying to fix it now, but she's done. She ain't even trying to recuperate the shit. It's not even on life support. She pulled the plug and she's bringing me the bill. Right? It's done. Right? And now the man is sitting there with no closure. I don't know what went wrong because we wasn't paying attention. We're inconsiderate. She's selfish, but we're self-sacrificing. She's we have self-preservation because we're willing to stay in a relationship that we're not happy with just to stay with the woman that we are used to. She's going to be self-preserving, miss independent. She will sacrifice this shit for her own happiness. As soon as she find a man 6'1" that's willing to do for her what you can't do, not what you don't want to do, what you can't do, she gone. And a lot of times a woman will stay in a relationship that they're not happy with. They will argue and fuss with you because they're not happy. That's why they say happy wife, happy life. Because if she's happy, you're not in a fight. You don't have to be happy. You're just not in a fight. But if she's not happy, she's going to make sure you're miserable. Right? Happy wife, happy life. So if the more conflict you have in your relationship that came out of nowhere, that's the more discontent your wife is holding, the more resentment that can't be bottled up that you need to really micromanage. And as soon as she finds an out, because what happens is they like the lifestyle that they have, they can't afford to sustain it on their own. They don't want to leave the lifestyle. They don't want to, but they don't want to leave the lifestyle. That's when the bedroom goes cold. Y'all live in the same house, but y'all like roommates now. But as soon as she find a man that she really want to be with, that emotional bond that kicks up, she gone. You can go to work, come back, and all the shit disappeared out of the house. Bank account cleaned out and everything because she's done. But she's been done for a while. Men don't do that. Men have been able to do that back in the past, but usually a man leaves because he's tired of being disrespected. He's tired of not being valued. He's tired of her spending up all of his money and he ain't got nothing. Men usually leave when she cheated on him and he's not being respected. Women leave when they're not satisfied with what you did. But men fail by diving into this relationship by going above their financial status to try to impress this girl. And she's staying because she thinks that's his standard of living, but it's not. And then when they get settled in and he brings the expenses down because he can't afford to keep doing that forever, now she is living a life less than her expectations because he could not sustain her expectations for a long period of time. And now she's going to leave for somebody who can sustain her expectations. it's
Well,
it's it's apples and oranges, but the issue is that because he's willing to do what it takes to get her what she needs within inside of his capabilities, a lot of the times when you get the older women, they're no longer willing to do it anymore. And that's the reason why I told you before that it is going to be based on finance, but it is going to be based on effort. But you and I washing the dishes together ain't got nothing to do with you still wanting me to have a portion of driveway. That's the difference. Because we can both take turns washing the dishes. I can wash them, you can dry them, I can put them in the dishwasher, you can take them out, I can do the laundry every other day. But if you want a G Wagon, I can't afford a G Wagon. That's why we're not dating right now. That's the problem. It's her financial expectations that are unrealistic expectations that the average 77% of men can't fulfill. That's why the men are looking in other countries. That's why we talk about every Wednesday we go to a different country every week that a man can go to and find a different woman. And a lot of these countries are family oriented women where $36,000 a year you can find you somebody better than what the way men are being treated in America because it's possible. It's out there. It's just you got to know where to look. You might not find it in your neighborhood. You might not find it in your city or your state. You might have to go to the other side of your country, but you might have to passport bro it to another country. But everywhere in Southeast Asia, what you're looking for in America that's not here, it's in Southeast Asia. You'll find it. And you can get that and bring her back here. But it'll cost you 25 grand to do it. So you're not broke when you go get that woman because it's going to be $2,000 to $4,000 for you to get there, $2,000 to $4,000 for you to come back, 2,500 for her passport, $2,000 to $4,000 for you to bring her back, $3,000 a month for you to live there till you find her. And then you got to sign a contract with the United States government that says you're going to give her $20,000 a year as long as she stays on American soil. You're putting in effort. You're invested in this woman. But a woman from the Philippines will give you 15 to 20 years to figure this shit out. A woman in America will give you 2 to 3 dates before she leaves you for the next man. And that's only if Usher don't show up. Because if Usher show up, she backstage.
you might be interested to find out that I'm in Cartagena, Colombia, and I've
Colombia is
spent
a good
time.
place to go.
Oh, I love it. I love Colombia. It's great. Uh, the women are just the way you described it, beautiful and family oriented. Not so much, educated and stuff like that. They have just the natural like maternal roles.
Right. But men don't care about education. Question, what country you originated from though?
The U.S.
My point made. My point made right there. You went to another country and you found better. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We have to do that. You might have not have known why you did it, but I just explained why you did it. Does that
Well,
make sense?
it does, and yeah, that's why I thought you would enjoy that because I see your points and I don't disagree with them. Uh, I just feel like we can do it in these other countries because it goes back to them needing us though.
Yeah.
Like in a country like Colombia, they don't. Yeah, if you they need us, that's their role is to need us to provide for them.
But but they also appreciate the fact that you're willing to do it though. That's the part that we're missing in America. The women don't appreciate it anymore. They expect it.
Well, absolutely, but they expect it just the same way that the Latina expects you to take care of them. The only difference is in the
They're not
situation
gonna treat you like shit because of it.
in the situation you described in the U.S. In your last example,
Hmm.
we're not doing what they expect us to do because in the situation, the woman was working, making 50,000, contributing 25 because you couldn't provide for her. You know, whereas
No,
you know
we
it,
could because you got it's lifestyle creep. What happens? I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna be brief with this one. It's lifestyle creep. So if she's making 50 and he's making 50, he was living on his own at $50,000 a year lifestyle. She was living on her own $50,000 a year lifestyle. They move in together, and what happens is they up their standard of living. So what'll happen in those dynamics is that they typically go up to as much as possible, but they're still living paycheck to paycheck. But women got upkeep, hair, nails, all this other stuff, right? Typically almost $25,000 a year worth of expenses just to make them look good. It is what it is. You look at their budget now. Um, so if she putting $25,000 a year down on the lifestyle, if he putting like 30 or $40,000 a year on the lifestyle, then they're still living a 55, 65, 70, because median income in the United States is 68,000 a year. And if all she's putting towards that is $25,000, because that's half of her money, and then he's putting the rest, then whatever he got left over, he's buying stuff for. That's the part that I was saying. No, he is doing it. He can do it. Now there are some women. You are true. There are some men that can't afford to live by themselves, and they will shack up with a woman because she got an apartment, and he'll move in with her, and they'll go half on the bills. That's roommates with benefits, and then they end up with a kid, and then they stay together for the sake of the kid. That's a relationship of convenience. Those aren't the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the financially irresponsible individuals that um he said don't want to break your bubble, bro, but you're living on a fantasy. the,
okay.
the guy on the phone, bro, he ain't living on a fantasy. Sterling knows what he's talking about. Sterling knows what he's talking. He's living what most men can't afford to do right now. He went to a whole nother country and found him a better way to go. Passport bros for life. I'm not gonna say that, but real quick, I'm gonna wrap this up, let you finish doing what you was doing. But no, that there are men that can't afford to do it. But a lot of it is financial irresponsibility of both sides because since they have $100,000 combined income, they go from living that $50,000 a year lifestyle to living a $75,000 a year lifestyle, and then the remaining 25,000 gets spent on a woman. That's what I was talking about. Instead of them building a life of financial freedom, they spend all of their combined income, but anything extra always goes to the woman. The extra stuff doesn't go to the man. And I'm not talking about how the guys have irresponsible things like video games, guns, cars, all this other stuff. I'm talking about like on average, when y'all are grinding the grind, the you're gonna buy a better car, you're gonna buy her a better car, you're gonna buy a new phone, you're gonna buy her a new phone, y'all are gonna get a better house. Every time you get more money, y'all are improving things, but you're increasing the cost of things, and you're still living paycheck to paycheck. And the man is the first person to make a financial sacrifice and still do whatever he can for the woman. It's not going to go the other way around. That's what I was talking about. But go ahead, you can continue.
No, I was just thinking about what you said, taking it in for a minute. You make a lot of good points, and I hope honestly, if I'm being honest, like I like to disagree. Like I can be disagreeable, but I hope I haven't been overly disagreeable because really we agree
No, you're
on so
fine.
much.
No, you're right. I mean, you're not overly disagreeable. It's just that you sometimes you misunderstand where I'm coming from. And because I'm talking about it in like broad and generalized statements that you sometimes disagree because of the outlier of the generic situation that contradicts that scenario. I'm
Well,
coming from mass majority, and that's one of the reasons why women can't find the relationship that they're looking for before they're 40, and one of the reasons why men can't find the right woman when they're 40, 50, 60 years old and ready to settle down is because of these broad spectrum generalized majority outcomes, right? Because those of us that are men that are single men that might perceive ourselves as good men, stereotypically, we all have the same ability to cater to our woman and worship the ground that she walks on, give her everything that she wants and everything that she needs to the best of our abilities. Now, when we set the bar at that, then we bring in the woman that is not willing to reciprocate. And that misdynamic is going to be the reason why the relationships fail. Because we're not matching with a woman that is willing to do everything in her power to make sure that the man has what he needs and reciprocate that mentality. We have a woman that's willing to accept everything that he gives to her so that she doesn't have to ask for it, but that puts him in a position to give to her and her in a position to take it. But if you continue to take out the well without ever putting anything back into it, the well eventually runs dry. And that's why the relationships run out. The faster that the resources come out of the relationship, which is why the conversation has always been about money. The faster the money gets spent, the quicker the woman leaves. That's the problem. It doesn't matter how bad the man gets treated. Only 10 to 30% of men leave the relationship. 10 to 30%, on average 20%. 70 to 90% of women leave the relationship. No matter how bad the relationship is, both parties are unhappy when the woman leaves. Only the man is unhappy when the man leaves. But 100% of the time when a relationship falls apart, the man was unhappy. It's just that only 10 to 30% of the time does the man get up and walk away. So we're willing to put up with an unsatisfactory relationship just to try to make it work. She's not willing to do that. Does
well,
that make sense?
it does, but I feel like you're being overly generous to the men because I feel like a lot of times men step out and they want to have their cake and eat it too, and so they don't
They
want to
do. They
file
got
for.
some garbage
They
men
don't.
out there that make all the rest of us look bad. Yeah, I agree.
Well, it was just if you go back to finances, it's not financially. There's no incentive for the man to say, "Hey, look, I want to be with this other woman. Let's get a divorce." Hell no. He wants to step out with his secretary and then keep his wife to himself. So I feel like that, and
Yes.
it's the woman who says she's been cheated on, and
Hmm.
that's why she leaves.
Yes. And there are a lot of the times where the women are choosing men that are not in it for long-term commitment. They're in it for the hookups. They're in it with the friends with benefits. And the problem comes out that she chose a dude that was willing to spend enough money on her. He got into a long-term relationship with her that he wasn't expecting. She stops doing what he expected from her, and he goes and finds another woman. But she chose the kind of man that did not want a long-term relationship. You got women who can't get a man to marry her, not just because of her attitude and behavior, but because he does not want commitment. But she does not care what he wants. She wants commitment. You have women that are dating men who want children. She doesn't want children. He dates a girl outside of a relationship that will give him a child. A lot of the times people are cheated on not because the other person ain't shit. They're cheated on because there's a failure in the relationship and the person is getting that fulfilled outside of the relationship, whether the woman cheats on the man or the man cheats on the woman. The person being cheated on has a reasonable quantity of contribution to being cheated on. People don't agree with that. A lot of people think that that's not a good way to think. But truthfully, it is something that I either did or didn't do that contributed to my partner leaving. And it's not just the fact that I chose this person. Because when the relationship was good, we were all about each other. When the relationship leveled off, we stopped doing that. Then the relationship started to dissolve and the other person disappeared before I did. That's really what happens with cheating. And usually cheating, unless you're in a situation that we call them situationships now, where you weren't supposed to be in a relationship, y'all were just supposed to be hooking up, friends with benefits, stuff to that effect, roommates with free use privileges, and we just turned it into a relationship. Unless it's something like that, typically The relationship is like a year, 6 months of we're trying to do this before somebody goes somewhere. You might see 5, 6 years into a relationship. When the relationship goes stale, we stop appreciating each other. We stop valuing each other. We stop paying attention to each other. And then we walk away. We go find that attention from somewhere else. And that emotional connection from men leads to physical attraction. Sometimes the women are no longer, the women have developed resentment because the man didn't perform in a relationship the way he was supposed to perform. And then that resentment leads to her shutting off emotionally. She shut off emotionally, and now the man is looking for that emotional connection somewhere else. He finds that with a bartender. He finds that with a girl at the club. He finds that with one of his coworkers on his job, and that turns into a fling. That fling turns into that new novelty turns into a residual affair. Then eventually he realizes how much he values his wife. He stops with this relationship unless he gets caught. Then he goes back and tries to make his marriage work, right? He doesn't leave his woman, but at the
Exactly.
end of the day, he needed that outside of his relationship because it wasn't in his relationship. Shut down because he didn't do what she wanted him to do. It's not just her fault, it's his fault too. But the problem is that the relationship was missing something. That's why the affair came out, right? But the bad relationship that the woman walked away from, each time she gets cheated on, she gains the fear of being cheated on, but she doesn't learn why she was cheated on. If you were cheated on once, that's a fluke. You have 5 relationships where you've been cheated on, you're fucking up. There's a common problem there. There's a common denominator in each one of your failed relationships. And that common denominator is you. You have to evaluate why so many of your relationships end with somebody leaving you for somebody else. You can't just blame the whole world for your failed lifestyle. You can't. Part of it is your decision making skills with choosing a person. Part of it is your decision making skills while you're with the person. Part of it is your failure to take action with those people while you're with them. That's all of the reasons why they left. And that is all stuff that you can change. You can't change their decisions. You can't change their actions, but you can change how you operate and you can change how you pay attention to the environment that you're in. You can communicate more. You can open up more. You can build non-judgmental, non-retaliation, non-resentment environments that is called unconditional transparency, right? We're going to tell each other exactly what's going on, what we think, and how we feel, and nobody's going to take this personal so that we clearly understand where each other's position is. And then we're going to negotiate how to resolve this. Not an argument, not sandbagging stuff, not throwing up old shit, not fussing and arguing in public, not embarrassing each other in front of our network. We're going to sit here, just the two of us, and we're going to, every week or every month, we're going to make sure that each other is getting what we expect to get out of this relationship. And that way, we're never dissatisfied because we've checked in. That's what most relationships forget is checking in. So what we did, we replaced checking in with GPS tracking. Your partner's still not being fulfilled. So if they GPS signal end up at the local strip club, that's because they're not getting the intimacy from their wife at the house. Because if you was given a man can only do so much. If you give him what he need before he leave the house, he's drained dry. What make you think that man gonna go get some nookie somewhere else when he tired from the nookie he just got on his way out to work? I
Well, I don't know.
don't want a woman to touch me now, right?
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of men who are being taken care of that step out to get more because they want more.
There is a small quantity of individuals that he said that kind of Tupac is some cases, right? There are some scenarios, and that's why I told you yes. We talk about a lot of things, but you do tiptoe back to some of the rare outliers. I'm not saying that men are saints, but when you come from the full totality of society, you yourself you believe you're a good man. The woman that you did not find in America, you may have found where you are now because it required you to go somewhere else and look somewhere else in a different group of people because the group that you started in did not value you the way you wanted to be valued. That is what I'm talking about. Every man like you, every man like me that would make the decision that you made is making that decision because of the way we were being treated in Western culture or the way we weren't getting treated the way we wanted to be treated in Western culture.
Well, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I was doing pretty well over there in the States, and I'm doing pretty well over here. The reason why I like it here is because of financial reasons. Like, it's cheaper. And, I could do an early retirement over here, as opposed
Of
to I
course,
really.
but so you're saying that the women in America held high value for you in America?
Well, I don't want to
Because
brag.
I think
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, you're a guy that you can get you some girls. I'm not saying that you can't get girls, but I'm saying that when you were in those relationships, you didn't like the way you were treated by the time those relationships were over.
Well, so you're saying that I left them as opposed to they left me?
I'm saying that you decided to try this in a different country. You didn't bring you a wife with you to the new country that you went to. You went to a new country, and the relationships that you get in that new country, you have said earlier tonight that is better than the ones that you had in America, right?
Well, assuming that I do find a wife here. I haven't found a wife here either. I'm not sure if I even
No, I'm
want one.
saying the woman that you meet over there, however long y'all date, you said earlier that you are treated better there than you remember being treated in America, right?
Um, did I say that? I'm
That's
not.
what I recall. You
Well,
you you talked about how the culture was better, the women were more respectful, but you did say that at the end of the day, it is an expectation over there that you have to provide, and if you're not providing, they'll leave just as quickly as an American person, but they give you a lot more respect over there.
Yeah, and it's a lot cheaper over here to provide for all those things that they need. Is what I was saying.
Right.
Like that's why you might be treated better because you can provide those things at a cheaper rate. I knew something was
But
wrong.
the overly inflated expectations that women have in America is because of societal norms. We spend so much money on the women because they're cute, not because they bring value to the situation. And they get used to that. That becomes the standard norm. And now they expect more out of us. In those other countries where the women are not given as much, they don't receive as much. It's easier for us to provide for them what they ask for, but at the same time, they're giving us the appreciation of there that we're not getting from the women over here. We get a higher demand in America for more. And if we can't provide more, then we find ourselves running out of steam in a relationship. And the faster we start at 100, the faster we run out of the relationship. If we start at step one and work our way up to 100, our relationship lasts longer. But the faster we start at 100, especially if we start at 100 and fall back to 50, she's going to walk out. But 30% of the cost of America, you could be at 100 in Cambodia for 30% of what you would have been doing in America, which means you got plenty of room to do more, but you don't have to. But they're also going to earn it over there. That's the only thing that I was saying that was different is that the value is the value in the man when the man is performing is different than the value in the man in America when the man is performing. That's what I'm
And
saying.
I would push back on that. I would say the value is about the same. The only difference is that in America, it's harder to fulfill that role as a man. Like you said, 77% of the
Probably
people.
you might be right because of the cost of living in America. It's harder for the man to meet that expectation because a lot of
Bingo.
women now want $100,000 a year man, and most men are not making that $100,000. And in places like the Philippines, you can get permanent residency and everything over there for 24,000 a year, and you're considered poor in America at 35,000 a year. So if you're in Cambodia with 36,000 a year or 45,000 a year, you can retire over there and live a good life, but in America, that 45,000 a year, you would have been treated like garbage, and then the financial expectations in America would be so high that you wouldn't be able to meet those expectations. But
Exactly.
my my observation was though in America, which is supposed to be one of the richest countries in the world, is that if you're making 45,000 a year and she's making 45,000 a year, and she's willing to live on 50,000 a year, she can put that other 40,000 a year away, and y'all will be millionaires inside of 10 to 15 years, and she will be satisfied with the lifestyle that she had at that time. But because she's walking in and you're a $45,000 a year man, she's not going to stay there because she wants that $100,000 a year man when she shows up. And that's not the same as when you go to another country. And yeah, fair to say, it's because the other country is cheaper. They have not been spoiled by society. They haven't been what is called westernized. But the problem is that the women in America are so driven by money, which is why the conversation is about money, is they're so driven by money that as a man, if you are not getting what you're looking for with how you're being treated, it's not about how much money she brings to the table. you're not getting your values out of the relationship. Because what men want from women is not money. It is not degrees. It's not education. You want a cooperating partner that will aid you, do the things that you don't have time to do, bring up the rear, cover the slack. That's what you're looking for. You're not finding that in Western culture because women will dominate you instead of cooperate with you. But if you go to another country, yeah, you might make more money than they make because your 45,000 might be better than their 28,000. But at the end of the day, she will partner with you and build something with you. She won't dominate you. She won't shame you and talk down to you. Yeah, you're a novelty because you're an American in another country. But at the end of the day, when you've been there for 2, 3, 4 years, you're a neighbor and everybody respects you because you're a neighbor and you're not broke, but you're not a neighbor and a multimillionaire. You're a neighbor and you're able to do what you're supposed to do as a man, and they value and appreciate you. They're not asking you to do more than what you're capable of doing. Does that
Well,
make sense?
it does. It does. But, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but that goes back to a generalization. And I have dated girls here in Colombia who wanted a lot. They wanted their hair done.
Westernized, yes.
They wanted their hair done. They wanted their eyelashes done.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted their nails done.
Yep.
They wanted the MK bags and all this and that.
Mm-hmm. And when I see
And
them women, I tell y'all to run.
absolutely, absolutely, and it's tempting because it is more affordable here, and maybe you can kind of afford it, but that's not really what you should probably be looking for. But I've also dated women in the States that wanted very little from me. You know,
Mm-hmm.
some professional women, nurses,
Mm-hmm.
doctors, pharmacists, dentists, who they didn't really expect anything, and they were with me because they wanted me and not because they needed me. And in some ways, that
Right.
is better.
Well, Ellis said that Latin America is Western culture too, bro. So I mean, I can agree with both of you guys. One of the reasons why I brought up different countries in Asia or close to Asia was because the Eastern culture, the Eastern countries, are more traditional. Latin America is a little bit more forgiving than the regular America, like the United States areas and things. So like America can still cooperate with you and still give you that American behavior patterns. We're live 7 nights a week. And we talk about stuff every night of the week, and when we do, I give you guys different ways to change your decision making and your outlook on how to walk into certain relationships, what you're looking for, what to avoid. And when you start seeing that westernized behavior, all the fake hair, fake eyelashes, fake nails, you just know don't talk to that girl because all of the extra effort she has to put into her look is upkeep that you have to pay for. It's a pink tax that ultimately men absorb into their standard of living when they're taking care of a woman. So when you think about how she has to sew hair into her head, glue it onto her scalp, whatever, glue these eyelashes, glue these fingernails, shoes, MK bags, all this other stuff, you just know that that's a waste of money. So she's not going to be responsible for you. You find an all natural woman that ain't, if she's got makeup on, that's all she's got going on. You've got a different behavior pattern, and you're going to find that more in the rural areas, not in the inner city, not in the expat cities, in the cities that are off to the outskirts where they haven't been corrupted by Western behavior patterns because passport bros have been around for decades. And those are men that were able to travel the world and spend a bunch of money just to sleep with a lot of women. And those women that have been ran through by Americans before or willing to have high expectations because they have experienced those high expectations before. But the women who have never had those experiences, who have not yet been corrupted by Western culture, those women might not even know that they're beautiful, but they know that they will work hard for you. And those are the kind of women that are hard to find, but they're diamonds in the rough. You got to go out to the wilderness and go and find them sometimes. But when you do, you find the kind of person that values you as much as you value them. It's not impossible to find in your hometown. It's not impossible to find in your city or state and culture, but it is easier to find in a culture where the children are taught to work together as family. Whereas in Western culture, women are taught to self sacrifice to sacrifice everybody else for their own happiness, and men are taught to self sacrifice for the entire family. So what the men are looking for in America, they're not going to find it because it's no longer being bred here in America. What we look for a traditional wife is still being bred in Asia. And that's the only reason why I talk about it like that. I'm not saying that the women in America are not valuable. I'm just saying that the way that the women are being brought up in America is not cooperative or compatible to us in our middle ages and older mentality that we would prefer to have in a woman. So 35, 40, 60 years old, we have an expectation of a woman that used to exist in 1950, 60, 70s, maybe even 1980. But come 1990 to 2010, the women started changing. And what we got in 2026, that's not what we want. And we have to go to another country to find what we want because that 1940s, 1950s, 1970s woman is still in our world. It is just not in our culture. We have to go find it in another culture. Stephen said, no matter where you go in the globe, you're going to find yourself uh, living by trick. He said he ain't tricking if I got it. But you're gonna find yourself if you don't watch it, you're gonna find yourself it's just gonna be cheaper. Because you got certain countries like Bangkok, like $2 might get you a little something strange. Where in America it might cost you between 20 and $250. The fact that they're willing to do for money and the fact that it's cheaper in another country doesn't change the fact that that's not a valuable woman to make a wife. But when you're engaging other people with the mentality of I'm looking for a long-term partner, you're willing to look at negative behavior and not get aroused by that and say, I want that. You're going to be discouraged by that and say, I don't want that as a long-term partner. But when men change their mentality from immediate gratification, which is sleeping with as many women as I can as I pass by them, to long term satisfaction, finding a woman that I can retire, grow old, die with, leave all of my estate to her, we're going to change our decision making skills. When we change to building a legacy where we don't want our daughters to behave this way, so we're not going to date women that behave that way because we don't want our wife to teach our daughter to behave this way. We're going to stop accepting women that behave certain ways because that's not how we want our kids to behave, right? So as we mature, which goes back to your previous question of do I believe that older ages is going to be better marriages for men? Yes, because as we mature, we change our dynamic. So we stop chasing fast women and we start chasing the responsible women. As the women get older, they stop chasing the irresponsible men and they start chasing the responsible men. But the older women no longer are willing to change. The older men are still willing to change. The younger women are still willing to change. The younger men are always willing to change, but they don't know what to do. The younger women are willing to do it, but they also don't know what to do. So out of the four groups, the older man knows what to do. But out of the four groups, the older man with the younger woman is the best match because they're both willing to change for each other still. And the older man has a plan. The older woman doesn't have a plan. She just has expectations. That's the problem. Now, unfortunately, I want to keep going with you because this is a fantastic conversation, but I do have a contract that I have to fulfill in the next 4 minutes. So unfortunately, I have to wrap things up today. Well, they pushed it back 30 minutes. So I still got 25 more minutes. So I'm going to let you go ahead and say whatever it is that you wanted to say because I just noticed that they changed the time on me because they're like, oh, yeah, you got 30 minutes. Oh, no, I do have to do it. Hold on a second. Yeah, I had something I was supposed to deal with 30 minutes ago. So I missed one of my contracts. So let's go ahead and wrap things up right now. And we are going to pick this up in tomorrow night's show. Are you going to be here tomorrow night, Sterling? Sterling? Oh, he backed out. Thanks, man. I was interesting. Hey, I'm always going to be here for you. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I can't give you as long of an outro as I normally do. I want to thank you guys for coming to this and that. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night.
Higher ground. Used to chase That's my personal command. I'm not mounted on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.